An invisible zombie? Who would do such a thing? Oh no, I can feel the infection spreading. I started to feel weakened. The zombies came closer to me, hungry for more flesh. Suddenly, I could hear someone from outside trying to break into the barricaded room. But it was too late. When the light of the sun finally entered the room, the zombies started to catch on fire, including the invisible one. My husband entered quickly in the room and saw me on the ground, slowly turning into a monster. He yelled something to the guards that I couldn't understand anymore. I was in pain, and I started to feel hungry. I was picked up by 2 guards and guided to the cells. The sun started to damage me, so when I was finally underground, I felt cold, but better. Chains were put on my arms and legs so I couldn't move. I felt that I was losing my sanity. Hunger started to overtake me, and I lost the notion of time.
Days started to merge. They tried to talk with me, but with no success. Until one day, someone new came. I was hit by a potion which took me by surprise, and before I could process what happened, something attacked my mouth, which I instinctively bit. It was a big mistake. I could feel my mouth burning, and the rest of my body started to tremble in pain. I screamed in pain until I lost my voice, and I could hear cheering from outside for some reason. But surprisingly, after a few hours of torture, I could feel a change. I could feel the never-ending hunger leaving me, and I could feel my heart beating again. And finally, I felt like I could talk. I felt human again. And my husband was there in the room with me, waiting patiently. Once he saw that I didn't tremble anymore, he came with an impossible speed and hugged me tightly. Then, in a broken voice, I heard, "Welcome back." The party was wild, to say the least. There were songs, dances, food, and animals all in one place. Everyone seemed happy to have the lady of the house back. They showered us with food and compliments. They even showed us a little fun game of theirs called Drink the Bowl, which consisted of drinking a whole wooden bowl of suspicious stew. I was hesitant at first, but I gave in to all the pressure and drank it. And I could safely say that I'll never do that again. Once I drank one sip, I could feel the effects of the soup taking place. I never got drunk in my old world, but I think it's pretty similar to the nausea effect that I just got. The room started to spin around me. My insides were not doing any better either. I didn't even know suspicious soup had this effect. But after everyone had their laugh at my suffering, they gave me some milk to wash down the debuff. The rest of the party was crazy until the end. Once the sun come out, the party was finishing. We were tired from all the activities, so some servants showed us the way to our rooms. This time, we had our own separate rooms. It was a big room, with a golden bed, red carpet, and a balcony where I could see the beautiful city. But I couldn't enjoy the view for too long, since I fell asleep once my head touched the pillow. Once I woke up, it was getting dark outside. I then got up from the bed and washed my face with the water in the cauldron that was in the room. After feeling refreshed, I finally got out of my room and walked through the big halfways until I saw a person, to which I quickly asked where I could get some food. They were kind enough to guide me to the kitchen, or the storage area, where I had some cooked chicken and bread. "I'm sorry to interrupt your meal, sir, but the head of the household has requested to meet with you in his office." I swallowed the last piece of bread that I had in my mouth and nodded my head in understanding. The servant turned and started to walk away, and I quickly followed him. After a few minutes of walking, we arrived at a wooden door, which the servant knocked on a few times before opening it. "I brought the hero, sir." "Thank you, Jeremiah. Is the second one still asleep?" "I'm afraid he's a heavy sleeper, sir." "Thank you again. You can leave us." The servant proceeds to do a small bow before leaving the room. The noble then told me to sit down on the chair, which of course I did. "I called you here so I could teach you about enchanting. I won't share everything since I'll get in trouble with the other nobles, but I can help you level up your skill until level 3. You do have the option to choose that skill, right?
Yes, of course. But where is the enchanting table?
He started to laugh once he heard that. Looks like you do know something about enchanting, but it's not that easy to level up the skill. The process of enchanting something is to write the enchantment on a paper. Then you can use the enchanting table to bring the paper to life. I didn't know about that. I thought you had to enchant a book, not a piece of paper. And how about tools and armor? I'll be surprised if you did know. As for why paper or book, there's a simple answer for that. You first need to enchant a paper, which would be a temporary enchantment that would last a day before losing its effects. That's why we'll transfer it to a book, where it can be enchanted indefinitely. Or you can use it on an item for the same results. That sounds convenient. When can I start? The noble started to laugh loudly. I like your enthusiasm, but it's not as easy as you think. Take a look at this. Can you guess what it says? He then handed me a book, which I quickly opened. I don't know what I expected, but for sure not this. The book was filled of an unknown language that I didn't understand. I looked back at the noble and saw him smiling at my reaction. It won't be as easy as you think. Usually I'll teach you the language so you can grasp it better. But since you'll only go until level 3, I'll just teach you the enchantments that you want to know, and you'll memorize them. I guess that's better than nothing. What can I do at level 1? That's a good question. At level 1, you can use almost any enchantment 1 time per item. At level 2, you can put 2 enchantments on 1 item. And finally, at level 3, you can put 3 enchantments on 1 item. Does this go all the way to level 7? He just smiled, but shook his head. Not really. At level 4, things start to get more complicated. That's why we'll stop at level 3. Do you know any enchantments that you'll want to try? He didn't seem too keen on sharing too much about the higher levels, and I don't think I could force him anyway. So I started to think about what enchantments I'll want to learn for my future use. I'm thinking about protection, unbreaking, sharpness, fortune, and can I do mending as well? The noble looked shocked once I said that. I'm once again taken aback by how much you know. Protection, sharpness, and unbreaking are possible. As for fortune, we don't have a copy of it in our library. There's most likely in the royal library, though. As for mending, which I'm surprised that you even know about, it's a level 5 enchantment, together with silk touch. I listened carefully, as this was a different enchanting system than the one that I was used to. I don't know if it's better or worse, but I could lean towards better since I can enchant what I want, instead of gambling on it. I'll learn what you have then. We shall do that then. He then proceeded to take out 4 enchanted books, which he handed to me. I quickly took them and looked at their enchantment. It was protection, efficiency, sharpness, and unbreaking. I opened each one of them, and it was full of the unknown language as the first one that I saw. I do appreciate the high expectations of me, but I don't think I can memorize a whole book. You don't need to memorize the whole book, of course, otherwise nobody would be able to enchant. You only need to memorize the first page, and the rest I'll show you what to do once you finish. He then handed me a book with a pen and told me to write specific letters of the weird alphabet. Of course, he was looking intensely at my writing. He pointed out if a letter was too large or too small. Apparently, the letters have to be pretty precise to be recognized by the enchanting table. And after a few hours, I finally managed to finish my first page. Congratulations, you did a great job. Now it's time for the magic to happen. He then got up from his desk and proceeded to show me the way to the enchanting room. Fortunately, it wasn't too far, and after a bit of walking, we arrived at a room full of bookshelves, and in the middle was the legendary enchanting table. It gave a faint blue light on the library's floor, and once we got close enough, the book opened automatically towards us. This is the enchanting table. We use it to enchant our items. Take this lapis lazuli and put it in the enchanting tables tab. I took the magical ore and entered the tab. but it was different than what I remembered. The design was similar to the game, but it didn't have the space where I could choose the enchantments. I only had a box where I had to put the lapis with my levels below. How many levels does it say you have? 50. That's pretty impressive. You must have been fighting with a lot of monsters to get so many levels. I guess you could say so. Where do I put the paper now? He then took my paper and put the page in an empty book, and then gave it back to me.
Just gently leave it above the enchanting table, and leave it to its job.
I looked confused at those instructions, but proceeded to do it anyway. Once I did that, the book started to float. Pages started to flip rapidly, and letters started to gather from the nearby bookshelves towards my book. And after a few moments of gathering holographic letters, the book started to glow stronger and stronger, until it suddenly stopped, closed, and just lazily floated above the enchanting table. I was still stunned by these visual effects, but I was interrupted by a voice praising me. "Congratulations on making your first enchanted book. Let's keep going." Chapter 31. I didn't ask. The night went pretty quickly, and I managed to make an enchanted book for everything that I was shown, and I could already see the progress. Skills. Crafting, level 4. 28.530 over 100.000. Enchanting, level 150 over 100. Brewing, level 2, 110 over 1000. Trading, level 4, 9.500 over 100.000. I was halfway to the next level, since I've done another protection book besides the first one. The only one that I managed to memorize how to write it. It wasn't too hard to memorize them if you tried. The hard part was writing everything like a printer, the exact same way as the original one. Alexander, the name of the noble father, showed me what happened when I gave an imperfect page to the enchanting table. It was anti-dramatic, to say the least. The enchanting table didn't make the book float like the others. It just let it fall down like a normal item. I don't know how it knew that it was wrong, but it didn't give me an enchanted book. I think that's enough enchanting for today. At this speed, you'll be able to get to your goal in about a week. You should go and meet with your worried friend, since he kept asking about you ever since he woke up. I completely forgot about Froggy.
Thank you again for your teachings, Lord Alexander.
I'll meet my friend as quickly as possible. He just smiled at me and waved me goodbye as I was leaving the room. As I was walking along the long hallways, I realized two things. This place was huge, with lots of rooms and hallways. And I also realized that I was lost. Is this place a maze? Maybe I can ask a servant to guide me, but there was nobody around me. I walked more and saw a doorway that led outside to a beautiful garden. Maybe I'll find someone outside, working in the garden. I walked on the gravel path towards the fountain that was in the middle of the garden. There, I finally found a person. She was wearing a white robe while looking lost at the sky. "Sorry to bother you, miss, but could you point me the way towards the guests' rooms?" The women seemed startled by my sudden presence and looked in panic at me. She then started to study me more carefully, especially around my nose area. "Yes, I think I can help you with that.
I'll do something better.
I'll lead you there." And before I could respond, she was already on the move toward the building. I didn't want to get lost again, so I quickly followed her. We didn't have to walk for too long before we started to see more people working around the palace, but they all seemed to look differently at us, or more precisely at the lady that guided me. Then the servant that called me the other day to meet the Lord came to us. "I'm glad to see you doing well, miss. May I ask you what brought you outside of your recovery room?" "Hello there, Jeremiah. I left that room since I felt cramped. I'm perfectly healthy now. I don't need to stay looked up in a room. Actually, I feel better than ever. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to guide our hero to the guest's room." Jeremiah tried to talk back, but didn't manage, since the lady started to walk away, clearly not interested to continue the conversation. I followed along, but this time more cautiously.
I'm sorry that I didn't recognize you, miss. I may be disrespectful with my sudden request. Don't be sorry. When you first saw me, I looked completely different. I'm embarrassed to be seen at such an ugly state. But I wanted to thank you two for saving my life. I don't know what my husband would have done with me if I stayed a zombie for too long. We don't look too kindly on people that keep monsters alive intentionally. For the rest of the trip, we walked in silence until we arrived at a door that I recognized. I gently knocked, and a voice responded from the other side. "Who is it?" "It's me. Can I come in?" I heard footsteps running towards the door, and then it was opened. "Thank the system that you're okay. Where have you been the whole night? I checked your room, but it was long empty, and when I asked the servants, they told me you were summoned to the household office. Why did it last so many hours?" Only after he finished his rantings did Froggy see that I was not alone.
"I see you two get along quite well. I came here to thank you from my heart for saving me. I don't know how to even repay you two back." "There's no need to thank us. We were glad that we could help, and our rewards are currently being paid, so you don't need to worry. You can focus on recovering so everyone in this estate would feel more at ease," Froggy responded awkwardly. "If you say so, I'll do as you suggested. Thank you again for saving my life." She then bowed deeply to us before leaving. "It feels good to save a life, and it feels good to hear a gratitude interested of an insult," Froggy said absent-mindedly, which made me realize that he's been suffering ever since he became a witch. Even if he chose to isolate himself, the parting curses and hate didn't leave him in his isolation. "Yes, maybe if you keep doing this, you'll change your reputation to something better." I tried to be helpful, and that made Froggy think about something, which I guess it was better than getting depressed. "I was with Sir Alexander, the head of this household, to learn enchanting. I managed to enchant 5 books. I said that as I showed him a book that I made. Protection 1. That's a pretty good start. You only need some armor to put it on, and then it's perfect. How long do you think it would take for you to get to level 3? From what I've been told, around a week. Which I guess it's good, since I have to get back to my friend as quickly as possible." "A week? That means that they heavily invested into you." This made me a little confused. I mean, enchanting is not easy, as in the game, but I don't think it's too hard either. Once you get the hang of the writing rules, you can just copy the enchantment that you want and then level up pretty fast. "Of course, from what I can understand, it would take around a month to get the first 2 levels on the enchanting skill. We can't raise cows easily in the desert, so the only leather we have, it's from horses, camels, and bunnies. The first 2 are too good for transportation to be raised for lather, and the bunny can only give you a fraction of 1 leather piece. And the fact that Sir Alexander teaches you directly shows his dedication to this, since he has to take time from his busy schedule to make time for you." Once I heard all of that, I realized how much they invested in me. I was too used to the game mindset where everything is easy to get, where you could afford to throw items out. But not in this world. It's not as easy here, but it's still possible. "I didn't think about that. Did you get your ingredients?" I tried to shamelessly change the topic. "Yes, I did. I got a lot of nether warts, which are the base for most potions," he responded happily. Which made me remember something. "Oh yeah, I guess I could give you those, since I can't use them anyway." I said that while I handed him some of the brewing materials that I looted from the nether fortress. "What's all of this? How did you get them? Are you royalty by any chance?" I could see panic starting to gather in his eyes, which was not something I expected. I had to come up with an excuse quickly. "No, I'm not. Don't worry. I have a special job called Trader that allows me to access rare trades that you wouldn't normally find, and those are some of them. Maybe you can make me some potions if you feel like you have to pay me back." He was still shocked by the new wealth, but nodded his head, and after some hesitation, he took out something that I did not expect to see from him: an enchanted diamond sword. "I'm sorry that I kept it from you, but this sword was with the monster besides you. You can have it." He then handed it to me. Once I read the enchantments, I was shocked, to say the least. It had sharpness 3, unbreaking 2, and even mending to repair itself. This is an amazing sword. Are you sure you want to give it to me?" "It was from the monster that you defeated, so I just returned what was originally yours. I just feel bad now, since I wanted to keep it for myself. Don't worry, I'll still make you potion as well," he said awkwardly, which I didn't know how to react to. I don't think I defeated the monster fairly. I didn't stand a chance when I fought him. I took a big gamble with the portal move. If I was killed before I could close the portal, I would have brought a catastrophe to this world that I think it was not ready to deal with. But the sword was too good to just refuse it. "Thank you." We then went to our separate rooms, where I proceeded to take a nap to recuperate some of the lost energy. The next few days were spent trying to memorize the 4 enchantments and leveling up my enchanting skill. Everything was smooth sailing. I managed to memorize 2 of them, and I made fewer mistakes with my measurements. I even managed to level up my skill halfway in the 2nd level. But everything good must come to an end. On the 4th day, an envoy, full of guards, heavily armored with enchanted iron, came to this palace. It was an envoy from the royal family, the Sultan's daughter. "I greet the Alexander ruler of this house." "I greet the daughter of the ruler of this nation, Cleopatra. What brings you to my humble home?" The 2 nobles greeted each other respectfully. Froggy and I were listening from the corner, trying not to gather their attentions. "I heard a miracle has happened here, and I wanted to see if it was true." Alexander didn't look too happy to hear that. "Indeed, it's true. Tragedy has struck my house, where my wife was infected. But once all hope was lost, a miracle happened that brought her back to the living." This is a fascinating story indeed. Where are the heroes that helped to bring such a miracle? I don't think Alexander mentioned us anywhere, so how did she know about us? They're not available right now, I'm afraid. Not even to meet the princess of this kingdom? I'm sure they'll make some time to meet with me. From what I know, they haven't left yet. The air started to get tense around the room. Everyone looked uncomfortable with the execution of the 2 nobles. "Jeremiah, call our guests here if they can." The servant made a small bow before coming to fetch us and brought us where we last wanted to be, the center of attention. The princess was tall, wearing some red enchanted leather armor that was matching with her long red hair. "Oh, how lucky of us! They could meet us after all. I'm glad to see you 2 heroes helping my kingdom. As a reward, I'll invite you 2 to the royal palace." Everyone was in shock, while Froggy and I did not feel too comfortable with the sudden invitation. "Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty, but I'm afraid we have to refuse the invitation. I have to get back to my people to say that I'm safe." I tried to reject the invitation as politely as possible. "I'm sorry to hear that, but I didn't ask you. I ordered you." Once she said that, her smile dropped, and the guards behind her took out their swords, pointing them at us. "What's the meaning of this? You dare raise your swords in my house? Do you want to start a war?" Alexander yelled with an angry voice. His guards also started to take out their swords. "Calm down, Sir Alexander. I promise their absolute safety. It's just that my father wanted to meet them in person. The sooner the better. So you better not stand in my way in case you want to cause trouble for your city," the princess told him with a threatening voice. The noble, after a few intense moments of internal conflict, decided to order his men to put their swords down. "I'm sorry, heroes, but I have to prioritize my house first." This left a bad taste in my mouth. Chapter 32. Sand Palace. While the princess ordered us to come with her, she wasn't unreasonable enough to take us right then and there. She was kind enough to let us get our items from our rooms before we left. Of course, this was with the exception that we were supervised by at least one of her guards. I didn't have too many items to take since I had everything with me all the time, and because I had a bigger inventory than a villager, which I found out with Bobby's help. Froggy managed to sneak a few potions to me, and I had the option to have some alone time with Alexander in his office. I'm sorry that I've betrayed you two, but don't lose hope yet. While they are forceful with this invitation, she did promise your safety the whole journey. This means that you two would be treated as guests of honor, with a few limitations. Of course, I do intend to help you two get out as soon as possible, but I can't do anything now. I have to gather some more political power to pressure them. The noble tried to assure me, which helped me feel a bit less betrayed for being thrown in the lion's mouth so easily. He also gave me the 4 enchanted books that I made with some empty books so I can practice my writing event without him. The only thing stopping me now was getting an enchanted table myself, which would take a while to get it. After an hour of gathering our stuff, they didn't wait for even one more minute, and now we're outside the beautiful city, back in the dry desert. They were thoughtful enough to let us ride the camels, of course. They were in leads, so we wouldn't take our chance to run with them. And, after a bit of walking, I mustered enough courage to talk with our kidnapper's leader.
May I ask, Your Highness, why is that we are required to meet the Sultan at such short notice?
The princess looked at me from her heavy armored camel, with an annoyed expression. I don't know, weirdo. My dad heard about you two somehow managing to cure an infected person, and he now wants to meet you two as soon as possible. If you are curious about the cure, we can give you the process with some potions to do it yourself. I tried to say something that could probably get us out of this situation. I also asked him something similar, but my old man was too stubborn and told me he wants to meet you two face to face. This was worrying to hear. If they wanted the information on the cure, I would be more than happy to share. The only downside is that they need Froggy, since he is the only one that can make the weakness potions.
And this makes me feel even worse,
Since I selfishly dragged down Froggy with me, only to get a horse to get home faster. Which I kind of got, but it's not going the way I want to, unfortunately. We won't be arrested or something like that, right? I gave my promise that I'll keep you safe. And when a royalty promises something, nothing can break it. From her gestures, I could guess she didn't want to be here as well, but she seemed pretty serious about promises, which made me feel a bit better in those confusing times. I then walked a little slower, and I was beside Froggy again. I'm sorry that I brought you into this mess, I said with a low voice. He just looked at me weirdly and shook his head. While it's true that they captured us because of the cure, it's not all your fault. The nobles tried to rope me into one of their houses for a few good years. Even the royalty tried, but I was too afraid to choose just one, so rejected all of them. And since I'm not in any house, they're satisfied enough to just trade with me from time to time. He tried to reassure me. I'm actually sorry for you, since they don't really need you. They only need me, but for some reason, they want both of us in the same place. This made me think about the reason for our bringing. Froggy has already a reputation as the best alchemist in the whole kingdom, so it's reasonable for the powerful people to want him. And with the new knowledge of curing infected people, he's even more valuable than before. But what about me? They don't know that I'm from another world. I don't think they know that I came from the Stone Kingdom. I don't think they know that I can break, place, and craft faster than them, or the fact that I know some forbidden knowledge. So then, why do they also need me? I just came to this desert. They shouldn't even know that I'm here.
The more I thought about this, the less it made sense. And from talking with Cleopatra,
I think even she was confused about my bringing. I was deep in questions that nobody in this group could answer, so I had to do what I've always done since I've come into this world. Ignore it until it's solved itself. The journey was surprisingly comfortable. We were truly treated like special guests. We ate cooked meat, drank milk, and had plenty of rest. Even at night, we settled down and lit up the camp and around us with lanterns. Because of that, we rarely had problems with monsters, and the best part was that we didn't have to fight with them like the first time we came here. After traveling for 5 days, we finally arrived at our destination. If the city shocked me when I saw it for the first time, this one could give me a heart attack.
Saying that it was huge, it's an understatement. The city was separated into 3 parts, separated by different walls. The outer part, which was the largest, was surrounded by a wall 5 blocks tall. It was the place where the common people lived. The houses looked pretty cramped from up here, and I could see the market close to a second wall, which was bigger than the first one. The second layer was separated by another wall, 10 blocks high from the first district. The streets were more spacious, the buildings were much bigger, and there wasn't too much activity on the streets. What was most different in that place was that it was the nobles' area. The houses were beautifully decorated with rare blocks like grass and water fountains. I could even see a couple of animals in the yards. Finally, all of this was overshadowed by the last district. The wall was 20 blocks tall, but even such tall walls could not hide the beauty of the palace. This was the royal palace. It had the style of a desert temple, with the shape of a pyramid. And while I couldn't see all the beauty from there because of the tall wall, what I did saw impressed me. Especially the tip of the building that was made entirely out of gold blocks, which reflected sunlight. This city is huge. How old is this place to have so many buildings? I said in awe. This world kept impressing me more and more the more I saw it. I'm tempted to take a backpack and start traveling the world just to admire it. This city had stood the waves of time. Its origins predate even the Great War. It was a city that even other nations envied. But after the war, there have been a lot of casualties and a loss of knowledge. This is what we have left to remember our otherwise forgotten history. The Great War came again. I heard it first with the Skeleton King, when he commented on my weapon, and I still don't know who was fighting who, since even a monster from the Nether knew about it, which is another dimension altogether. I heard legends about a great war that happened between the first monsters and the humans, but I didn't think it was real. Fortunately, Froggy asked instead of me. It is very much real, as it was deadly. Unfortunately, we don't have any information on what caused it, or what stopped it. We only know that the corruption suddenly stopped coming, which showed that we won. Of course, the monsters still come at night, since there's still some corruption in this world that hasn't healed yet. But from the records, in the time of war, even the almighty sun could not banish them. I was curious to hear that, since the official game had some lore, but it wasn't too known, like the other games. Though I do think that this world has a completely different history than what the developers thought, since it's already getting further and further than the original. Of course, because we are one of the oldest cities, our specialty is enchanting. There won't be an enchanted book you won't be able to find here, she said with pride. That's pretty impressive, but who are the other older cities? I asked, wondering if they had their own specialty. That would be the capital of Coral Kingdom and the capital of Stone Kingdom. Coral specialty is trading and crafting, while Stone specialty is mining and potion making. She wasn't as enthusiasmated to praise someone else's nation as hers. We decided to stop talking when we arrived at the entrance of the first wall. And, of course, nobody dared to stop us, a group with Princess Cleopatra as its leader surrounded by villagers armed with enchanted iron armor, especially if they weren't paid enough for this. The people on the streets were trying to stay out of our way as much as possible, but they still stopped to look at us while we passed, in wonder and fear.
We didn't have to travel too much before arriving at the second wall. This time the guards were prepared to intercept us, but stopped once we got close enough for them to recognize the princess. The noble section was beautiful to see up close. The road was made with stone bricks, unlike the first layer, which was shoveled dirt. People here were also looking at us, but not with fear as the others. They looked more shocked to see someone so important outside walking on their streets. The view was beautiful until we arrived at the final wall. There, the guards finally stopped us. "Welcome back, Princess Cleopatra. Your father has been eagerly expecting you. Should we check the people that you're brought?" The guard was here to actually greet us, but looks like he also wanted to check on us.
I don't know how they'll do it, but I'm sure I'll get in a lot of trouble with how much stuff I have in my inventory.
They're guests of honor, so they shall be treated as such. Now move, so I can meet with my father.
"Yes, Your Highness." The guard bowed and moved out of the way to let us pass. Once we passed the last wall, I finally saw what those big barriers were hiding. Stone statues with horses and villagers' faces, garden with different biomes and plants. The pathway was made with white concrete, which was illuminated by the lampposts besides the road, and all of this led to a huge entrance to the palace. We walked for a few minutes in the huge halfway, where we saw more statues and different precious blocks on display, until we arrived at one final room, the throne room. There stood an elite group of guards that was equipped with enchanted diamond armor. They all stood guarding besides the tall pillars, with a stoic expression, but ready to attack at any danger.
In the middle of the room stood a huge throne, made with gold, diamond, and even emerald blocks. And on top of all that stood a man who wore fancy clothing that was studying us with his eyes. The ruler of this land, Sultan Amun the Enchanter.
"Heroes, welcome to my palace."
Chapter 33. Prophecy.
"Heroes, welcome to my palace."
The Sultan greeted us with a smile while opening his arms.
"I'm sure you must have been surprised by the sudden invitation to the palace, but when I first heard about the miracle, I was pleasantly shocked. And not only me, but my friend the Pope as well. He was so shocked that he wanted to meet you two as soon as possible."
Once he said that, another person came from behind one of the big pillars. He was an old man with a long white beard and a heavily decorated white robe. He looked at us with eyes full of wisdom and peace. "It's a good day to meet the person chosen by the system. I've recently had a vision where a calamity shall fall over this world.
Hordes of zombies would attack nations all around the world. All of it led by a zombie leader that would not be affected even by the sun, like in the times of the Great War. But do not lose hope. A hero shall arrive to defeat the calamity and save us all," the old man said in a mysterious voice. But this was not what caught my attention. There is a monster lord that will come to this world to wreak havoc, and there will be heroes as well. Classic demon lord and hero story, I whispered to myself. This made me think, if I was the chosen hero, and if this was the reason I was summoned to this world, do you think we are the heroes that would fight against the calamity? Fortunately, Froggy asked the question instead of me. "Don't think so, my son. The hero would be out of this world, and from what I understood, it's not here yet. The time should be close to the beginning of the next year." So I wasn't the chosen hero? I don't know if I should feel disappointed or relieved that I won't have to shoulder such a big responsibility. But if I'm not the chosen one, not Froggy, why are we here in the first place? Why did you bring us here then, Your Holiness? I heard you two can make miracles and bring back an infected person to life. I want you two to help the hero defeat the enemy, or at least alleviate the casualties of the upcoming horde. This made us both confused. But before we'll help you two grow, we want to see the miracle in person. To the deep chambers! We didn't manage to stay confused for too long before the king entreputed us to a new order, which the soldiers were kind enough to follow. They took us by our arms and dragged us to the basement of the palace. What is with this country and them being so forceful with everything? I've just been here for a few days, and I went to an underground prison twice. Is there something that I'm missing? Fortunately, the guards didn't drag us the whole time. Once they understood that we knew how to walk on our own 2 feet, they just let us to walk by ourselves. We walked for a few minutes, where we passed a few cells with villagers that seemed to have lost all hope in their eyes. The further we walked, the weirder it got. At first, it was cells with humans, and then it changed to cells filled with monsters. Zombies, skeletons, even a creeper were being kept behind iron bars. Isn't this frowned upon? I asked in worry as we kept walking along the stone hallway. But nobody seemed too eager to answer my question. Finally, we arrived before an iron door at the end of the hallway, where a lever was pulled down, which opened it. Inside the room was a zombie villager that stood in an iron cage. The rest of the room was filled with chests, furnaces, and even a brewing station.
Is this a resource facility?
Yes. This is the room where we try to see if we could change the monsters back to normal, or tame them. Unfortunately, nothing gave us good results. Finally responded to my question, and it was the old Pope, which now looked more like a mad scientist than a friendly old man. Now, what do you need to be able to perform the miracle, young souls? We need a weakness potion and a golden apple, Froggy responded. Golden apple, you say? We did try that a few experiments ago, but the subject just died like at 8 positions. Are you sure about that? Very much, Your Holiness. I could make the potion, but I don't have the apple to complete the transformation. We can give you that without a worry. Just do your brewing, witch, the old man said with a trace of spite in his voice. But Froggy either chose to ignore that or didn't hear it, since he started to make the potion already. We all watched intensely as he finished the potion, which he quickly gave to me.
Let's do a miracle again, traitor.
I got the potion, while wondering how I got this name again. At this point, I suspected that this world refused to hear my name. But I had a task to do now, so I threw the potion at the zombie villager, while Froggy shoved the magical apple in its mouth. The zombie stopped growling at us and started to scream in pain while trying to get out of the cage. We got a similar reaction when we just used the apple last time. Are you sure this is working, witch? This is what we did last time, and it worked. It's the same reaction, and in a few minutes, the green skin should change its color back to normal. The old man narrowed his eyes, but chose to observe the transformed. And, as promised, after a few minutes of the zombie struggling in pain, we could finally see the change appearing. The skin started getting lighter, which brought the Pope closer to inspect the change. Fascinating. It's working. A miracle is happening in front of us.
You have proven yourself. Rejoice and accept our teachings.
The old man then quickly turned towards us with his arms open, like he just gave us a blessing. Sorry, Your Holiness, but this is too sudden for us to react. We need some time to decide on what to do. The Pope froze in his place, but then quickly got himself back. Of course, I understand that it's so much to get understand in such short notice, so we will leave this room so you two can talk in privacy. A howl of pain was coming from the zombie's cage. Mostly alone. He smiled at us and went outside with the guards, leaving me, Froggy, and the transforming villager alone. What is happening here? They are keeping monsters under the palace.
They seem to want to control them, and I think some of their experiments involve humans. I said that while starting to wonder what I got myself involved in, which made me more worried. "Trader, calm yourself down," Froggy tried to reason with me. "We have to decide now what to do."
I think they're more interested in me than you. I think the only reason they brought you here at all is that you're my friend, and that's a weakness that they can exploit. Once he finished saying that, it made me think. Froggy's whole village was destroyed, and I don't think he managed to make a new friend with his new look. That's why the nobles couldn't actually force him anywhere. Now he's here with me, as a friend. This was an opportunity that the Sultan had to take advantage of and get a hold of Froggy the Witch. This made me more relieved, since I would be kept safe for leverage against the witch. But it also made me very angry, since I'm being used as blackmail against my savior and friend. What should we do then? I don't think they'll let me get out easily if I tell them that I'm not interested. And even if I accept their offer, when the hero will come for sure, they won't let me go on a journey with the Chosen One. That's true. We have to gather more information, since we are not sure what is really happening. Why is the Pope so interested in me? Is the prophecy true? And what are they even trying to teach us? So we will have to accept their offer and look for an opportunity to escape from here. And even if we manage to escape, we'll most likely have to leave the whole country. I tried to summarize the plan. Exactly so. By the way, I'll call you Trader from now on, since it's not a good idea for them to know your real name. You're not the only one that calls me that. I sighed in exasperation. What do you... Froggy was interrupted by the heavy knock on the iron door. Have you two decided yet? I know it's not a good idea to rush such an important decision, but the Sultan would like to know the answer as soon as possible. The old man screamed from the other side. We looked at each other one more time, before nodding our heads in understanding and opening the door. We made our decisions and were ready to meet the Sultan to shear it. The old man's face lit up once he heard that. He then proceeds to quickly guide us back to the throne room, where the Sultan greets us again. I'm blessed to have such heroes in my kingdom. Are you two also willing to pick up the mantle of saviors for this world? Yes, Sultan. We decided to join the training program. I'm glad to hear that. You two shall start as soon as possible. Do you have any requests? I then raised my hand to get Sultan's attention. I would like to have access to the palace library, if possible. The Sultan didn't look too happy to talk with me, which furthered the theory that I'm only here as a liability for my friend. I guess we could arrange that. The Sultan finally agreed after some thinking. I thank you for your generosity, Almighty Sultan. This was a perfect opportunity to gather more information about our surroundings. With this, I could start to plan my actual revenge for imprisoning me and Froggy. And maybe there's a chance that I would actually find some information about my main goal. A way to get back home. Not long after we gave our response, they decided to lead us to our own rooms, where we could stay for the rest of our staying. Fortunately, we weren't too far away from each other, but our rooms were huge, to say the least. I had a double bed with a huge frame, a cauldron with water to wash, a fireplace with a big couch, yellow carpet on the ground, and it even had a balcony that showed the beauty of the city below us. Froggy's room was similar to mine, and once we finally saw our rooms, a servant took Froggy right towards the brewing room, leaving me alone and confused. They are really eager to have him, I said to myself. I then started to study my room in more details. Could I hide somewhere in here? Could I jump out from here? And after a few minutes of searching, I found out that we are on the 3rd floor, with guards constantly patrolling under us. On the walls there were archers, and I don't think there was something hidden there. Looks like we can't escape through here. Let's go to the library then. I said that, and went towards the closest villager that I could find and asked him to guide me. and after a few minutes, I was in front of a huge doorway that led to the biggest library I have ever seen. It was like I was living in a movie, with walls filled with books, and there were multiple floors filled with full bookshelves. Everything was illuminated by lanterns, and at the ceiling, there was glass that let the sunlight to come in. Well, it's time for research. Chapter 34. Life's Complicated. Bobby. After a long and tiring journey, I finally arrived at the front of a huge gate, which was guarded by guards that had iron armor. The palace was huge, with 5 big towers that each had a golden bell in it. The roof was made with oxidized copper that gave a beautiful sight, while the rest of the building was made with wood and stone bricks. But while I was admiring the architecture, a guard came my way. "Stop right there! What's the reason for your visit?" one of the guards came at me. "I'm Bobby, and I was called here by Princess Beatrice." "Please wait here while we check this information." "I have a book signed by her if this would help." I said that as I took the book from my inventory to show it. He looked at me, then at the book in my hand, and back at me before taking the book to look at it. "It's signed by Her Majesty." "Well, guide you to her chamber then." And like that, I passed the imposing wall with no problem. We walked for a short while before another servant took me to show me the exact room with the princess. And after a few minutes, I was finally in front of the most important person that I'd seen in my entire life. Princess Elizabeth Mending. She was a tall woman with blue eyes and blonde hair. She wore a red dress that made her look very imposing and powerful. "Bobby is a student that likes to work hard and has a brewing talent, it's what I heard. It's nice meeting you, and I'm sorry for the late greeting," she said, while raising her arm to greet me. "It's not a problem, Your Highness. I'm sure you had your challenges before you could contact me." I shook her hand awkwardly. "I know that it sounds like a bad excuse on my part, but it's true. Father has recently gotten sick, so the political field started to get pretty ruthless, and my odds don't look too good." I was lucky that my second brother made a mistake and lost a team of powerful knights on a stupid collect mission. I think she was talking about the last team of knights that the tribe took out. I guess I helped her indirectly somehow, which I didn't know how to feel about it. "I know that you intended to hire me to make potions, but I'm not sure what you need me for now, since it's been a very long time since I made any progress." That was not even close to the truth. I made a lot of progress ever since I went to the Nether, especially when I made potions for the tribe. I even managed to level up my skill again. But she didn't know that. She didn't need to know, yet at least. I wanted to see what I was needed for first, before I could decide what my next course of action should be. "That is a valid worry to have. You've been kicked out of the academy too early and unjustly, and you've been sent out at the edge of a nation in hopes of you dying. I'm sure you had plenty of worries when you got there. I can't give you back the lost years from the academy, but I can give you enough resources that would help you level up extremely fast. So do you want to work for me?" She held her hand for me to accept the deal, with only a shake of the hands. "I'm pretty tempted by the offer, but I don't want to be ever thrown out like I'm a broken tool. I want to have some stability. I want to have access to the royal library and to get a pass in the royal garden where you get the potions ingredients. I wanted to research more about what the trader showed and told me. I also wanted to find out if there is a way to control monsters. And if I get approved to see the garden, I'll most likely get access to the Nether as well, where I could supervise the fortress and its teams. And with that information, I could warn the tribe if the kingdom is looking for revenge on them. We help them too much for them to vanish all of the sudden, and they're the only ones that can help find out what happened to Trader. I'm more than sure that he's not dead. He has to be alive. I could give you access to certain areas of the library, but seeing the garden is not that easy.
If you show your usefulness, I could make an exception, and maybe make you my right hand, where you'll have access to the garden." The princess tried to encourage me, but I knew the true reason why she couldn't show me the garden. After all, their garden is a whole other dimension. One pretty hot as well. If I can make fire resistance potions, I'm sure that would increase her reputation in the political world, since they lost the Striders to get their magical milk. And, lucky for me, I was at level 5 on the brewing skill, which meant that I could make the potions.
And if her reputation would increase, my chances increase as well. I just need to hide those precious ingredients that I got from the fortress, somewhere where not everyone could see.
I'll take the deal then. Could I perhaps get a private room where I can store some items safely without someone stealing them? Are you implying that my home is a place full of thieves? She said with an angry voice which made me tremble a little. I'm not saying that, but I'm sure that when I'll start to catch the attention of your brothers, they'll start to sabotage me in any way they can, to make me stop or get me on their side. I tried to reason for myself, which made her calm down a little. That could happen, I guess. Follow me then. She then went into the corner of the room where a block that I had never seen stood. It was dark, with some green, and it even had something that resembled an eye. This is an ender chest, a specialty from the Coral Nation. It's a chest that only you can have access to it.
Wherever you put it here, you can find it in any ender chest all over the world,
and only you have access to it. Try to put something in it. What she described to me sounded like a magical chest, and a very convenient way to safely keep your valuables. But I didn't want to put something precious from the start, so I took the book that I got from the princess and put it in the chest. She then proceeded to put a stick in the chest as well. Now check the contents of the chest and be surprised. And I did as I was told. Once I opened the chest tab, I was surprised to see that only the book was there, and not together with a stick. This is amazing! It is indeed, but unfortunately only the Coral Kingdom knows how to make them, and they don't sell them for cheap, she said with a disappointed voice. There are 6 ender chests in total, 1 for every member of the family, and 1 in the throne room for everyone to access. You can use that one if it's not occupied, and in case of an emergency, you can use mine. Is this good enough? This is perfect for me. Thank you. I said that as I quickly started to put my precious ingredients into the magical chest. I'm glad to hear that, Bobby. Welcome to the team. POV. Blue Flame. The way back home was not a pleasant journey, to say the least. The explorer didn't come to our meeting place even after a few hours of waiting, and Bobby didn't take it too well. He's still in shock and walks empty-minded through the hotlands. And I understand his feelings. I feel more frustrated from this than anyone, since I was the one that was supposed to know more about this fortress. I said that this fortress was abandoned, and they trusted me. They even paid us a lot through the recent battle with the outsiders. I even blame myself for suggesting gathering information in the first place. If I didn't say that, maybe we could have avoided this accident. The walk back home was filled with pressing silence. I tried to talk with Bobby from time to time, but he was like an empty husk, just nodding his head from time to time and kept walking. Finally, after a few days, we arrived at his portal. I thought getting him back to his world would make him feel better than staying in the tribe, and the fact that he finally spoke in days made me believe that the choice was right. With that done, I had to get back home and bring the bad news to my chief as well. It was never a good feeling to be the one that brings the bad news. But it had to be done, so, after a few hours, I was back in the tribe, waiting outside a wooden door. It was Undying's house. Let's do this. I took a deep sigh and knocked on the door. Who is it? You can come in. A voice was heard from the other side, and I opened the door as instructed. Inside stood a woman with red hair working on a crafting table. She just finished making some arrows before turning to me.
Oh, it's you, Blue. What happened? What makes you think that something happened? You usually barge in here like it's your own house. The only time when you're not doing that is when you've done something bad. So what happened?
I did not realize that. But you're right, I bring bad news from the last expedition. The journey towards the fortress was long but relatively safe, but once we got there we saw that the fortress was not abandoned as we thought. There were black skeletons that were moving in order like there were sentience.
But didn't you tell me last time when you read about it that it was supposed to be empty?
Yes, I did, but it wasn't like that once we got there.
Weird. So that's the bad news? They feel like we scammed them? She said with a disappointed sigh, which I completely understood. If that would have been the case, that would have severely damaged our relationship with them, and we would lose the connection to a world filled with resources that we can't get.
If only it was that simple. Unfortunately not. We decided to explore the fortress and gather some information about what happened and found some treasures. We got too greedy and went too deep, and they found us. She froze when I said that, but kept listening. We tried to run, but it was too late. So the explorer decides to distract them while we snuck out with an invisible potion. We managed to do that with his help, but I think he died while taking out the one controlling the monsters. Once I finished telling her what happened, she took a deep breath.
You did what? What was the point of trading your life for some stupid treasure? Not only we lied to them about the fortress, they also lost life there.
This is worse than the worst-case scenario. We would be lucky if Bobby won't reveal the location of our tribe to the outsiders as revenge.
I didn't think of that. And while I don't see Bobby doing that, he was also devastated by this incident. That maybe something snapped inside him that would change his way of thinking. What should we do then? We have to apologize to Bobby and make everything in our power to make him forgive us. But I already sent him through the portal. How are we supposed to contact him now? Then we have to get into their world, where we could contact him, she said with a serious face. But how? You told me yourself that we can't go into their world without getting affected by it. She forcefully put her hand on my shoulder. I may have a plan that would work out, but I need your help for that. Chapter 35. Plans to escape. It's been a few days since I've been stuck in this palace. The library was huge, so I was not bored while looking through it. There were stories about history that taught me a lot about this world, like the fact that every nation has its specialty. The Sandstone Kingdom is specialized in enchanting items. The ruler of this country has to have level 7 in the enchanting skill before they can even be considered a candidate for the throne. They're also the only nation that knows how to break the obsidian block, which they keep close to their hearts as a secret. With that resources, they have certain advantages in trading with the Coral Kingdom to get some good deals, since they live in a desert after all. The Coral Kingdom is the only kingdom that is not connected to the unclaimed land, which sounds like a good thing, but they have their challenges with the monsters as well. While they're the only nation that is connected to the sea, it also brings problems called drawn and phantoms every now and then to challenge their warriors. Their specialty is crafting. It's not a nation ruled by a king or nobility. They have a hierarchy of who is the richest is also the smartest. A country is a big place for trading. There travels wealth unimaginable to normal people every day. It was a fascinating thing to read about. The Stone Kingdom has a speciality in the brewing skill, since it's the only nation that has access to blaze powder and other resources from an unknown source. A fan fact about the royalty there is that their name is Mending, which is connected to every royalty because each one of them has a trade with mending, surprisingly. This is a way to show that they are chosen by the system by being given a rare trade that only they have access to. Now, I don't know if they're truly born this way, or they just keep changing jobs until they got the desired book, like in the game.
but this is one factor that keeps them in the ruling line for sure.
From what I read in the books that I saw, the other kingdoms don't know about the existence of the Nether, and I think not even the Stone Kingdom knows the existence of the End dimension. And finally, but not least, the unclaimed land. This territory was bigger than even the 3 nations combined. With such a vast, empty land, why is nobody trying to occupy it? Well, it's a simple reason for that. The whole land was filled with monsters, and while the nobles were equipped enough to deal with some monsters, it wasn't as easy as it seems. The deeper you go, the more monsters you meet. Some of them won't stop spawning, even when you put a light source down. And even if you manage to go through all of that to find the lost cities and their forgotten knowledge, you'll be stopped by the biggest obstacle: corruption. The deeper you go, the closer you get to the battlefield that took place a long time ago. Even if the portal was closed, the corruption was still there, slowly expanding its domain.
When a villager stands for some time in corruption, a change starts to appear in them. They suddenly lose their speech and reasoning. They become the villagers that Bobby was tasked to take care of. That's how you become an outcast in here. Luckily, I was spawned pretty close to a nation, so I didn't have to deal with too many monsters. And I don't know if the corruption would affect me the same way as the villagers. But I wasn't only reading in the library this whole time. I tried to meet with my witch friend to see what he learned and what kind of propaganda he was going through. But I haven't been able to see him those past few days, which was not a good sign to see. So I felt that I needed to do something to help him, something that could help both of us. I needed a way to escape from this beautiful prison. But I already started to see some trouble in my escape plan. My genius idea was a classic one, that was so foul-proof that nothing could go wrong. Dig a tunnel.
But I had to be careful while digging the tunnel, since I had people watching after me from various corners of the library. Once I found a place where I was pretty sure that I was not seen, I started to dig down on the wooden floor, which took longer than usual since I only had an iron pickaxe to use. After a few minutes of hitting the wooden block, I was finally able to break it, which showed me a sandstone block. Jackpot! I then started to break that block as well, which was faster since I used the pickaxe. But while I started to plan how I should meet with Froggy and escape this place, I was blocked by a block that I never expected to see here. An obsidian block. What's an obsidian block doing here? It can't be that this whole palace is on top of an obsidian platform. I broke some more blocks, only to see more and more obsidian under me. There were 3 blocks between the floor and the obsidian base.
I know that Sandstone Kingdom is special, because it knows how to break obsidian. But I don't think there's enough lava in this whole desert to cover the whole palace. I had to stop digging, since my supervisors were starting to wonder where I am. I quickly covered the small tunnel that I just did, and opened a book right before the librarian checked me from the corner. "Excuse me, sir. Do you know, perhaps, how can I find my friend Froggy?" The man looked surprised that I talked with him. "Are you referring to the hero that can cure the infected?" "That's him." "He's too busy. You can't meet him yet." "What do you mean, he's too busy to meet me? What's he doing?" "He's going through the program that would let him be a good companion for the hero, of course." "Wasn't I supposed to take the same course as him?" Yeah. I think they forgot about you." The librarian tried to avoid his eyes from mine once he said that. That was a weird reaction to have. He looks like he does know where my friend is, but doesn't want to help me. Then it hit me. The Sultan wanted to keep the 2 of us separated as looming as possible so he can have control over Froggy's movement. This made my mouth taste sour, so I decided to end my learning for today and digging plans and try to search for my friend more carefully, even if they didn't want to guide me.
I exited the library and started to wander around the place, trying to remember every path that I took so I won't get lost. I managed to walk for a few minutes like that before a guard with iron armor stopped me. "Sorry, sir. What are you looking for?" "I'm looking for my friend. You can recognize him by the title of the witch." "I think I recognize that name. Follow me, and I'll be guiding you there." The guard responded calmly, which took me by surprise. I expect to be told that I'm not supposed to meet him like the librarian, but the guard seemed more friendly and just led me along the hallway.
After a few minutes of walking, we stood outside a door that I was quick to recognize. "This is my room. What does that have to do with my friend Froggy's location?" I asked the guard, confused about the situation. "Your friend is too preoccupied for now, so he requested to be left alone until he is free again," the guard answered with a smile, which left me shocked, realizing that I've just been tricked. "I wish you a pleasant day, sir." He then turned and left me alone. I was frustrated by what just happened and went into my room. At least there's some privacy in my room. Maybe I should start making plans about escaping in here from now on. Unfortunately, I was on the second floor, so I couldn't mine underneath my room. Or maybe I could. I broke a block from the floor in one of the corners of my room, and underneath was a room filled with barrels on the walls. Is this a storage room? I looked more carefully around the room in case someone was there, but fortunately for me, I was alone. I then carefully climbed down and looked through the barrels, only to see food in them. There was cooked and uncooked meat. There was bread and there was milk. Every kind of meal that I could think was here. But what truly caught my attention was the barrel that was full of coal. This must be the storage room for the kitchen. I hope nobody will be mad if I take some coal with me. I then took out a stack of coal and put it in my inventory before getting back to my room. The only thing that I was missing was some wood, and I could finally make some torches that can light up the tunnels that I would make under the palace. That way, I won't have problems with monsters who would suddenly appear while I work on a way out. I then went outside my room again and walked towards the guard that was suddenly by my door, guarding it. "Hey there, is there a facility where I can increase my level of crafting?" The guard looked suspiciously at me. "Yes, we do have such a room. It's the crafting room, but it only has materials for the first 3 levels." I guess I'll have to use what I have. I don't want to fall behind my friend and not make any progress. I know I don't have a brewing talent, but I want to help the hero in any way that I can. While the guard was still suspicious of me, he still guided me to the crafting room. It was a big room, with a few crafting tables here and there, but the rest of the room was filled with labeled chests. I went towards the one that was filled with wood and took some sticks and planks out. With the new materials that I got, I could finally make what I truly wanted: torches. I made 4 stacks of torches, which took around half an hour to make, and I also used some of the wood to make some chests where I would put the blocks that I'll mine. With everything done, I started to look more carefully around the room to see if there was something else that caught my attention. There were chests filled with wood, some with stone and cobblestone, and the rest with wheat. This is truly for the first 3 levels of the crafting skill. Once you get to level 4, there is no iron that can help you get to the next level faster. I took a bit more wood with me and some wheat. I kept the wood in my inventory while I used the wheat to craft some bread. If I was stuck here, why shouldn't I profit from the free stuff and increase my levels, even if it is only by a small percentage? So for the next few hours, I was crafting bread, which was a weird concept as always. I even put some bread in the furnace to bake while I was working, so by the end of my grinding session, I had enough bread that I could take with me on my escape, so I won't keep eating the golden carrots. With everything that I needed in my inventory, I went towards my room, with the guard right behind me. But once I got in my room, he stopped right at the door without taking a step closer. Time to see how much I can dig. I then took out my pickaxe. Chapter 36. We finally meet P.O.V. Froggy. I was taken into a room by this librarian, almost with force. The room was one that I would dream about from time to time. It had a few brewing stations, not some old cauldron like I had in my house. There were chests full of ingredients for making potions, but not for all the potions. Nobody knows all the potions besides the Stone Kingdom, and they're not too willing to share it with the other nations. But this isn't a problem for me. Ever since I've become a witch, my head was filled with information about every potion possible, and what every potion does. That's why I knew that trader's curing method would work. My head is in a mist with all the information that I have, so I have to concentrate on the specific thing so I could remember what I want. This may sound like an awesome ability to have. I suddenly got struck by lightning, and I get my brewing skill up to level 7, which would make me a master in any kingdom that I'll go in. But there's no such a thing as a free power. There had to be a downside as well. My skin got lighter, I got uglier, and the most damaging of them all is that my system is now broken. Skills _ crafting level 3. Error _ brewing level 7. 1,235,500 / Puppikout. I had never seen or heard about such a skill tab. The error message usually appears only when you reach the max level on a skill, but it appears on my crafting skill, which is only level 3, and the brewing skill just got even weirder. Before I was changed, I had levels in my crafting skill like any regular villager. I was one of the few people that managed to get to level 4, which was a rare sight to see in such a small village. I could see a bright future for me, with hard working and my high-level skill combined. But everything changed on that stormy night, which was a rare sight to see in the desert. I was outside taking care of the chickens so they could get back safely, when all of a sudden I was in intense pain. I heard the chickens dying around me, with sounds of flames surrounding me. I was in pain for what felt like hours, but was most likely just a few minutes. Once I was finally able to gather enough strength to get up, I was greeted by another sight of horror. Beyond the small wall of flame was my village, which was getting attacked by a horde of monsters that appeared out of nowhere. I started to panic and took my stone shovel from my inventory, and in pain, with my hands trembling, I hit the first zombie that I saw. But when I hit the zombie, I was not overwhelmed by the horde as I expected. Instead, only the zombie that I hit started to attack me, while the others ignored me like I wasn't even there. After a few good swings, I finally managed to defeat the monster and quickly went to the next one. But even after all of that, I was too late. The monsters managed to slaughter everyone in the village, except for me. I could see familiar faces walking on the dirt path with empty and dead expressions. They were infected and turned into monsters as well. And when I thought that things couldn't get any worse, the sun finally got out of the rainy clouds, which brought light all over the broken village. And with the sun out, the zombies started to burn and whine in agony. So even in death, my friends and family had to suffer for one last time. I shook my head as I tried to lack up those memories again. This is the place where you can try all the potions that you ever wanted to. I'm sure that even though you have such a high level, you didn't have the resources to use to its full potential. Here, we want to help you use it. The librarian smiled at me like he was doing me a huge favor with this. But I'm more than sure that they'll take the potions that I make as soon as I finish them. But even if I knew that, I couldn't complain to his face since I was a detained honor guest. I'm thankful for such an opportunity, and I'm sure to use it fully, I responded with a smile, which seems to satisfy the librarian. I'll be here to answer any questions that you have, with recipes and with resources. You don't need to feel restrained. I smiled at that, and for the next few hours, I was as clueless as possible about some of the recipes that I already knew.
But after everything was over and he stashed the potions in a chest, I decided to go and meet with Trader to see how's he doing. But once I got to his room, I was surprised to see it empty.
I then asked a guard that stood there.
"Sorry to bother you, but do you know by any chance where my friend could be?" The guard looked surprised to see me. "Sir Witch, your friend is at the library studying right now, I believe." That would make sense. He did request access to the library so he could gather some more information. This is a pretty good idea to request, since the palace must have a vast library of knowledge of all sorts of things. He is probably looking for a way to get us out of here. Maybe I should visit him to see how's he doing. I'm glad that he's doing so well. Where is the library, by the way? The guard started to look more uncomfortable when I said that. Your friend said that he didn't want to meet with you now, sir. He said that he wanted some privacy for a while. That was a weird response.
I'm more than sure that Trader doesn't want to isolate himself from me without a reason, which leaves out the only other option, which is to separate the two of us as long as possible. I wanted to insist on finding out the location of the library, at least, but the guard's lips were pretty sealed on that matter, so I had to give up for now. I decided to just stay in my room until he'll come back to his room, or look for me as well. But after a few hours of waiting, I was starting to get tired, so I decided to go to sleep. The next day, I was served a meal and then brought back into the brewing room, where I made more potions, and the librarian tried to teach me my job, which he did a very bad job. It kept going like that for a few days when I tried to meet with Trader, but he was too busy in the library or was increasing his level of crafting skill. I tried to be more forceful with the guards and the servants, but that only ended up with me changing my rooms, so I won't bother them so often.
But after a few days of this going on and off, I got mad and decided to lock myself in a room, and I told them that I won't get out until I will meet with my friend Trader. I felt like a child that throws a tantrum to his parents that he didn't get the gift he wanted on his birthday. They tried to reason with me with empty promises, but I stood my ground. I didn't want to be manipulated anymore. And after a few hours, I heard a knock on the door. "I told you already, I won't come out until I can meet with my friend." "Well, congratulations, you managed to convince them. They finally let me meet you." I was presently surprised to hear Trader's voice, so I quickly broke the blocks that held the door. "How was your reading time? I heard you got tired of me and didn't want to be bothered while you studied." I said that with a big smile on my face. "I was too busy studying? What about you?" I was told you were too busy with the training to meet me. He came into the room and closed the door behind him right as someone else tried to come in, and he managed to block the door with 2 blocks at unbelievable speed. "What are they making you do in that training course anyway?" "Just potions. Theirs trying to teach me how to brew potions from scratch like I haven't been doing this for the past few years. I already know all the potions recipes ever since I've become a witch. And the last gift you gave me, it's more expensive than everything they have in that room. I mean, do you know how hard it is to get a pufferfish in this desert? They don't even have a recipe for that. They have an incomplete manual for brewing potions, which doesn't surprise me since the Stone Kingdom has a monopoly on that information." "You seemed to have that pent up for a long time. Are you feeling better now?" I just sighed when he said that. "You have no idea how much better I feel."
I had to look dumb to that librarian so he wouldn't get too suspicious of me. "How did your studying go? Managed to find a way out yet?" Once I mentioned that, he started to look more uncomfortable, which wasn't a good sign to see. "Let's say that I didn't waste time and tried to find a way where we could escape. And the best thing that I came up with was a tunnel that would get us out." "A tunnel? That would take us ages to get out." "That would be a problem if it was a normal person doing it. But here's another secret about me." He then proceeded to take out an iron pickaxe and hit the stone floor. But what truly surprised me was that after 5 hits, the sandstone block broke, which is impossible since I'm more than sure that the pickaxe wasn't enchanted. How did you break the block so fast?
It should take way more than this to break it normally. That's one of my secrets. I can break blocks faster than the average person, and I can also place blocks almost instantly. He then covered the hole with the same block that he took in an instant, which again is a surprise, since it would take around 2 seconds to place a block normally. How did you do that? That's a little secret of mine for now. What I wanted to tell you is that even if I can break the normal blocks fast, I can't break obsidian with this pickaxe. Why would you need to break obsidian in the first place? He didn't respond to my question, but instead, he started to make a hole in the ground again. I looked confused at what he was doing, and when I wanted to ask what he was doing, he finally responded. You can see it yourself. He pointed at the obsidian under his feet, which surprised me.
What's that obsidian doing there?
I don't know, but it's under the whole palace for sure. How did they find so much obsidian? I thought it was a rare block and very hard to break. I'm as confused as you, my friend. For the past few days I've been digging tunnels in hopes to find an exit, but it's too hard to do it without barking at someone's floor accidentally. I can see the problem as well. So what's the plan then? I don't have that much of a plan, so for now I'll keep digging until I'll find a way out for us. I didn't like the sound of that plan, but I guess it's better than nothing. We had to stop our secret meeting there, since the servants and the guards started to break the door with the barricade. We have to stop here for now. I'll dig a tunnel to your room and we can talk more often then, Trader said, which I was quick to agree with. He closed the hole he'd just made, and the guards finally managed to break the door. Dear hero, please don't scare us like that. If you needed some alone time with your friend, you could have just said so. You didn't need to use such extreme measures. What if something happened to you, and we couldn't help? The librarian looked at me worried, which made me sigh. I'm sorry, mister. I didn't want to scare you like this. Fortunately, I just finished my discussion with my friend, so I'm ready to get back to business as usual. His face lit up once he heard what I said. We can forget such a small mistake, as long as you're getting back to training. Come this way, hero. Time must not be wasted. With a final sigh, I went after him. It would be a boring few weeks, for sure. Chapter 37. Through the Portal, POV, Undying Flame. For the next few days, I gathered enough materials to let Blue make some potions that I think would help me survive in the other world.
He seemed surprised when I first told him about my plan. He didn't like it. He tried to stop me, but I had to remind him that I had to be the one that should do this risky mission, to show our sincerity. After a few grunts, he accepted it, only if I promised that I wouldn't die stupidly with this plan. I just laughed and said to him that I planned to die in battle. Now I was with Blue, in front of the portal, and he finally handed me the potion. I don't know where you got this idea, but theoretically it should work. This is a Regeneration 2 potion that is only possible because of the materials that I got from the fortress. From what Bobby told me, there's no such thing as a level 2 potion in their world. The system doesn't let them. But our world doesn't follow the system, so I could make it from some ancient scrolls. But this is my first time making such a potion, so I don't know how long it would last. After the long explanation, he finally handed me to the potion.
Thank you, Blue Flame, and sorry for making you worry so much. He just gave me a tired smile and nodded his head. I then turned towards the portal and took a deep breath before passing to the other side. I didn't feel any different in the first few moments, maybe just a bit colder than usual, which was a new experience. But I didn't have to wait for too long before my head started to hurt, and my stomach was next as well. I quickly had to take the regeneration potion before I couldn't move from the pain. Once the liquid run through me, I could feel the change right away. I could feel my health fighting back the sickness, and even overcoming it. Are you okay there? Blue asked, concerned.
Yes, I've never felt better, actually. It works, Blue.
I can go to another dimension without dying. I'm glad to hear that, Chief, but you have to move quickly before the time runs out.
How long does it last?
The normal regeneration potion would last around an hour, but because this one is a better version than the original one, it would last shorter, so about half an hour. I was shocked to hear about the short time I had in my hands. Most of the potions usually last between 2 to 3 hours, but now I'm in an underground tunnel in a new world, and I have to find someone in just half an hour. I still have 2 more potions, don't forget. He then carefully passed me the bottles through the portal, which I quickly took. Good luck out there, Chief, and don't die. I nodded and started to climb the ladders. The portal was deeper than I thought. The black stone turned gray, and finally, I was in another long and cramped tunnel. I continued walking until I arrived at a huge room filled with chests and a lot of other entrances to different tunnels. I curiously looked around, but the tunnels seemed like they were spreading endlessly. Is this how they mined for iron? How did they manage to mine so much in such a short time? I looked in one of the chests, and I was shocked by the number of block. But what truly shocked me was the amount of gold they had. It was stacks upon stacks of gold. It was so much gold in this chest that it would make a normal pigling think it was dreaming. I knew they were not normal, but not this abnormal. They could have bought the whole tribe 3 times over if they wanted to. I decided to close the chest, since I didn't want to be tempted more than I already was. I looked around some more until I found another ladder that was going up. I guess I'm still going up. So I started to climb the ladder toward a strange light, but once I got to the top, I was beyond shocked by what I saw. Something cold run through my lather clothes. The colors of everything were so vibrant, and the ceiling was so high that I couldn't even see it. I didn't know how to react. I knew that it was a different dimension, but I didn't expect the difference to be so big. It felt like everything was overwhelming me, and I didn't know what to do. Focus, Undying. You have a mission to do, and it's timed on top of that. The slap brought me back to reality, so I finally started to act more rationally. I looked around some more, and I saw some storage houses made of cobblestone and another brown block that I didn't recognize. This must be their tribe. With that knowing, I started to walk towards that closed house. There, I finally saw someone that looked like an outsider with their big nous, just wandering through the strange houses. Hey there, do you know where I could find Bobby? The stranger turned towards me with a curious look, but didn't say anything. Can you understand me? I walked closer to him, but suddenly stopped once I saw a huge shadow appearing from the corner of the house. It must have been 3 blocks tall, with broad shoulders and a small head. The creature was white, like the iron armor, and had long arms that almost reached the ground. The creature looked at me, confused, and reached his arm towards me. I tried to run out of its reach, but I was already caught and lifted like I was just a piece of string. The iron creature showed me to the stranger, but he just raised his shoulders like he didn't know what to do with me as well. Since they both seemed confused, the creature just walked from person to person, asking what to do with me. Nobody seemed to know who I was or what I was. Some of them weren't even interested in me. Finally, there was someone that could talk. "Whoa there, big guy. I still can't get used to you. Iron Golem, was it? What do you need?" The person talked with the Iron Giant with a bit of fear in his voice. Hello there, stranger. My name is Undying Flame. Can you please tell this Iron Golem to let me down? He finally seemed to notice me, captured in one of the iron arms. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. Who are you? And what happened to your nous? My nous? That's my normal nous. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Anyway, I came here in search of a man named Bobby. The man got tenser when he heard that name.
Why do you need him?
I want to apologize for a mistake that I and my people did to him. Once he heard that, his expression started to relax.
Then you're a few days too late, I'm afraid. He was called to the palace to meet with the princess, and I didn't hear from him ever since. I'm only here to take care of his village while he is away. My name is Tabi, by the way.
He raised his hand for me to shake it, but, unfortunately, I was only able to just stare at it since I was still held by the golem.
Oh yeah, Iron Golem, you can let her down.
The golem nodded his head and gently let me down. Thank you. When do you think Bobby would come back? I don't know. I'm still waiting for a letter that would tell me his situation. Then I have to get to him. I can't afford to wait for an unknown amount of time. Well, the palace is a few days away from here. A few days? I can't. Suddenly, pain run through my head like never before, followed soon by the pain in my stomach. The potion effect wore off already, so the pain came back with force. I quickly took out a potion from my inventory and drank it like it was no tomorrow, which it was in my case if I didn't. Finally, after the last drop was in my body, I could feel normal again. Are you okay? Toby asked me, worried. Yes, but I better get back home quickly before I run out of potions. Well, as I was saying, Bobby is too far away, and I don't think you know how to get there even if I told you. This wasn't a good thing to hear.
If Bobby went to the palace, maybe he was already telling the people from the fortress about our tribe's location.
I had to do something, and it had to be fast.
Can you perhaps guide me to the palace? Of course, it won't be for free. I could trade you some potions in exchange.
I said that to him while holding the last regeneration potion in my hand. I'm also worried about my friend, so I'll accept your deal. We'll take my horses to get there faster. When do you want to leave? I need a few hours to get ready, so I'll come to you as long as you are still in this village. He nodded his head in understanding, so I started to sprint towards the ladder that went deeper. I almost got lost through the tunnels, but after a few minutes, I was back at the portal where Blue waited for me anxiously. Undying! You're back! Blue said with a relieved voice, which made me realize that I may stayed a little too much in the other dimension. Of course I'm back.
I told you that I wouldn't die in such a stupid way.
He just smiled at my comment and asked me how the apology went. Unfortunately, I didn't meet him. He was called to the palace, apparently, and he didn't respond for a few days. His face started to turn white when he heard that. What are we going to do now? You'll get back to the tribe and move everyone to a new safe location, while I go searching for him to give him the apology. That's too dangerous for you, and I don't think you have enough space in your inventory to hold that many potions. What he said was true. With only half an hour of regeneration, I couldn't make a journey of a few days, so I had to think about a solution.
If only we had some redstone, I could make the potions last longer, even if it's the weaker version.
Redstone? Yeah, it's like the glowstone dust, with the exception that is red. This made me think about the many chests that were in the large room. One of them had a lot of ores, including what I think was redstone dust. I think I can get you one of those, but I have to borrow it from Bobby's chest. He didn't look too comfortable with the notion of almost stealing, but understood the cause. So I quickly got up the stairs and run through a few chests until I finally found the redstone dust, which I took a stack. Blue thanked me and started to brew the potions right then. After a few minutes of waiting, the first batch were ready. Okay, here's one. But be careful since this is only a normal regeneration potion, and it won't be as strong as the last one. I took the potion, passed through the portal, and drank it.
The wait wasn't long before I could feel the change.
It wasn't as strong as the first one, but it was enough to keep it on hold. It's good enough. Make me a few more and I'll leave as soon as possible. I don't think you'll have enough time even if you have the extended potion. Then what do you suggest we do? We don't have a lot of options here.
He took a big breath and then spoke. I'm going to teach you how to do it yourself, and once you know, I'll give you all the ingredients you need to make it yourself. That made me stop and think. And it was a pretty good idea. Only the people in the overworld were limited by the system, and we didn't have that to stop us. That's a pretty good idea. Please, teach me. So far, the next half an hour, we stood at the brewing station, where Blue showed me how to make a regeneration potion. After everything was done, I had the materials, the tools, and a few potions made from the lesson.
Thank you, Blue, again. And take care of the tribe while I'm gone. Bye. I waved my hand and went through the portal once again. It was time to explore the new world. Chapter 38. Enchanting Room. It was a beautiful day outside. The sun spread its warm light over the desert. The people were calmly doing their jobs, and I was also doing my job. I was digging a tunnel to an unknown destination, and the heat of the torches didn't make this job any easier. Why is this place so huge? I yelled in frustration. I took a clock from my inventory to see what time it was, since I felt like I should return to my room before my lunch would come and find it empty. Well, at least they didn't suspect me when the clock mysteriously disappeared. I smiled mischievously at my comment, but only for a short moment before I realized that I may be late for my meal. I quickly put everything back in my inventory and run back toward my room. Unlike the game, I couldn't sprint jump through a too-black tunnel without hurting my head. I had to be satisfied with casual running, while being careful not to accidentally extinguish the torches on the wall. In a few minutes, I was back in the storage room, while carefully claiming into my room. Knock, knock. I'm up. Up. You don't have to knock so hard. I quickly covered the hole in the floor and went to open the door. A female villager was waiting for me on the other side. Your lunch is here, sir. Cooked chicken with some milk. She held a wooden plate with a cooked chicken and a bowl of milk. Thank you. After my long nap, I feel pretty hungry. She just nodded her head and went back to her job. I closed the door behind her and looked at the pressure plate with the food. Still shocked as the first time I saw them use a pressure plate as a small, portable table. I think I'll use this idea as well when I get home. I put the food in my inventory, since I already ate while mining. After all, I had to go through the food storage room to get to my tunnel. I guess I'll have to go to the library soon as well. I stretched my arms, my legs, and waited a few minutes before getting out of my room. Right behind me was a guard that always follows me when I was out of my room. Ever since the day where I wandered aimlessly through the palace in search of Froggy, I always have a guard with me. The only place I had some privacy was in my room, where I only stayed at night and at noon, the time I'm supposed to sleep. Finally, I arrived at the library, where the guard stood at the entrance with the other guards, while I got inside the huge room. I walked for a bit more before the second supervisor came to greet me, the librarian. Hello there, trader. Excited for another day to study? I just can't get enough of it, Clay. This place is too beautiful and rich in knowledge to not use it, I responded with a smile. Clay was happy to hear that and went back to his desk. It was a normal day for him, after all, and since I didn't do too much in the library besides reading, he didn't need to be preoccupied with spying on me. After all, he was a person that liked to read books above doing anything else. I started to browse through the shelves full of books. History of the Sandstone Kingdom, The Great Wall of the Undead, Thousands upon Thousands. Those wore some interesting titles, some of which I read, while others I just browsed through. I finally stopped at one of the books with an interesting tile. Level 1 Enchanting. Oh, I didn't expect to see this book opened to the public. I took it off the shelf and went with my fingers through it. Inside were different pages with the unknown language, but at the top of the page was the name of the enchantment, which greatly helped. It was an interesting book,
and it even had some observations besides each of the enchantments.
How long the text should be, how tall the letters or short must be. I took the book to the nearest table, and with paper and a pen, I started to write down some of the enchantments diagrams. After a few hours of trial and error, I had 3 enchantments in my hand. Efficiency, Unbreaking, Fortune. Of course, each and every one of them was at level 1, but it would greatly improve my mining speed, even if I felt that it would be wasted on a stone pickaxe. If only I could find the ore storage area. Then I could make another iron pickaxe, and I wouldn't feel so stingy with the current one. It's almost broken as well. I talked with myself in frustration, but with a quick shake of my head, I threw those thoughts to the side and went to the librarian, who was deep into his book. "I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Clay, but is there an enchantment room that I could use?" Clay looked up from his book with dissatisfaction.
An enchantment room? Why would you need such a thing?
I have the enchantment skill, and I think it would help me greatly if I could increase it. The villager raised an eyebrow in surprise.
We do have such a room, but I don't think you'll be allowed in it, since it's only for the royal family or special guests to use.
Aren't I also a special guest? The librarian's eyes narrowed at my statement.
You are a special guest for the palace, but I don't think you'll be allowed to use it right now. Maybe if you get permission from one of the royal members, this would change.
And how can I have a meeting with one of them?
That's for you to figure out.
He said that, and then went back to his book while trying to ignore any more attempts to question him more. With a sigh, I decided to end my visiting time at the library for today. I took the papers for each enchantment with me and went outside the library. As I was preparing to get to my room, a voice that I didn't recognize called me.
"Trader! One of the great heroes that came up with the idea of curing the infected.
How do you like your sitting? I hope nobody was rude to you in here."
The person that called for me was a young man, with a white robe that had some golden patterns on it.
"I didn't have any problems in here, O great prince. Every servant was very polite with me all the time."
The boy smiles with satisfaction at my statement.
"I don't think we've met. How did you know that I was the prince?"
"I do recognize that we've never met, but the respect the servants show towards you shows your high status." The prince looked around the hallway more carefully, to see that the servants and the guards were bowing, or half bowing, toward him.
"That is true what you say. I didn't think about that."
"Trader, I've come with an offer for you." The young man suddenly changed the subject. "My father seemed to take great interest in your friend Froggy while choosing to ignore you. Can you guess why?" The young man looked curious about my reaction.
"I'm afraid I don't know what the great ruler thinks, so I can't make a judgment." Of course I knew why he would choose Froggy instead of me. Froggy was already a high-level witch, while I was an unknown bump. I bet he wants to waste as few resources on me as possible. My response didn't seem to please the prince. "What a shame. I thought you were smarter than this. I'm in a good mood today, so tell me, is there anything you desire to make your stay more comfortable?" I looked for an opportunity to enchant some stuff, but I didn't think I would get it so soon. "If I don't have to hold back, can I get access to the enchantment room?" This took the prince by surprise. "I didn't expect you to have the enchantment skill." "Of course I do. I can even show you my work." I took a page from my inventory and showed it to him. He carefully took the page and started to look at it.
"I think you've recently got this skill, if I'm not mistaken."
"Yes. How could you tell?" "I can see the ambition through those writings, but there are some small mistakes here and there. The enchantment table won't even take this page." That surprised me, since I thought I copied it pretty correctly after all. "You don't have to be ashamed about your work. The important thing is that you want to improve yourself. But, for your request, I can make an exception and let you use it." Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness.
For a price, of course. I looked suspicious at him once he said that. What price? Oh, nothing much. You don't have to worry about it. I only need you to do a few enchantments for me. That made me a bit confused. I knew that you needed to have a high level of enchanting before you were even considered a candidate for the throne. So why would he need me to enchant something that he could easily do himself? You don't have to worry so much about that. I only need you to get to level 5, and then you can help me. At level 5, I could make unique enchantments, like mending, flame, and others like that. I still didn't know what he would need me to do, but this would probably be my only chance where I can have access to the enchanting room without having to break in. I'll accept your deal, Prince. He made a small smile when I accepted his deal, and gave me the page back with another book. This book was signed by me. You should be able to get where you want without any problem. I took the book that he gave to me, and looked if it had any traps, if it was even possible, but the only thing that I saw was an empty book signed by Amun. Thank you for your generosity, Sir Amun. He smiled at that, and then guided me to the enchanting room. And it wasn't even that far from the library. I could write the enchantment while I was studying in the huge library. Then I would walk for a few minutes until I could enchant them. The guard at the entrance looked at us before he gently opened the door. Welcome back, Your Highness. It's good to be back indeed. But this time I won't be the one to use the enchanting room. My friend here would like to raise his skill level. Please treat him with respect. I even gave him a token of my appreciation. The guard looked at me before nodding his head in understanding. We then entered the long-awaited room, where I was greeted by a surprisingly small room. The walls were filled with bookshelves, chests, and even some maps. But what really took me by surprise was the obsidian ceiling. Is this whole room surrounded by obsidian? I asked in surprise. Looks like you did learn some stuff from that old and dusty library. Yes, it is. Since only important people use this room, it's only natural to be one of the safest rooms. Of course, because we're the biggest producer of obsidian in this world, why shouldn't we use it as well? The prince said with pride in his voice. Do you have an enchantment that you want to try? He looked at me curiously. With a bit of hesitation, I took the last 2 papers that I had in my inventory and gave them to him. He quickly took them and studied it carefully. Interesting choice, Fortune and Unbreaking. Those are pretty good as well. You can take an empty book from that chest and use it. You do have enough levels, right? I nodded my head and went to get a book from the chest he showed me. I then proceeded to put the 2 pages in the book and went to use the enchanting table that was surrounded by some bookshelves. You can take the lapis from the barrel in the ground. Right beside the enchanting table was a barrel that was full of lapis ore. I took 2 of them and put them in the inventory of the enchanting table. I then let the book float above the magical table and let it do its job. Fortunately, I didn't have to wait for too long before I could feel the experience leave me and the book getting enchanted. Once everything was over, I quickly took the book to see if it worked, and the inventory showed me exactly what I wanted to see. A book with the Unbreaking and Fortune enchantment. A slow clap was heard from behind me, which made me turn around. Looks like the process was a success. It would be a pleasure to do business with you. I don't know what I got into, but now I have a business deal with the royalty. Chapter 39. Journey to the Palace. Pov. Froggy. The past few weeks have been weird. The first few days they tried to teach me how to brew potions, while the rest of the weeks they tried to teach me about the history of our kingdom, which was interesting to hear, with what I think some parts that they exaggerated. But hope wasn't lost. Fortunately, Trader's ability to dig really fast managed to give me some hope that we would get out of here, which calmed my worries a little. I tried to meet with him through more legitimate means, but the servants made some pretty good excuses for how I can't meet him. They even have an axe in case I want to protest again by locking myself in a room, which only made my desire to leave more strong. Outside was night, with the moon above the cold desert. Suddenly I heard a block breaking from the floor. This didn't scare me, I just casually removed the carpet that was on top of the breaking block. Not too long after, light came from the ground, with a person that didn't have a nose. "Bonjour," said the strange person. "You're speaking weird again, trader. How are you doing?" "I'm doing good, thank you for asking. I'm just very tired from all the mining and sneaking that I have to do. I don't know how long I can keep this up." He said that while getting out of the hole. "Well, unfortunately, I don't have a potion that can help you mine faster. I actually feel pretty useless." "Nonsense, Froggy. You're not useless.
Your job is to distract everyone, so they don't look too closely at me. So your job is very especially to our escape plan. So please be as popular as possible." He said that with a smirk on his face. I just shook my head at that comment and handed in the golden carrot.
"Oh, wow. Thanks for the goods. So, how's the program going?"
I took a big sigh. "It's just boring. I don't make potions anymore, so they started to teach me how to fight and some history. It was interesting at the beginning, but I think I'm not made for this. I like to throw potions at the enemies than to swing a sword at them." He nodded his head in understanding. "Well, I also have some good news and bad news for me. I heard some of the servants that they are starting to prepare for the New Year party that would happen in a month, so that would be the best time to escape from here, since everyone would be distracted." "That's good to hear. What's the bad news, then?" "I have to find a way out in only 1 month." He gave a tired sigh, which I totally understood. While I do a lot of work with my program, it's not as stressful as his job. He has to appear busy in public during the day, and at night, when he's supposed to be asleep, he's actually digging a tunnel. The only thing that keeps him somehow energetic is the golden carrots, surprisingly. Fortunately, I had plenty to give. It's not that as bad as it sounds. From all the digging that I've done, I think that I know where most of the things should be. The only thing that would make me worry would be if the walls were connected with the obsidian foundation. Then we'll be in an obsidian box, and it would be a nightmare to break out. That didn't sound like an ideal thing to find out.
"Is there a way that I can help out?" "I don't think we can make a beacon, and it would be too obvious. Maybe if you can get me an iron or diamond pickaxe, I can enchant it and mine everything faster." I'll see what I can do." With the serious conversation out of the way, we started to talk more casually until he had to leave to get some rest. I didn't pay too much attention since I was thinking about how I could help my friend to make his tunneling easier. The pickaxe wasn't an easy tool to get, or not easy enough to not rise suspicion. But after a few twists and turns, I decided to just ignore everything and went to bed to get some sleep. The next morning, I woke up to the brutal shaking of my blanket, which did terribly for my sweet dreams. "Sir, please wake up. The instructor waits for you outside to start the training." With a grant, I got out of my comfortable bed and ate some breakfast before heading down to do my morning exercise. Time to start another day, I guess. POV. Undying Flame. The start of the journey was slow. Even with the help of the horse, which was an amazing experience, we were still not moving fast enough. Mostly because I was easily distracted by everything that I saw. The green trees, the colored ground, the beautiful flowers. Everything was a new experience for me. Because of this, I almost forgot a few times to drink my regeneration potion to keep me alive. I talked with Tabi on the road, which was a great source of information. He said that there were places like the village I've been to, but much bigger, with lots more people roaming the streets. But there wasn't such a thing as an iron golem, since this was surprisingly only in this village specifically. That took me by surprise, since an intimidating guard like that would be pretty useful in any situation to have. I didn't tell him about my place,
or why I want to meet with Bobby specifically.
Fortunately, he seems satisfied enough to know that I want to apologize to him, even though he doesn't know why, which I was very grateful for. Finally, we stopped our horses to make our camp for tonight, since it started to get dark. We'll camp here tonight, and tomorrow afternoon we should arrive at the palace. I nodded in understanding and started to put the fence around our small camp. While I didn't see many mobs from my dimension, I did see some interesting monsters in the distance. Some were green, there was the occasional skeleton, and even a four-legged creature that seems to greatly discomfort my guide. With everything done, we stayed at the worm campfire, which brought me some comfort. It reminded me of home, even if the heat was not even a little bit comparable. "So, how long have you known Bobby?" He asked an unexpected question. "Not too long. I only had the chance to meet with him recently when he was with his friend. The two of them helped us greatly with our recent conflict, but unfortunately we couldn't repay them as much as they helped us. We actually did the opposite. We had incomplete information about a certain location, which ended up with his friend's death." The more I talked, the worse I felt. That's why I want to meet with him as soon as possible, so I can apologize for our mistakes. This seems to put Toby thinking, as he didn't seem too eager to continue the conversation. At least he didn't resent me, which I greatly appreciate. We stayed a few more minutes in silence before I said that I'll be the first one to sleep, while he stays for the night shift. He nodded his head in understanding and wished me a good night. I was suddenly awake by the noise of a shield blocking an arrow. I quickly got up and assisted the situation. We were surrounded by a small horde of monsters. The green ones were stopped by the fence, but the skeletons were still able to shoot arrows at us. I quickly got up and equipped my shield to help in the fight. Arrows were coming towards us. Lucky they didn't manage to hit us, since everyone was so cramped that it was hard to aim at us. And while we were being attacked, we weren't necessarily in danger. We only had to take out our swords and slash at the fence area to kill them. After a few intense minutes of fighting, we could finally see the hope at the end of the tunnel. The archers were killed first, and the rest of the zombies couldn't damage us. "I think we can finish this fight pretty soon," Toby happily announced, which suddenly made me worry. And as I feared, something we didn't expect occurred. Another green monster joined the small horde, but this one was shorter. This one was much different than the others. "It's a creeper! Get away from it!" Toby said with a panicked voice. The creeper started to inflate itself, and right before it was about to explode, an Enderman appeared out of nowhere and punched the creeper in the face. The knockback was powerful enough to push the creeper away from the fence. Then, a powerful explosion was heard, and a new hole was created in the ground. But it didn't affect the fence. Both of us were shocked about what we just witnessed, and before we could get the chance to recover, the Enderman teleported in front of us and started to scream at us. My heart stopped, expecting a powerful blow at any second. But after the tall monster finished its scream, it stood back up, looked around, and then teleported away. For the next few minutes, there were no sounds, with the exception of the small horde of zombies. Did the Enderman help us? I think so. After we decided we won't be surprised attacked by the helpful monster, we got back to finishing the last zombies that were screaming at the fence. Finally, after everything was done, the sun came out, bringing the corpses on the ground, leaving the battlefield empty. Do monsters help you in this world? What do you mean, in our world? But no, this is the first time I've seen something like this. The monster just pushed away the creepers so it won't destroy our fence, and then screamed at us but chose not to attack us. We both took a deep breath and decided to take a break before leaving again. Luckily, while the horses got scared by this surprise, they didn't manage to break the lead. After an hour of resting and eating, we got back on the horses and went straight towards the palace.
The rest of the day was uneventful. We passed by trees and sometimes some wild animals before finally arriving at the first site of civilization. Tabi called it a city. It was a huge gathering of houses, and it was even bigger than the bastions of those brutes. Everything was surrounded by powerful walls, and guards were constantly on them.
Inside, there were some strange houses that were squeezed together, only leaving space for the road, which was filled with people.
This place is amazing. How many people are there?
The city? It should be a few tens of thousands. The city is indeed amazing. And how everything works inside it's so different that it feels like a different world. But we won't go in there. Or at least, not yet.
What do you mean?
The palace is not here. This city only grew because it was close to the palace. Follow me. We then galloped for a few more hours before arriving at another amazing structure. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before. It had tall towers, it had large walls, and it was imposing. I couldn't even begin to imagine how many resources it would take to build something like this. And I don't even want to think about how many people are needed to run this place. We soon arrived at the gate, where some imposing guards came towards us.
Were you invited by someone to come here?
The guard looked at Tabi while asking the question. Yes, I was invited by my friend called Bobby. You can send a message to him that his friend Tabi has arrived. The guard looked suspiciously at us before sending someone to check on the information. I got closer to Tabi and whispered to him. I thought you didn't get any letters from Bobby, so how did you get invited? I didn't get any letter that invites me, but they don't need to know that. Once Bobby hears that we're here for him, he'll lie for us to be able to get in, he whispered back. I needed in understanding, and also was impressed by his cleverness. After about an hour waiting, the guard finally came back, saying that we were allowed to get in. With that permission, we passed the imposing walls. It was time to apologize for my mistake. I hope Bobby will be willing to forgive us. Chapter 40. Possible Danger. It was a normal day for me. I've been to the library where I copied as many enchants as possible, and after I felt tired from all of that, I then would go to the enchanting room, where I'll try to get them enchanted. Some of them were accepted, while others didn't get any reaction from the enchanting table. It was very frustrating at that time, since it didn't show me what was wrong, nor did I have someone that could teach me what I did wrong. At least I made improvements with my enchanting skill, and I also decided to enchant only the paper, even if it was a temporary thing. I didn't want to give those guys more materials than necessary, even though they could have done this job a lot better and faster than me, and with this method, I didn't occupy too much inventory, which I'm sure they appreciated. I don't think level 1 enchantments are that popular around here. I did find out that after a week passed, the enchanted paper would turn back to a normal, empty sheet, even if it was in a chest, which took me by surprise. Unfortunately, I can't keep doing this kind of enchantment, since I can put only 2 enchantments on a piece of paper. But my skill tab didn't look too bad. Skills. Crafting level 4. 29.125 over 100.000. Enchanting level 3. 130 over 10.000. Brewing level 2. 110 over 1.000. Trading level 4. 9.500/100.000. Finally, I'm level 3 in enchanting. Unfortunately, I have to get back to enchanting books, but this leaves less chance for error since it won't accept the book, so I should level up more efficiently with this method. The progress brought a smile to my face. It felt nice to see your skills improving, especially if you could visually see it like in a game. Even though I was technically in one. But the fan part of the day is over. Now it's time for the not-so-fun part, but still a necessary one. Mining the tunnel. It wasn't as hard as the first time I've done it. I luckily managed to find a storage room with broken iron tools. I took some of them, put them in a furnace to get some iron nuggets, and then I was able to make an iron pickaxe after all that trouble. And the best part about this was that I think that I took all of that from a trash room, so nobody would bat an eye if something goes missing from there. Of course, once I've got another pickaxe, I enchanted it with Unbreaking 3 and Efficiency 1. I didn't get enough time to make too many enchantments, plus I didn't want to destroy the random anvils that I use. Back into my room, I took out a golden carrot from inventory, which I quickly ate for more energy. Then I went down into the food storage room, which further led me to my hidden tunnel system. I walked through the hot, empty tunnels until I arrived at the last place I stopped. I hit the block in front of me until it broke. I then took the item from the ground and continued to do that until suddenly something changed my pace. I was greeted by a wall of obsidian. This doesn't look good. I tried to mine around it, but I was still blocked by the wall of obsidian. Looks like this is the worst-case scenario. We're in an unbreakable box. Well, have to use that actual entrance to get out. I took a deep sigh and decided to see what was my position in the huge box. I mined up until finally I was greeted by light. It was from the side instead of the ceiling as I was expecting it. I think I mined it into the wall itself. I looked through the hole, and fortunately, I wasn't in a place easy to see. Through the one-block hole, I could see some trees, the green grass, and even some flowers. I think I'm in a garden, or something similar. I carefully got out and looked around for any signs of life. There was no one that I could see, which was a good start. After walking in circles, I finally figured out where I was. I was in sight of my balcony. There was only one more room besides mine that had a balcony, and that was Froggy's old room, which now is empty. This is a pretty good spot to have an exit. I only need to figure out the guard's schedule and the location of the gate. Then we can make a plan on how to get out of here. I couldn't wait to tell Froggy the good news. I finally made some progress, and this would surely brighten up his mood. With the new discovery, I decided to stop here and explore at night when there was less visibility for the guards on the walls. I'll probably ask Froggy for a night vision potion, and maybe invisibility. We'll most likely have to use invisible potions when we're going to escape.
We only need a distraction for the guards at gate so we can open or break the iron doors.
I went back through the narrow tunnels into my comfortable room. I was tired, and dinner won't come for a few hours, so I decided to take a nap until then. Knock, knock. Someone was knocking with power at my door, which startled me. I quickly got up to see that the moon was already outside, shining through the cold desert. I surely missed dinner, but who would look out for me at such a late hour then? I walked to the door to open it, only to be surprised that my guest was actually the prince himself. Ah! Hello there, Prince. I did not expect a visit from you at such a late hour. Or at all. The prince looked curious around to the room and then back at me. You must have been asleep. I'm sorry for disturbing you at such a late hour. I did sleep for a few good hours, so now for sure I won't be able to get back to it.
I didn't manage to fall asleep yet, sir, so there's no problem.
The prince just smiled and nodded his head, pretending to believe my lie. I'm glad to hear that. I came here to ask about your program with the enchantment skill. I recently got it to level 3. Already? That's some great progress in such a short time. I'm happy for your success. Now that you've got this far, I can help you speed up your progress in the next few days. This took me by surprise. I thought the prince would want to contact me only when I get to level 5, where he could request me or something. But it seems that he wants to help me get there faster, and the only reason that he would suddenly change his mind would be because he doesn't have enough time for me to get there naturally. This made me think for a minute. There has to be a reason for his rush. But the only thing that came to my mind was the New Year party, which is in 2 weeks. This would be an honor for me to be guided by such a brilliant man. The young prince took my compliment with a smile. Of course. Anything for my new business partner. We'll meet tomorrow at the library, where we would start our first lesson. He then turned around and walked away. Well, this just happened. I quickly closed the door and started to think about what just happened. The reason that he wants me to level up as soon as possible is because I need to do something for him that he can't do, or is not allowed to do. He is maxed level in the enchanting skill for sure, so that leaves the option where he is not allowed to do it himself. There are a few rules when it comes to enchanting, especially in the Sandstone Kingdom, but the only one that would truly affect a prince would be to make a forbidden enchantment, like the Curse of Biding. In the game, the only way to obtain a Curse of Biding book or enchantment is through a treasure chest. But here you can actually make the enchantment yourself. It has the same effect as in the game where you can't take it off, but here it also has another ability, which is that it binds the wearer in one place for a few moments. That's why it's a forbidden enchantment that is punished with death no matter your status. The question is, why would he want me specifically to do it? I'm sure he can make one himself and hide the fact that he did it. I think he wants to put the blame on me if anyone finds out. I guess I have to get out of this place before I'm thrown under the bus. With that out of the way, I decided to check on Froggy and tell him everything that I'd found today. Froggy! Froggy! I tried to wake up the witch with a strong shaking, but to no avail. Why are you such a heavy sleeper? I kicked him out of bed, which finally brought him back to the real world. What's happening? Do I have to get back to training already? Oh, good thing that you're awake. I thought you fell asleep. Froggy didn't look too pleased about my joke. What brings you here at such a late hour? Well, a few things happened while I was mining today. For starters, I finally reached the wall. The sleepiness from his eyes quickly went away as soon as he heard what I said. That's some really good news. Does that mean we can finally escape once the party will start? Unfortunately, it's not that easy. While I did find the wall, I also found out a problem when I got there. It's the worst-case scenario. We're in an obsidian box. His face changed to one of disappointment when I said that. So what's the plan now? It didn't change too much from the original. We only need another distraction that would make the guards leave their post for a few minutes while we get away. And how do you plan to do that? I'll probably dig some more and find a room that I'll light it on fire. I guess that could work. Yes, but I think I have another problem. Do you know by any chance about the Curse of Binding enchantment? Curse of Binding? He repeated with a confused face. Okay, let me take you back to the beginning. Remember when I told you that I've got access to the enchantment room? Well, the prince just visited my room a few minutes ago and wanted to start helping me to level up my enchantment skill. I mean, it's a little bit weird, not that dangerous. Let me finish first. The prince let me use the enchanted room only because I'll help him with some enchantments. But he's already maxed on that skill, so why would he need my help? Why would he suddenly want to help me increase my level? Once I finished saying everything, I could see Froggy starting to think about it. So, is this when the Curse of Binding comes in? Yes. I read in the library that this enchantment is a very dangerous one. It forces someone to wear or equip an item and to never let it go. The enchantment is so dangerous that it's a crime punishable by death if you get caught. Why would he want to do such a thing to you? I don't think you ever did something to him that would make him want to kill you. And I think there are better ways than this one to assassinate you. I don't think he wants to kill me specifically. I think he wants to use that enchantment at the next party and then throw the blame on me. He couldn't teach a random person from the palace since nobody would want to get in trouble here. Then the two of us came out of nowhere. Both of us have hatred towards this place since we were basically prisoners, so nobody would be that surprised if we did something bad. And since he can't get you, especially when you're too busy with the training, that only one left is me. Nobody would be surprised if I did something for revenge. Froggy looked shocked when I explained my theory.
I don't know if that's true, but if it is, we'll have to do something about it. I don't think we can really do something to prevent it. The sooner we're going to leave from here, the better would be for both of us.
He nodded in understanding.
Well, I've told you what I wanted to tell you, and for the next few days, maybe I won't be able to visit you. So I'll get back to exploring around the walls for a bit. Do you have night vision potions by any chance? He searched through his chest before handing it out to me. Thanks. Hope you'll manage to get back to sleep. I then jumped back into my hole and went for more exploring. Chapter 41. Guests Povey, Bobby. I was surprised, to say the least, when I looked at the two people in front of me. The day started great, with me in the lab increasing my level of brewing, when suddenly a guard came to me to announce that my guests have arrived. Confused, I asked the guard what he was talking about. He responded that two people claim to be my guests, and one of them is named Toby. Then I realized that I forgot to send a letter to my friend to say that I'm okay. From his perspective, he gave me a summoning book, which made me disappear for a few weeks without giving him any signs of life. I'm sure this must have worried him to the death. I told the guard to let them in, since I was expecting them. Luckily for me, for the past few weeks I've increased my reputation in the palace to the point where I don't need to be under surveillance 24/7. With this kind of trust, I'm able to invite someone to the castle without asking the princess first. She would get a report later, of course, but I don't think she would be against my decision. After a few more minutes of waiting, the two guests were staying in front of me. I look at my friend that is beaming with happiness to see me alive and well. Bobby!
You better have a good explanation for making me worry so much. He then gave me a strong hug, which took the air out of me. And why didn't you tell me you got a new friend? He said that in a whisper, while pointing at the other guest. The woman was tall, with a strange hat on her head. She didn't look too comfortable to be here. Her eyes were dancing at every wall for something to distract her, and not look at me. I didn't expect to see her now, or here. I didn't even know she could walk in this world. I guess Trader doesn't know everything after all. Undying Flame! I did not expect to meet you today, or here in general. What brings you here? I involuntarily said with a cold voice, which surprised me. I thought I had enough time to adjust my emotions to my friend's disappearance. I know that they were the ones that gave us the wrong information. But it's also our fault that we got greedy and walked deeper into the fortress, instead of retreating home. And logically, I could understand them. I can even say confidently that I forgive them. But emotions work in funny ways. They're really stubborn sometimes, and it's not the best time usually when that happens. Finally, she stopped looking at the walls and looked straight into my eyes. Hello, Bobby. I'm sorry for the sudden surprise. I came here in the name of my tribe to apologize for our mistakes. You can do whatever you choose with me, but please spare my people. She then kneeled and put her head to the ground. This got awkward really quickly, and I didn't like the looks of judgment from my friend. Undying Flame, please get up, since this is very embarrassing for me. She quickly got up and looked intensely at me again. I want to forgive you, but my heart is not ready yet. But do not worry. I do not intend to harm your tribe. This is something between you, me, and Blue. There's no need to involve innocent people. Once I said that, it was like a weight was lifted off her shoulders, and she could finally breathe in peace. Her expression was that of relief, happiness, and gratefulness, before changing suddenly to one of pain. She started to grab her head, then quickly her stomach, and before I could ask what was happening, she took a potion from her inventory and drank it. Once the bottle was empty, she took a sigh of relief. "What just happened? Are you okay?" "I'm not supposed to be able to walk in this world. That's why I have to constantly drink regeneration potions to stay alive in this world." That took me by surprise. Looks like Trader was right after all. The people from the Nether are not able to walk into our world. But somehow, she managed to defy that danger by drinking expensive potions like it was water. How did she have so many potions? But this made me realize that her coming here actually shows her regret for what happened.
Looks like the two of you have an interesting story together, which I would love to hear about it. But now I'm more curious about what did you do those days, where you didn't have enough time to send me a letter to say you're doing fine. This would be a long day. I started to tell them about how I arrived at the palace to meet Princess Elizabeth. Then I accepted her offer to work for her, in exchange that she would let me increase my level of brewing skills and let me visit the garden that has all the alchemy ingredients. Ever since then, I've been doing as much brewing as possible to increase my level to the one required by the princess. If I wasn't doing that, then I would try to make friends with some of the servants around here, to make them more comfortable around me, and hopefully they won't sabotage me while I gather information about a possible way to find Trader. "You think Trader is still alive?" Flame spoke with a surprised voice.
"I don't have any proof, but I think Trader managed to open up a portal in the fortress and escape through there. That's why the space was shaken and the monsters suddenly stopped." "A fortress? A portal? What are you talking about, Bobby? Have you finally lost your mind in grief?" Toby looked at me like I was a madman, which I totally understood. Even if I didn't meet Trader for a long time, the stuff he showed me while he was here was so out of the ordinary that my perception of what was normal and was not got twisted. "No, Toby, I didn't lose my mind. Or at least not yet. My friend that you brought to apologize to me is not actually from this world. She's from a world called the Nether, where there are rivers and lakes filled with lava. The ecosystem is totally different from us." But the most notable thing about that dimension is that is the place where we get most of our alchemy ingredients. The new information made him freeze in place. He looked intensely at my face in case I was pulling his leg, but I had a stern face. He then looked at Undying, and she just nodded her head in affirmation of my revelation. "You two are not joking. I need a minute to process all of this." He sat down and started to massage his big nose. "So, you're telling me that there's more than one dimension, and you've already been into it. And in that dimension, you've lost your new friend, and you want to get back there to the fortress filled with monsters to see if your friend actually managed to escape." That's a very simplified version of what happened, but it's true. Well, that would explain why you suddenly got so preoccupied.
At least you managed to get a guardian that would protect your village while you were away.
The Iron Golem does indeed bring me a lot of comfort, knowing that it's looking over the village in my absence. I think you two are tired from the long journey. You should get some sleep, and then we can continue our conversation once you two are rested. They both nodded in understanding, and I called a servant to show them the way to an empty room where they could rest. The servant nodded her head and went outside with my friends to guide them somewhere where they could rest in peace. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough influence to get a guest room, so they'll have to be satisfied with the servant's room. After the sudden visit, I didn't feel like getting back to work anymore, so I decided to go to the library in search for more information related to Nether. On my way to the library, I meet with the princess. "Good morning, Princess Elizabeth." "Oh, Bobby.
I heard you had guests today.
I hope everything turned out well and you didn't have any problems." "There was no problem, Princess. They're getting some rest now." "That's good to hear.
Oh, and before I forget about it, the Sandstone Kingdom invited us to their New Year's party in a few weeks, and I was chosen to represent my family. This year is special because they're preparing for the coming of the great hero. They even prepared 2 companions that can help the hero to defeat the great evil.
The Sandstone Kingdom? The one in the desert? And what do you mean, the coming of the great hero?
I take you not a very religious person.
I do appreciate the system and what it does for us, but I don't feel like worshipping it.
I can understand your point of view, but in the Sandstone Kingdom, they won't be as accepting as us.
The Pope in there had revelation from the system about the upcoming calamity and a great hero that would oppose it.
And we're going to believe that.
If it was any other person, then there would be second guesses. But because it's coming from the great Pope who has proven his ability to communicate with the system, this must be taken seriously.
This took me by surprise. I never thought the system was actually sentient and could see the future. Maybe I should go more often to church to learn more. So who are the chosen helpers for the hero?
Well, they're both an odd block. One of them is a witch, and the other one is someone that doesn't have a nose. They managed to find a cure for the infected.
They what? I thought it was impossible to bring a person back once it got infected.
Well, they somehow managed to do it. That's why they've been chosen to help the hero to defeat the great evil.
I see. But why did you tell me all of this? She just looked at me and smiled.
I want you to find the best gift for those heroes. I want to be on their good side, and maybe they'll tell us the cure as well, since the Sultan won't be inclined to share it.
This was not a simple request. It was a test for me to show how I can handle an important job. She started to trust me, but not enough to make her feel comfortable. She needs proof that I'm also capable to do some unique jobs. I'll find the most suitable gift for them, my princess. Thank you for your trust. I said that while I bowed slightly. I needed to show confidence and gratitude for such an opportunity. She smiled and greeted me one last time before she left. I guess I won't be stopping at the library today. I have to find more information about those 2, what their skills are, and maybe their preference if possible. And for that, I needed to find a broker. I asked some servants that I'd managed to befriend while I was here, and luckily someone knew one.
That night I went to an old inn, where I meet a normal-looking person, just casually eating a bowl of red soup. Are you the Black Ear? Depends who's asking. The palace.
He stopped eating his soup, and his face got serious. What do you want to know from me? His voice was more heavy, and his body language got more defensive.
I heard you have some information about the heroes in the desert.
I hear a lot of things for the right price.
Don't worry, the price won't be a problem.
I said that as I took out a few potions from my inventory and put them on the table. A flash of greed ran through his eyes as soon as he saw them. It's always a pleasure to do business with rich customers. So what specifically do you want to know? He said that with a clever smile as he got more comfortable. This would be a long night. Chapter 42.
He is alive!
POV. Bobby. I was running in the dark on the empty streets. My breath started to run out before finally arriving at the walls of the city. Halt!
Oh, it's you, sir. Would you like for us to bring your horse back?
Yes, Huff. As soon as possible, Huff. After a few minutes of waiting, I was able finally catch my breath, and I had my horse ready. I then climbed the horse and started to ride it towards the palace at full speed. The conversation with Blackear was interesting to say the least. I never knew what a witch, and when I found out, I got a bit envious of their abilities. But what really caught my attention was the second person, the one that found out the cure. His name was Trader. When I first heard that name, I was skeptical, but marked as a very big coincidence. Until I heard more about him, like the fact that nobody knows where he's from, and that he doesn't have a beautiful nose like us. All of this pointed at something that I was afraid to believe. I was afraid that my newfound hope would be crushed again. But even with that fear, I was still excited. I didn't want to ignore the possibility of good news.
I also wanted to share what I got with Undying Flame to calm her guilt. It was something too good not to share.
After a few hours of riding, I finally got to the castle where the guards let me in once they recognized my horse. I walked through the poorly lit halls until I arrived at the room where my friends stayed. I knocked a few times before the door was opened. Undying looked at me with tired eyes, but still fully opened the door. The room was not too big. It had 4 beds, 2 chests, and a desk, the minimum requirements for a living. "Did you finish the special mission?" "How did you know that I was given a mission?" "I didn't. We just assumed it since the servants told us you last talked with the princess before you left." I sometimes forget that Tabi managed to get into the academy without having a special job. He was smart enough to get a sponsor through the whole academy time. Yes, I did finish the mission, or at least most of it.
I had to find information about 2 people in the Sandstone Kingdom, and what gifts I should bring them. But while I was gathering some information about that, the description of one of them was very similar to Trade's. He's a man that has no nose, and his name is Trader. Undying Flame stopped whatever she was doing and looked at me in shock. "You think this is our Trader? He actually managed to escape through a portal in the fortress." "I hope so. And the best part is that I'm invited to the party, so I can see him with my own 2 eyes. Wasn't the Sandstone Kingdom in the middle of the desert, a few weeks away from your village?" Tabi intervened. "That is a good point. But while I was here, I tried to look for information about the Nether, which wasn't a lot, unfortunately. But I found from an old book that the distance in the Nether works different from our world. So maybe when we traveled for a few days in the Nether, we actually walked a few weeks in our world." That would make sense if it's true. It's still shocking to hear about another dimension. But I believe you. Then why didn't he come here? He's been missing for a few weeks after all. Tabi raised a good point, which made me think about what was going on out there in the desert. I can only think of 2 reasons why he wouldn't want to come back. He either lost his memories through an accident, or he's being held captive. Why would he be held captive? From what you're telling me, he's at the palace from the desert. If he did something bad, wouldn't it be much easier to kill him? True. But what if they want to get information out of him? He was the one that found out a cure for an infected person, after all. "He did what?" Tabi yelled in shock, while Undying looked at us in confusion. What's an infected? When you get killed by a zombie, there's a high chance that you'll turn into one as well. But you'll be a different zombie than the natural one. You'll keep your appearance, with the slight change of the green skin. That's why it's theorized that it's possible to turn back an infected person. But nobody in the world managed to find one. Undying nodded her head in understanding at the groundbreaking discovery. He also knew a lot of information about us when we first met, like our original name as Piglins, and I think he's also the one that actually made the portal to our world. He did indeed. Last time we talked, he told me that he holds the knowledge of dangerous information that can even destroy nations. You found some weird friends recently, Bobby. One of them knows too much for his own good, and the other one comes from another dimension. I sarcastically laughed at his comment. So what do you want to do now?
I'll have to get a present for both of them so I can go there in the first place. And I think your 2 can stay a bit more before you can get back to your home. I'm sure your wife wants you to get back as soon as possible. And Undying, I'm more than sure that your tribe is worried about you. Especially because this world is a constant danger for you.
Thank you for your worries.
She then bowed slightly.
I guess you're right. My family would want to have me back as soon as possible. And since I know you're doing well, I can also rest easy.
We talked for a few more hours before I decided to get some rest in my room, since I've been on a horse most of the night. I walked into my room, and once my head hit the pillow, everything turned dark. The next day, I woke up, ate my breakfast, and started to think about what I should choose as gifts. For the witch named Froggy, I think it can be pretty easy. Since we're both alchemists, and what I would love the most would be some rare ingredients for me to use. And luckily, I didn't use all the items that I got from the fortress, so maybe I can give him some pufferfish, and maybe some ghast tears. We are the capital of alchemy after all, so we can afford to have gifts like this. As for my possible friend Trader, things can get more complicated. I do consider him a good friend, one that helped me through harsh times, and even gave me more than I could have ever asked for. But I didn't know a thing about him. The more I thought, the bigger my embarrassment grows. I knew he was not from this world, and I think he wants to get back to his original one, but otherwise, I don't know anything. Even his name is a mystery, since I was the one to nickname him Trader when we first met. I stayed like that for a few good minutes before giving up and decided to go to the library to get inspired. He most likely wants to get back, so that means I have to look for books related to other dimensions. I walked to the last place where I found the old book about the Nether and looked around more carefully. Some of those books were old, while others were still good-looking. Finally, after a few minutes of searching, I found a small book that caught my attention. Coming of the Hero. This book may be related to what the Pope spoke. Fortunately, the book was not long, so in half an hour I managed to read it all, and I was not disappointed with the results. The book told the story of a hero who would come to defeat one of the rulers of the monsters. The hero has to search for the monster's heart and destroy it for all. Once he manages to do that, then the hero would be transported back to his original world. So for Trader to get back to his original world, he has to defeat one of the rulers of the monsters. Is he perhaps the hero awaited by the prophecy? I have some new information, but it only brought me more questions than answers. I put the book back and sat down at one of the tables in the library. Maybe I should just give him a diamond pickaxe as a facade, with the pretext that he'll be helping the hero with gathering resources. I decided to go with that. I'm sure that he would like the new information, plus the new tool. With the plan now made, I left the library to tell Her Majesty what ideas I got. Since it was a sudden meeting, it took a few minutes until I could finally meet her.
Bobby, good morning. I didn't expect to see you so early. Is everything okay?
The princess was in her room, writing something in a book, most likely reports for different people. Everything is okay, Your Majesty. I came here to tell you that I found the perfect gift for the two heroes. She finally stopped from her writing and looked at me.
That's a quick response, so what did you figure out?
For Froggy, since he's an alchemist like us, we can gift him some rare ingredients like pufferfish and ghast tears to catch his interest. As for Trader, I didn't manage to figure out his actual specialty, but I'm more than sure that he'll greatly appreciate a diamond pickaxe to show our support for the upcoming journey. The princess started to think about my suggestions. I think your ideas are not bad, and your rapid response is truly admirable. Thank you for helping me. I'll surely take you with me on this journey, she said with a smile, which made me sigh of relief. I said goodbye to her before leaving the room. I had to meet with Undying and Tabi before they leave. They decided to leave today since they got what they come for. I walked for a few minutes before arriving at the door that I visited just last night. Knock, knock. We just had lunch. There's no need for more food, thank you. Oh, it's you, Bobby. You've come to say a final goodbye before we left. Yes, Tabi. I just finished talking with the princess, and she liked my suggestions, I said with pride. That's good to hear, buddy. Just be careful not to get in any more trouble than necessary, since you seem to have a knack for these. I wanted to rebuke that statement, but then stopped once I started to realize
that I did indeed get into a few troubles in those past years. I'll try my best. Where's Undying? She's working on her potions for the trip. I still don't know how to react around her after I found her origins. I then remembered that the people from the Nather don't have the system, so they can actually brew whatever they want without restrictions. I walked into the room where I could see her watching the brewing station intensely. Undying, I've come to say goodbye before you two leave.
Please don't forget to gather as much information about the Outsider's fortress until I'll contact you. She jumped a little at my sudden presence.
Thank you for coming to see us before we'll leave. And you don't have to worry. We'll try to get as much information as possible. I needed my head in understanding, then turned my head towards Tabi and gave him a big parting hug. I'll try to write you from time to time, so you'll know that I'm not dead. I'm thankful to have such a great friend like you. I wish you two a good journey back.
I'm also glad to know you're doing well. Good luck with your mission as well, he responded with a big smile. After an hour of waiting, they got on their horses and started their journey back. I watched as they slowly disappeared over the line of horizon and then turned back towards the castle. I have to get back to work as well. Chapter 43. Mysterious Room. I looked at the wall of obsidian in front of me with confusion. I don't think I dug the whole palace again and met another wall. It was a leisurely day in this beautiful prison, so I decided to dig around some more, hoping to find interesting rooms where I could take some items before we leave, or just a good room to be set on fire. But after a bit of digging, I was greeted with another wall of obsidian. I tried to dig around more to see if I could understand what was going on, and I found out that it was taking a lot of space, and the only connection to the structure was a tunnel covered in obsidian as well. Is this the vault of the palace? I mean, that would explain why the tunnel leads towards the center of the palace. My eyes had a small light of greed on them while thinking about this opportunity. While everything was covered with obsidian, the entrance couldn't be that hard to break. I know that with redstone you can make some pretty amazing stuff, but it's still limited by space and vulnerability to external forces. And I'm sure any problem could be solved with an invisible potion and a pickaxe. That made me smirk a bit. I must be very tired if I'm laughing at my own bad jokes, but I shake my head and go back to my room to get some proper rest. With a clear mind, I can plan a way to sneak into that place without getting caught. It was a long walk back, since the palace wasn't small, and my tunnels not being exactly straight, but once I got into my room, I felt a wave of muscle pain hitting me all at once. With a deep sigh, I looked outside the window. The moon was still up in the sky, and the daylight was nowhere in sight. I probably have a few hours of sleep until morning. My eyes got heavy. I moved my tired body and sat on the soft mattress. Everything went dark. "Sir, breakfast is ready." A feminine voice woke me up. It was the same maid every morning, always at the same time, with the same meal. I tried to talk with her from time to time, but she didn't seem too interested, or probably wasn't allowed to talk with me too much. With a grunt, I got off my comfortable bed and went to open the door. "Morning to you as well. What's the specialty for today?" I said in a sarcastic tone. The maid looked dead in my eyes for a few seconds, before giving me the usual bread and milk on the plate. She didn't say a word, just turned and left with silent steps. Oh, what a feast! I just closed the door, put everything in my inventory, and took out a golden carrot which I ate with a smile on my face. No matter how many I have, I can't get enough of these. With my belly full and rested body, it was time to plan the next course of action. I could roughly guess where the entrance of the secret tunnel would be, somewhere behind the throne room. The question is if I should even attempt to rob them in the first place. I mean, I know we'll be hunted when we escape, but I'm sure they'll do it with more passion if we'll take from their treasury. I can't make this decision alone.
I'll ask Froggy tonight for his opinion. Plus, I'll need an invisible potion if I want to get there anyway. With that out of the way, I drank some milk and went outside. Of course, I was greeted by my personal guard. Sometimes I wonder if he sleeps in the hallway as well. It didn't matter anyway, since he was here to limit my movement, not to guard me. So, slowly walking down the hallway, I take the left corner, then the right, followed by going down the stairs, and then taking the right corner again, when all of a sudden my guard spoke.
Sir, where are you heading today? Nowhere in particular, really. I just want to take a break today from visiting the same 3 rooms every time. If I don't change my scenery anytime soon, I'll go crazy, I swear.
The guard looked suspiciously at me, but didn't say anything else or stop me from exploring. It did help the fact that I didn't walk towards Froggy, so he most likely didn't have a reason to stop me. I went from one room to another, while slowly getting closer to the throne room. Everything looked different when you had natural light coming through the windows. After a few more rooms, we finally arrived at a big door that was wide open. Inside the throne room were armored guards, stiff as statues in their position. Even though there wasn't anyone on the throne, there were still a lot of valuables in there that needed protection.
This is the second time I'm here. But the difference is the lack of someone with a presence so powerful that needs my constant attention. Now I can study the room more. The ceiling was quite high, with chiseled stone telling a story that I was too far to see, and surrounded by gold blocks that shined brightly in the sun. It was a beautiful way to show wealth and power for sure. Behind the throne were 2 doors that I previously didn't notice. That was interesting. Calmly walking towards them like I was supposed to be there, but was stopped by one of the guards.
Sorry, sir, you're not allowed to go there.
Why wouldn't I be allowed to go there? I have the authority from Prince Amun to go wherever I want to. I take out the book signed by him to show it to the guard. Of course, I didn't have the authority to do that, but he didn't need to know that part.
I'm sorry, sir, but unless the Sultan himself comes with you, I'm not allowed to let you pass.
He didn't even look at my book. Only his body became more stiff in case I wanted to force myself in. Okay, you don't have to worry so much. I can tell when I'm not wanted. But this proves that there's something valuable enough there that only the Sultan can go, which made me smile a little. With the goal accomplished, I just relaxed and wandered aimlessly through the place. I even checked out the garden outside where I saw beautiful flowers and even some animals. Around noon, I saw enough sightseeing, so I went back to the library where I continued to write enchantments and grind my levels, or read a book that looked interesting. A few hours later, it started to get dark, so I went towards my room to sleep as usual. Once I was safe and unsupervised, I broke a block from the floor and went towards the secret tunnel.
It was still there where I left it yesterday.
I mined along the wall until finally I was greeted by a different block beside the sandstone and obsidian. This is most likely the entrance to the vault, of course. I wouldn't be foolish enough to break it. There were most likely some guards around there who would surely hear me if I broke a block. But I gathered enough information for today. It's time to meet with Froggy and decide if we should do this or not. My walk back was a bit impatient. I almost blew out some torches with my speed. I didn't even bother to stop at my room and went straight to Froggy's. Knock, knock, knock. The block is broken. Well, hello there, good sir. Long time no see. Happy to see you as well, friend. How was your day? Oh, it was wonderful, if I say so myself. I may found out a tiny little thing that requires me to have an invisible potion, and a night vision would probably help as well. Froggy raises his left eyebrow in surprise.
Going outside again?
Not really. While I was exploring the place underground, I stumbled upon a huge obsidian box that had a tunnel leading right behind the throne room. And I think that's the treasury of this country. Froggy froze. Are you trying to steal from the vault of the Sultan? If we manage to escape, there's still a chance we'll only get imprisoned if we get caught. But if we steal their most valuable items, they'll kill us for sure. Okay, I can hear you just fine. You don't have to yell. The guard will bulge in any minute now if we keep going like this. Froggy, realizing that he raised his voice a bit too much, went silent and urged me to continue. Listen, I know it sounds like a bad decision, but think about it. We could find some items that could help us get out of here.
Like some obsidian blocks, diamond pickaxes, or even better, ender pearls.
What are ender pearls?
They are an item that once thrown would teleport you where it landed.
There's such a powerful item?
Yeah, unfortunately it's not that easy to find them, since the only way to get them is from an enderman.
I can see how that would be a problem to get, but it would still get too much attention if we're caught.
That's true, but we'll only take what's necessary for our escape, and nothing more. That way they won't send everyone after us in shame that someone managed to steal from them. Plus, I have a place in mind where we'll be somewhat safe if they follow us. Worst case scenario, we'll have to live surrounded by lava. Haha, that's a funny joke, trader, but I guess there's no better distraction than stealing from the vault. Exactly. Froggy nodded his head in understanding, and hesitantly gave me the 2 potions I needed.
Don't try to get caught, friend.
I don't want to be left alone in this endeavor.
Don't worry, safety is my middle name. Good night.
I then jumped back into the hole and blocked it without hearing Froggy's response. It wasn't too long before I was back to mining the tunnel around the secret entrance. Fortunately, or unfortunately, it wasn't too much to dig, which means it's a small room, so it would be hard to sneak into. But hope was not lost yet, as I found a redstone system that I suspect would open a secret entrance. To be sure about it as well, I carefully broke a block in the ceiling, leading me to a tall, empty hallway where there was no indications of a door. I got back in my tunnels and covered the hole, took all the torches down, then went towards the blocks that were supposed to be the staircase and broke one of the side blocks. Through a quarter of a block, light came into my tunnel. As I suspected, there are some guards here.
Now how do we get past them without them noticing me?
There were 2 guards with diamond armor on each side of an iron door. The only way to open the door was by breaking it or using redstone. But whatever choice I'll make, it will get unwanted attention. I looked through my inventory for something that would help me, but to no avail. I studied the 2 guards, trying to see if I could pick something else that I could use, but no luck with that as well. In the end, I decided to wait for them to change shifts. They can't always be there, right? After a few boring hours of waiting, something finally happened. The redstone beside me came to life, and I could hear the shifting of blocks with pistons, followed by heavy steps. A man wearing a purple robe came to the guards and handed them a book. "Sir, I thought tonight was Ali's shift," one of the guards asked in confusion. "Yeah, I know, but he managed to get sick somehow, and that's why I'm working his shift."
I have the signature right there in the book.
The guard looked at the last page and nodded his head. "Follow me, sir." He then took out a laver from his inventory and placed it beside the door, and with a flick, the door was opened with a heavy sound. Then the guard passed the opened door, followed by the strange man. The door was left open with only 1 guard remaining. After a few seconds, the guard that was left alone checked the tunnel 1 more time before taking a book out of his inventory and started to read it. This is my chance. I slowly and silently break one of the staircases and drink the invisibility potion. Quickly as it disappeared, the staircase was placed back. The guard lifted his head from the book and looked confused around the room. After not seeing anything, he went back to his reading. As silent as a sneaking creeper, I passed him, entering the obsidian tunnel. Chapter 44.
Obsidian Factory.
The tunnel was long and silent. There were a few lanterns here and there, and I had to be careful not to hit my head on them. But after walking anxiously, hoping the guard won't suddenly return, I finally arrive at a small room with only a chest and another iron door. I looked in the chest and saw 2 levers and 5 enchanted diamond pickaxes. Why would they leave such valuable tools in such a random chest? Do I need them later to progress? After a few hard moments of thinking what I should do, I decided to not take any pickaxes. Instead, only a lever. With that, I opened up the second iron door and broke it before entering, making the door automatically shut itself behind me. Phew, that was close, I whispered to myself. A few blocks later, I was in another room, but this one more cozier. It had a few chests and furnaces, and even a plant here and there. Is this more of a bunker than a vault? The room had another iron door, which was open this time, fortunately. I didn't even bother to check the chests, in fear of being heard, so I just went through the door again, this time leading me to a bigger room, all made with obsidian, as I expected. What I didn't expect to see was a few dozen villagers who were mining blocks of obsidian. From where, do you ask? Well, this brings me to the second most shocking thing, which is in the middle of the room, and I can only describe it as a lava generator. There's a floating glass cube, and inside a pool filled with lava. Under the hot lava, it's a layer of dripstone block, and underneath that, the dripstone itself. If you're paying close attention to those, you can see a small steam of lava running over them, leading to a small drop that fell into a cauldron. That's how they managed to cheat the system into making infinite lava. I've seen in a few videos that this is possible, but I didn't expect that it could be used in this world as well. It was kind of ingenious that they even found it.
I'll go check and see if we still have some fire resistance potion left.
My talk was interrupted by a guard coming with hurried steps towards me. I quickly got out of the doorway so he wouldn't bump into me accidentally. The villagers that were working glanced towards the noise before returning to their mining. With silent steps, I started to explore the strange place, without realizing that one of the villagers still looking at the guard's post with narrowed eyes. The place was big, but it didn't have too much in it. Everything was split into 3 sections: the workspace, where there were dozens of villagers mining in their designated workstation. The second was the break area, which had a few tables and chairs for when they eat. And the last one was the prison, where there were a few cells with 2 beds in each. There were no chests or crafting tables, nothing to entertain, and I'm sure the working hours were not reasonable.
But I couldn't do anything for them. I couldn't even escape my obsidian cage, and that one didn't have a roof to stop me.
So I shook my head in disappointment and got closer to the guard and the purple-robed villager listening to their talk.
I'm sorry, sir, but you came too early this night, so the last patch of blocks is not ready. It would take around half an hour before they finished mining.
The guard apologized, and the other grunted in displeasure, but nodded his head in understanding.
Sorry, sir, but we're out of fire resistance potions. A voice from my left was getting closer. It was the second guard. Perfect. Not only do I have to stay in the same room with those filthy traitors, but I also have to suffer in a hot room. Why did that stupid Ali have to get sick? Especially when the party is being held in a few weeks. Am I not busy enough already?
Are there any other news guards?
The guards only responded with silence, and the man was not pleased at all. He didn't want to be there, and the guards didn't feel comfortable either. Whatever. I'll wait in your station until everything is collected. I don't want to be bothered with anything until then. With that, he turned around and entered the guard station without looking back. I didn't want to be in the same room with him for the next half an hour, so I walked around more, in case I saw anything interesting. Unfortunately, this isn't a vault, so the original plan is thrown out the window. Unless I come back later and steal a diamond pickaxe, then I can mine the obsidian myself. I could probably help the prisoners to escape as well, making them a great distraction.
But no, I don't think that's a good idea. Even if I help them get out, maybe they deserve to be here. And even if they don't deserve it and manage to get out,
The Sultan will make everything in his power to capture or kill them, since they know the secret of making obsidian. I just shook my head and continued walking around with careful steps. The work area was busy with a lot of movement, so I didn't try to get too close to that place. The resting area was empty, and after a few rounds, I'd already seen everything that could be seen. So the only place left was the cells. It was a long hallway, with cells on each side. They had iron bars so you could see through them, and an iron door that kept the prisoner there. Each door was open, and I could see the lever right beside it. It was most likely broken when everyone was inside, but it looked like a typical cell. Out of curiosity, I went inside to see if there was anything that I missed. Maybe a secret tunnel.
I can't believe that someone went there of their own free will.
Suddenly, I heard a feminine voice from behind me, followed by the sounds of the door closing. I froze in place.
Kamen, say something. I know you're in there, even if you're invisible.
I didn't move a muscle. Maybe she was bluffing. I'm not bluffing, if that's what you're thinking. While it's impressive that you managed to get your hands on the legendary invisible potion, your supplier doesn't have too much experience, since I can still see your particles if I concentrate enough.
How did you even know I was here?
Oh, so you're there, and here I was bluffing, I heard her say in a sarcastic voice. I turned around and saw a villager in a simple brown tunic, with brown hair and green eyes that had a smirk on her face.
Who are you? And why are you here?
I'm a nobody, and I didn't intend to come here. I must have got lost on my way to my room and ended up in here by mistake. Well, Mr. Nobody, from what you're saying, I understand that you are living in the palace, and you snuck down here. Now, it would be a shame if I yelled after the guards to arrested you. Actually, I don't think they'll even do that. They'll kill you on the spot since you found their biggest secret. Okay. There's no need to make rushed decisions. What do you want? Why are you truly here? I think the guards are looking suspiciously at me. I thought this was the vault. You thought this was the vault? I don't know if I should call you stupid or crazy for trying to steal from the Sultan, but since you have access to such rare potions, I think it's the latter. Yeah, since you found out the real reason why I'm here, why don't you open the door, please? Not so fast. I want you to take me and a few friends out. Sorry, but I couldn't do that even if I wanted to. I only got the potion by chance. I don't have any more on me. And even if I do manage to get some more, I don't think I'll be able to get in here through the same method. Of course, I was lying. I could ask Froggy to make more for me since I had the ingredients, but there's no need for her to know that. That is true. You got lucky that only half of the guards were working today for some reason, and the ones that are here are pretty lax. Wait a bit here. She then left from my side of view, and I quickly got closer to the iron bars, took out my iron pickaxe, and started to hit the iron bars. Suddenly a loud sound was heard through the whole prison. It was me hitting the bars, only once, and that made me stop. It was too loud, surely. A guard must have heard it. I started to panic, and as I saw a guard come to check the noise, I hid behind the iron door so my particles won't be easy to see. The guard finally arrived, looked at the door, then through the bars, and scratched his head in confusion. He then went to the next cell and yawled, "Aisha, you better keep it down unless you want to sleep on an empty stomach." He then went back to his college without waiting for a response. After a few more minutes, an angry villager came to my door again. "Do you want to die that badly? Why do you have to be so difficult? Couldn't you wait a few minutes in silence like a normal person?" She clearly was mad at my actions. But how could I know that mining those bars would make so much noise? Anyway, I want you to send this message to Omar. He's a guard in the palace. I'm sure you can find him if you ask around. She then handed me a book through the space between the iron bars.
I quickly took it and put it in my inventory.
As much as I wanted to open it up and see what was inside it, I couldn't do it, since it would have been easy to see, and I didn't want to piss her off more than I did.
Better not push my luck. Okay, I have the package. Can I leave now? Yes, of course, she said with a bright smile as she pulled the lever that opened the door. With narrowed eyes, I went to finally escape from there, only to be stopped by Aisha once again. You didn't ask how I would know that you delivered the message. I honestly thought that you have that much faith in me, I said with a sarcastic voice, while thinking if I pushed her, I could run for it, but decided against it since she could yell for the guards. You're such a comedian. But no, in that book there's a message that would help me know if he got the package in time. The whole book is encoded, so you wouldn't understand it even if you tried to read it.
And if in 2 days I don't get my confirmation, I'll speak with one of the guards, that someone from the palace managed to sneak into their factory with an invisible potion. And I don't think there's a lot of people that have access to such precious resources like you. She was bluffing, I was sure of that. But to my misfortune, her bluff could be true, since the only person in the palace who is capable of doing those kinds of potions is Froggy. And that would get him in trouble. And even if they don't suspect him, I'm sure they'll put more security around him just to be safe, and that would make our escape much harder. They could also suspect that someone from the Stone Kingdom is the perpetrator. But at the same time, in a few weeks is the New Year's party, and they don't want to get on their bad side. I'm sure there's a high chance of nothing happening, since she is a prisoner, but there's still a chance in her favor.
And the only reason that I even consider her deal is because she doesn't know anything about me. She doesn't know who I am, how I look, or how I got here. So even if I sent the message, there won't be too much risk. Okay, I understand the consequences. She raises her eyebrow in surprise, but lets me pass her. I then went to the guards' posts, waiting with the grumpy collector until he finally got the goods and left the prison, with me right behind him. This time I didn't have to break the stairs, since I exited with the collector through the hidden door. With that, I was finally in the hallways of the palace, and waited until I was sure I was the only one. Then I broke a block from the ground and covered it fast. I was back into my cozy tunnels. Finally, I sighed in relief. That was too crazy even for me. I had enough for today. I'm going back to sleep and solve the problem tomorrow. With that, I went back to my room, drank some milk to wash out the invisible effect, and went to bed.
Let's hope tomorrow won't be as crazy as today. With that final thought, I went to sleep. Chapter 45. Enchanting with the Prince. In the morning, I was woken up by heavy knocks on my door. With a lazy sigh, I got off my comfortable bed and walked towards the door to see who wanted my attention so early in the morning. I opened the door, and it was not the maid that I expected. "Good morning, hero. Are you ready to do some enchantments?" The one who knocked at my door was the prince. He had a smile that could bring warmth just by looking at it. Unfortunately, I couldn't appreciate his smile because I just woke up. "Good morning, Prince. I guess it's better to start work early than later. Let me eat something before we leave." "Wise words, dear hero. And we could stop at the kitchen before we get to work." We walked along the busy hallway, but every servant stopped for a moment to bow to the prince. Not too long after, we arrived at the kitchen, where the cocks froze at the new sight.
Dear Prince, I thought breakfast was served today already. Was there something not to your liking?
Oh, don't worry. Your meals are always the best in the kingdom. But I came here to get some late breakfast for my friend here. He pointed at me. Once the chefs realized they were not in trouble, they sighed in relief.
Of course. What would you like, sir?
You can call me Trader. And I think I'll take some pumpkin pie, if you have any made. I didn't get the chance to eat one in this new world, and I'm quite curious how it is.
Of course we have. I'll be right back with it.
With that being said, one of the cooks went into a room where I could hear barrels being opened. Then, not long after, He came back with a steaming pie in his hand. "Here's a fresh pie, sir. Hope it would be to your liking." "Thank you." And I took the pie from his hand. Once the transaction was over, the prince turned around and left, expecting me to follow him, which of course I did, while eating the pie.
It wasn't too bad. It was easy to eat, and I could feel the pumpkin taste. If it had been a bit sweeter, it could have been perfect. We didn't walk fast, so I managed to finish the pie when we arrived at the enchanting room. "I've been told that you use this room every day, which is good, but I still don't get why you write the enchantments in the room as well. You keep going back to the library. You know you can borrow the book you want to copy, right?" "I know that I can borrow it. It's just that I like to work with natural light. It helps me calm my mind. And when I get bored, I just read a book. But there's no need for him to know that." "I guess I can understand that. What level are you on then?" "I'm enchanter level 3. "I see. You didn't use the 3 enchants on a book, I'm guessing, since there's still a lot of empty books in the chests. You don't have to worry about running out of books. Here, let me show you something." He walked to the left side of the enchanting setup, where I saw something that made me facepalm. It was a grindstone. How could I not see it before? I should pay more attention around me. It keeps getting me in trouble recently. This is a grindstone. It has 2 purposes. One is to sharpen a blade, and the less known one is to get the enchantments down from items. There's also a bonus fact that you'll gain a small amount of XP, which greatly helps us grow without getting in danger. I nodded in understanding. In the game, you also got some XP back when you used the grindstone, but since I don't have to use the XP when I enchant, I didn't think too much about it. Of course, with this powerful item, we can actually afford to have multiple Masters Enchanters in the palace. Otherwise, the cost of the lather alone will bankrupt our nation. Couldn't you use other items to enchant? Or it can be done only through pages and books. We can enchant any items we want. It's just you need a certain skill level to actually do it. Not system skill, actual experience. Let me show you. He then turned around and went to the right side of the enchanting setup and took out a diamond sword from a chest that was hidden. I was shocked once I saw that. Not because he had a diamond sword just lying in the chest, but because the chest he took it out from was an ender chest. That's a weird-looking chest. Yes, it's an expensive chest from the Coral Kingdom, so I would prefer it if you don't touch it, he said with a flat tone. He didn't explain that once an item is put in the chest, you can have access to that item anywhere in the world, as long as you have another ender chest nearby. I see. I won't touch it then. Of course, I will touch it later. Good. So here's the problem with enchanting on items. He then put the sword on the table and started to write on it. After a few minutes, I could understand what was the challenge. When you want to enchant, there are 3 things needed. To know the enchanting alphabet, to write it correctly and consistently the whole time, and the item that you want to enchant on. Finding the alphabet is not that hard. You don't even need to know what it means. You only need to know how the letter is correctly written. The second thing is the most challenging part. Paper is the most used item for enchanting, because it's clean, flat, and easy to see mistakes. Other items, instead, have depth, and with that, it's harder to write everything at the same size, or to find enough space to write the enchantments. The third is self-explanatory, but from what I understand, unlike the game, you can put enchantments on any items. And there are a few enchantments that weren't in the game, that sounded useful. Unfortunately, I didn't find the recipe in the library, so I couldn't try it. Done! It's been a while since I've done this, but I'm glad to see that my skills haven't oxidized yet. With a smile, he put the sword on the enchanting table, and after it was fed with lapis, it lazily floated and got a sudden magical glow. The prince then took back the sword and gave it to me so I could see it. The writing was on the blade itself, which surprised me,
since when a book was used, there was no writing on the item. But at the same time, I could see that what was written wasn't as long as a whole enchanted book. Instead, it only had half a page. Which was convenient, but I think it wasn't worth it, with how hard the process is to do. And the enemy can read the enchantments if they know the language. The sword had 2 enchantments, Sharpness 1 and Unbreaking 1.
After a bit more studying, I gave back the sword to the prince, but he then took it to the grindstone and threw the sword above the grindstone. But instead of hitting it, it started to float. The prince then used the handler, which made the classic sounds, with the exception of cracking glass noises mixed in. I could see with my own eyes the enchantments cracking before shattering like glass, which made the item drop. That's how we recycle our materials. Now onto the second convenient but frowned upon shortcut. I wouldn't suggest you do this since you wouldn't learn enchanting. You'll just raise your levels, but you wouldn't know what you're doing. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, so we have to use this dirty method. He then took out some pages from his inventory and handed it to me. I looked at them and raised my eyes in surprise. Each page was almost half filled with the enchantment. I only needed to write the other half, and it would be done. But there was a problem with this method. Isn't it common sense that you can't gain experience with someone else's enchantment?
Yes, that is true, but not fully. The enchanting table only recognizes the one that did the majority of the work. So if someone does half the page minus 1 letter, and the other person does the rest of it, the enchanting table would recognize the second person as the owner. That's a nifty trick. I can see how this would help speed up someone's level. Yes. Now finish those enchantments and use 3 pages to get the maximum experience. With that said, I sat at the table and started to write the rest of the page. From time to time, the prince pointed out some mistakes that I did, while also giving me pointers.
If it wasn't for the fact that he most likely wanted me to get in trouble, I would have been grateful for his teachings. And with his help, in almost 2 hours, I managed to write 9 enchantments. I quickly used the enchanting table, and the whole process was finally done. With this, I had 3 fully enchanted books at my level and a ton of experience. Skills. Crafting level 4. 31.300 over 100.000. Enchanting level 3. 4.130 over 10.000. Brewing level 2. 110 over 1000. Trading level 4. 9.500 over 100,000. That was 3.000 worth of experience in just 2 hours. The rich truly know the shortest way to success. I'm almost halfway done to the next level. That's good to hear. Unfortunately, I have to get back to my work, so I'll have to leave you alone for today. Keep up this pace, and you'll be able to get to the next level until tomorrow. Then we can start enchantments at level 2. Good luck. After he said that, with hurried steps, he left the room. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that someone as important as him would have no free time. Maybe that's why I haven't seen him in the past few days and had to wake up so early today. But there's no sympathy for the evil. The fact that he wants me to grow as fast as possible, without telling me what he wants from me, makes me more suspicious of his intentions. I shake my head to throw that thought. I couldn't do anything for now, so I have to take advantage of everything I can and grow before I leave. But first, I had to break a promise. I walked to the right side of the enchanting setup and touched the forbidden chest. Suddenly, the tab of a small chest appeared in front of me. It was empty, as I expected.
Time to do some cleanup in my inventory. It's starting to get messy already. First thing first, it's the Wither Skull. It's more like a trophy than an actual item, but it still takes valuable space. Next one is a few golden apples. I already gave a few to Froggy, but I still had enough for me to use. After thinking some more, I decided to put every brewing ingredient in there since I couldn't use it yet. I'll make another ender chest later to get them back. With this done, there weren't too many items that I didn't need at the moment or were valuable enough to be stored in the chest, so I moved to the next most important thing, reading the message from the prisoner. I almost forgot about it since I've been distracted with enchanting, but one look at the inventory made me remember the blunder from last night. I really should be more careful about my surroundings. I shake my head and open the book. After a few minutes of turning pages, I close it with a frustrated sigh.
I really can't read the coded message.
What a bummer, but an expected one. I now have to find a guy named Omar and give it to him. Of course, I wouldn't be stupid enough to give it to him myself. I'll most likely find where his room is and leave it on the bed or something similar. That's the only saving grace that I have, that it can't be tracked back at me. With a sigh, I put the book back into my inventory and went back to enchanting. I still have to get to the next level, and I like the progress I'm making. Chapter 46. Froggy's Training. I take a half-written page, then use my feathery pen with unlimited ink to complete it. After it's done, I look over it one more time and sigh. With my hand, I erase the mistakes that I made and redo the writing. And after 3 more checks, I was satisfied with the result. The page was put in a book that had 2 more pages stored in it. With a satisfying poof, the book was closed. Great. Now I need 5 more books like those.
It's harder to do it without the prince pointing out the mistakes as soon as they appear, but it's also quicker than the way I did it. I decided to take a break now. I've already enchanted 4 books, and my stomach was starting to complain about it. I opened the door to leave, when suddenly a powerful light attacked me. The sun was already up in the sky, and it was almost noon, from what I could tell. And this is why I don't like to work in dark rooms. I looked to my side, and I could see the guard not having any reaction. I narrowed my eyes. It must be a pretty common thing to happen if he didn't even react. That made me feel a little bit better. The next stop was the kitchen, and this time nobody panicked when they saw me. They just asked what I wanted, not bothering to show their annoyance. It didn't bother me too much, since I left with a cooked chicken and bread in my inventory. I then went outside and ate my lunch while looking at the palace garden.
It was a peaceful moment. I could hear the wind dancing through the exotic trees,
and from time to time the splash of a fish from the pond. What a peaceful place. I sat there and closed my eyes, relaxing. After a few minutes, I heard some steps coming towards me. Oh, it's not too often when I see a new face in the garden. I opened my eyes and saw Princess Cleopatra, the one that forcibly brought me here. That didn't leave a good impression, but at the same time she was just ordered to do so, without any input from her side. Didn't make me less mad, though. I'm sorry, Princess. I didn't know this was your usual place. I'll leave if it's a bother to you. I got up, ready to leave. No, there's no problem if you stay here. I was just surprised to see someone else in the garden. It's a shame that not many people stay and appreciate the beauty of it. That is true. I come here from time to time, but there's almost nobody in here.
You would think that people living in the desert would be more curious about this kind of place. And probably it was at the beginning. But with time, when people get used to it, they don't pay too much attention to it. Some stuff can even be forgotten. This makes me think about the big cities in my world. You can live somewhere all your life, but still be surprised with new information about your hometown from visitors that live in another country. I'm sorry that I brought you here. That put my train of thought to a full stop. I looked at her, confused. I know they don't treat you like a guest of honor as promised. At most, they tolerate you on your face and talk behind your back. If you need something that I can help with, you can ask me. I looked at her with surprise. Her face was apologetic, and the tone was a mix of regret and firmness. I guess it's pretty hard for someone on her status to apologize. You can let me go home.
That would be nice. Sorry, I can't help you with that. My father is pretty stubborn about keeping you here. It was worth a shot. How about showing me where Froggy does his training? I can help with that. Can't believe they try to keep you separated as much as possible. That doesn't leave a good impression on us. Then they expect you to help us? I wouldn't be surprised if you ran at the first chance. With a sigh, she turned around and left the garden. I was not too far away from her. With heavy steps, we walked around the hallways, where servants were bowing to us. Finally, after a few minutes, we arrived at the part where I'm usually not allowed to visit. The guard looked at me, but didn't try to stop us from passing him. I walked in front of him with a big smile on my face, which I'm sure he did not like. He couldn't do anything. After a few more steps, I started to hear the sounds of swords clashing and loud yelling. What is that attack supposed to do? Do you think the enemy will wait and see how much damage you do? Am I fighting monsters or humans? The answer was not given. Instead, more clashing sounds continued. After a few more steps, we finally arrived somewhere where I could see what was happening. There was a small arena with shoveled dirt. There were 2 entrances, and you could see anyone training from the balcony, where we were. Inside the arena, there were 2 people. Froggy in leather armor, a wooden sword and a shield, desperately gasping for air. And on the other side, a man with dark skin and black hair, with only a wooden sword. He looked relaxed, but still sweating. Though I don't know if it's from the training, or because it was so hot in the desert. I could also hear some giggles coming from the other side of the balcony. Some men were enjoying the show of Froggy struggling. The trainer must have heard us coming, since he turned to look at us, and then he half bowed.
Hello, Princess. With what occasion do I have the privilege of your presence?
Oh, Omar, always the flowery language. Didn't I tell you to stop a long time ago? The name took me by surprise. I can't do that, Princess. The same response as always. As for why I came here today, it's to show around my guest of honor, since he didn't have the chance to see the full glory of our palace. I hope he won't have the same problems as before from now on. Omar opened his mouth to say something, before closing it, and gave a defeated sigh. Of course, Princess. He bowed again, and Cleopatra gave a satisfied smile. Trader, thank you for coming here. I think I would have died if we continued. Froggy somehow managed to come up here while the conversation was ongoing. Of course, he was panting when he arrived. And here I thought you wanted to become a fighter instead of staying all day at the brewing station. I don't want to become a fighter. Even if I did, I prefer to use my potions instead of the sword. But you have to hit your target first to work, the man from the arena yelled while climbing the stairs. Yeah, but I don't want to be in that situation in the first place. So how are you doing, trader? It's been a while since we last talked. It was last night, but they didn't know that, so I also had to act. It's been pretty good, honestly. I even managed to level up my enchanting skill. The prince was a great help with his guidance. The princess looked surprised by this, then suspicious, before nodding her head in understanding. Ah, I see. Looks like I wasn't the only one that worked hard. Not as hard as you. Look like I'm guessing this is not the end of it for today, is it? Unfortunately, you're right. I'll do a few potions next, and end the day with a history lesson. He said that with a tired sigh. Poor guy. I think he has to go through this every day. I'm starting to be more grateful that I'm ignored. I'm sure you'll pull it off. Maybe we can hang out when you have some free time. But his face was enough to tell me that he didn't have enough of that. But a sudden twist happened. We could end up early today, so you can have a break. Omar finally arrived and told us the good news, and I could see how much Froggy appreciated it by how quickly his face lit up. Thanks, Omar.
I think we should stop at the kitchen first, then we can figure out what to do after. Froggy didn't even wait for me, and just left the training area. I looked at the princess and instructor in case they seemed offended, but it wasn't a problem from their looks. You two can go. I'm sure you have a lot to catch up on, the princess reassured me. And I was glad they didn't want to stay with us, since we now can speak freely. I had to run to catch up with the witch, since he didn't stop to wait after me. But when we got to the kitchen, we were both gasping for air. Did we have to run the way here?
They won't be cold no matter what, so what's the rush?
You don't understand, traitor. After every training session, I'm only allowed to eat special cookies until dinner. They're not even sweet, just bland and crunchy. It's supposed to help me gain muscle, but what's the point of having them if I don't want to fight? He walked into the kitchen and demanded some chicken, bread, and pie. The staff there didn't seem too shocked by the sudden outburst. They looked happy to see him, even. Very different reaction from me. After we got everything he requested, he calmed down and started to talk normally. So, where do you want to hang out? You managed to explore this place more than me. With how much they torture you, I'm not that surprised. I think we can go to the garden. There's not a lot of people there. Froggy nodded in understanding and followed my lead until we arrived the exact place where I just left.
I was surprised that we didn't have any guards following us. Maybe they finally trusted us after a few weeks of supervising. I hope they'll also get rid of mine while they're at it. This place is amazing. I've always seen it from the window but didn't have the chance to see it. But it's truly an amazing place. He sat down on the grass and started eating in peace with a smile on his face. That was until I started to speak. So, Froggy, do you want some good news or the bad news first? He froze. Good news? I know a place where I can find a fully enchanted diamond pickaxe. His eyes were wide in surprise. There was some progress on our escape plan. If we used a diamond pickaxe, I could break us out of this cage. And the bad news? Well, I then told him everything that happened last night, with how I got in the factory, how I was found out and had to strike a deal, and my new mission to send a secret message. Seriously, trader? How do you manage to get yourself into so many problems? This is my second major event in my life, and it's pretty overwhelming. But I found you, besides a black skeleton knocked out, managed to cure a disease, though incurable, requested a noble to teach you enchanting, then getting caught by the palace where you found out one of their most treasured secrets. I think fate is playing with you at this point. When you put everything like that, it does sound pretty overwhelming. Plus, he doesn't know that I'm from another world, or that I know about the Nether, which is another state secret of the Stone Kingdom, or the fact that I'm the owner of a tribe from that dimension. I've been really busy this past year, if I say so myself. Anyway, can I see the message as well? Maybe I can figure out the code. I didn't have anything to lose, so I gave him the book, which he opened and started reading intensely. But after a few minutes, he closed the book with a sigh. I don't understand the code either, but I think I can figure it out in a week if I have the time. When did you say the deadline was? Well, she said tomorrow, but until tomorrow she'll get the results, so that means today, depending on what's her strategy to find out. I think my instructor Omar fits the description perfectly, if the name was not enough already. Do you want me to give it to him? No, that would only get you more trouble than necessary. I'll most likely tunnel tonight to his room and leave it there. There's no need to know who is the messenger. That's true. He lives with the other guards. I think he has the last room, since it's the biggest. I'll give you another invisibility potion, in case anything happens. Also, can you give me a copy of the coded message? I can figure out later if something. Froggy helped me with a lot of this new information, so I took out some papers from my inventory and started to copy from the book. Then I gave it to him, which he quickly put in his inventory. For the next hour, we just casually talked until he had to leave to do potions. He told me to come to his room in about 2 hours so he could give me the invisibility potion. With that, I was free for 2 more hours. Maybe I should get back to enchanting. Chapter 47. Dropping the letter, I managed to enchant 3 more books before it was time to meet with Froggy, and fortunately, when I got there, he was still waiting for me. "Oh good, you finally arrived. Here's the potion, and I got some info from some of the servants here. The guards will finish their last training session of the day in about an hour, so you can follow him while invisible."
I'll give you 2, just in case.
He gave me the potions, and I quickly tanked him before we left the room. He went to his history lesson, while I was about to get some sleep. The guard, as always, was following me. Luckily, he didn't try to stop me when I went to talk with Froggy. Once I arrived at my room, I stopped and turned to him. "I'm going to get some sleep, so unless someone important is looking for me, don't wake me up." The guard, with a bored expression, nodded his head in understanding. With that, I closed the door behind me, put some pillows under the blanket, and in the secret tunnel I went. Just to be sure, I drink a potion since it would last for a few hours anyway. It was still in the middle of the day outside, so there would be a lot of risks if I suddenly made a hole in the hallways, so I'd go to a place where I knew for sure that nobody was there. Froggy's room. And as I suspected, nobody was there once I was in it.
I quietly opened the door and saw some people walking along from time to time.
So after some good timing, I snuck out of the room while nobody saw me. Even though I was invisible, I didn't want to take the risk of being comfortable. I got in too much trouble recently for me not to learn that lesson. With quiet steps, I walked along the hallways. Sometimes guards patrolled, so I had to stop moving and wait for them to pass me. I didn't want my particles to be seen again. While the process was slow, I finally arrived at the training area again, where I could see the previous guards that laughed at Froggy training hard, while my target was in front of everyone watching intensely. I watched for a while, and I had to say that it was pretty entreating. In this world, I don't have access to the internet, so I'm suffering from the lack of entertainment at my fingertips, or the lack of fingers in general. But after half an hour of watching people fight, I didn't even realize how time flew by.
Okay, that's enough for today. Go take a shower and resume your duties.
The people stopped, and you could see their shoulders starting to relax. Some of them started to leave, while others were kept by Omar to point out their mistakes while also giving pointers. Nobody looked angry or ashamed, which means his word was respected by others. After about 10 more minutes, everyone left, leaving only Omar, who was cleaning anything left behind by the others. Such a responsible man, truly a role model. After one last look around the place, the target finally left, and I quietly tried to follow him. We passed through a small hallway, then we went outside, where I could see a separate building. It must be the guards' dormitories. It looks a lot smaller than I imagined. Omar went inside, and I quickly followed him, only to see him entering the last room on the left. There were 10 doors to his room. How did he move so fast?
It didn't matter. I finally knew his room, so tonight I can give him the book.
Just to be sure, I'll wait to see if he has the whole room to himself. I waited, and waited, and waited for another half an hour. This won't work. The only movement that I saw was the guards that were leaving to do their shifts. Does he not have any more work for today? Frustrated, I left the building and decided to sneak to his window. Maybe I could see why he hadn't left yet. Every window looked the same, but the fact that his room was the last one greatly helped. And once I got to his window, I finally got the answer to my burning question. The man didn't come out because he was sleeping. Of course he wouldn't come out anytime soon, I whispered to myself in frustration. At least it wasn't for nothing. I can see that he lives alone, so that would be much easier to give him the package. With that out of the way, I decided to start the tunnel now so I don't have to check where I am constantly.
The tunnel would start from 1 block below the bed and continue until it connected to wherever tunnel I already dug.
After an hour of confusion and frustration, the new tunnel was connected with the others. Finally, I can finish this ongoing mission. Hopefully, Froggy will decipher the code as soon as possible. I don't want to be hunted by my mistakes anymore. With that, I went to my room next, sat on the bed, and finally relaxed. Okay, that's enough of a break. Time to get back to enchanting. Tomorrow I'll do second levels in enchantments, so I can't give up. And for the rest of the day, I continued to enchant until my next level. It was harder to do it this time, since I was still tired from mining, but it was finally done. Level 4 enchanting skill. From what I read, this is the place where you truly start to make money. If you manage to get a copy for a level 2 enchanting, that alone can make you from a normal villager to a small noble.
The books are not cheap to make here in the desert, so every enchantment counts. That's why a higher enchantment costs more than it normally should. Yes, you can use 2 lower levels of enchants to get a higher one, but for that you need more books and XP, without growing in skill, and the higher the level is, the bigger the costs are. Well, if I want to start a business in one of the other kingdoms, I'm sure I'll be welcomed with open arms, and rich beyond my dreams. With a smile, I let my imagination run wild while I got into my room, and finally, my bed. The sun was already on its way down, but it would take a while until everyone fell asleep, so I decided to sleep for a few hours to get back my strength, and finally finished this delivery. The night was at its full strength. Darkness was all around the world, with only the rich cities having lights on their streets. Some people were sleeping, while others worked in the shadows. I break the dirt block above me. Letting me see the stars in the sky, I scanned the area around me before climbing up to the ground. While a guard's job is to guard an important place or person, there's no such thing at their dormitories. The only noise I heard was of the wind and snoring guards. I looked over the window to see if my target was also sleeping. Someone was in the bed, which was what I wanted to see. I went back to the tunnel and carefully broke the wooden block under the bed. My heart started to beat faster. I kept expecting something to go wrong, but the block disappeared and nothing happened. Good. Now on to the final step, sliding the book from under the bed in the middle of the room. In this world, there's no such thing as an item despawning, so I don't have to worry if it stays on the floor all night. It's not going to be gone when it is found, and with this, there's as little risk for me as possible. So I threw the book away, which slid 2 blocks away from me. Finally, it was done. I could go back and get some well-deserved rest. But something felt wrong. It was over, but it was too easy. Then it hit me. I couldn't hear the rhythmic sound of a sleeping person. The room was in silence. I panicked. I quickly covered the hole and got back into the tunnel. Not only that, I kept placing blocks covering all the progress that I'd made that day. Finally, I arrived at the tunnel system and ran to my room. I couldn't cover all the tunnels that I did, but I did cover the ones that could lead to me being the culprit. Now, deep breaths and relax. Deep breaths and relax. I don't think I'll be able to fall asleep tonight. POV. Omar. My day started early, as usual. I did my morning exercise, followed by some running. Finally, the sun started to appear, which meant that everyone else would wake up soon. But someone needed extra help to do that. So I jogged to the palace, where I went straight to a room while greeting the people that I met. I didn't even bother knocking on the door, just let myself in and saw what I expected. A pale man sleeping comfortably on his bed. "Suhiro, it's time to wake up." As always, no movement from the covers. With a sigh, I got closer to him and dragged him off the bed. He hit the floor hard, but that finally woke him up. He looked around confused before landing his eyes on me. "Good morning, sir. Time for some training."
I didn't forget to put a smile, which he didn't appreciate. He opened his mouth to argue, but gave up. We've been doing this for weeks, so he knows the ritual. Okay, I'll be there as soon as I get some to eat. I just nodded my head and went to the training area to wait for him. Not too long after, he arrived as well. We started with some exercises to get him warmed up, and then did some sparring with the other guards. It didn't last for too long, since the guards didn't feel like they could grow with someone who doesn't want to learn the art of the swords. So instead, I gave them a break, and switched with me to have as a sparring partner. His face of horror was priceless. But it had to be done. The Sultan himself requested that I train him, so his investment wouldn't die so easily. But there's only so much you can force someone to learn, especially if they don't want to. It painted me to even make him suffer like this. But it had to be done. While we were spared, I saw that the princess visited us, so I had to stop the practice. Once Froggy found out the reason she was here, with strength I didn't know he had, run up to them. I was also behind him, only at a slower pace. Froggy looked happy, to finally see someone that suffers the same as him. I looked at the man that was with the princess. His looks were unique, which I'm sure didn't help him with being liked by the other servants. I don't know how someone can live with such a small nose. I would have given up in shame a long time ago. And it didn't help that one of the orders from the higher-ups was to keep them separated as often as possible. It wasn't a rule, more of a suggestion, which some people took as a rule, and the Sultan didn't bother to fix it. After I let Froggy have his long-deserved break, I got back to training with the guards after I spoke a little with the princess. She was doing a favor, so she didn't stay long. After a few hours of training, we were done for the day, so we got back to our rooms. But I felt like I was being followed. The training that woman put me through sharpened my senses, but nowhere near enough as good as her. I swear she has the senses of an Enderman, which are abnormal for a human. I was almost at the dormitories. I could hear steps in the grass, but no one was behind me. This made me more suspicious, but I continued like I didn't feel them. In my room, I lay in bed like I was sleeping. The best time to attack someone is when they're vulnerable, and if I can't see the enemy, I'll make them come to me instead. Minutes passed, hours passed, but there was nothing. Maybe they didn't want me? I couldn't stay all day in bed, so I got up and resumed my day while being more vigilant. But night came and nothing happened. Did I imagine all that? I shook my head and went to sleep. I'll deal with it tomorrow. Time passed, and suddenly I heard a block breaking and my bed slightly vibrating. That woke me up quickly. But I didn't move a muscle, just waited with my sword ready to come out any second. The block was finally broken, and then I heard some sliding on the floor. It was too light to be a person, so I didn't move. Then a block was placed, followed by silence. After a few minutes with nothing happening, I finally got up. Is that it? I looked on the floor where there was only one book. I picked it up, looked over it, and started reading it. The more I read, the bigger my eyes got. And finally, on the last page was a signature. Something that nobody can forge. She didn't die after all. I knew that monster wouldn't fall at the hands of those pillagers. The book informed me about the prince, about the pillagers, and about the invisible man, who was most likely the one following me this morning. But most importantly, it informed me that my boss is alive. She's alive, waiting to get out and have her revenge. And I only need to beat up a few guards tomorrow so they won't arrive at her prison. Chapter 48. Level Up. Through the dunes of the desert, light started to spread. All life was up for another day, while I laid in bed. Knock, knock. My body twitched at that sound. Calm down. There's no need to worry. Nobody found you. I got up from the bed and opened the door. What waited for me on the other side was the same sight as yesterday. the prince, with a warm smile on his face. My breath returned to normal, making me realize that my body was tense. "Good morning, trader. Did you manage to level up yesterday?" "Yes, with your guidance I managed to progress quickly," I smiled back at him. "I'm glad to hear that. Then today we'll be doing some new enchantments. Let's get to work." He turned around and walked towards the enchanting room. Why is everyone around here expecting me to follow them without a word? Is this expected once you have enough influence? But I shake my head and follow the prince. Not too long after we arrived at a door protected by a guard, he gave us a courteous bow while we entered the obsidian room. A level 2 enchantment is a little different.
In any empty book, you can only put 5 pages. But that doesn't mean you can put 5 enchants in one book. Except for the first level.
What if we use an anvil?
Yes, then you can put more enchantments on an item, but it's also more expensive. I nodded in understanding.
What's different about the higher levels? It's that they require more pages, so a level 2 would use 2 pages, the next one 3 pages, and on the last level 4 pages.
4 pages? That would mean that level 4 enchantments are the most powerful ones. But in the game, the last level is 5. Maybe they have it, but it's kept a secret? I can see how that would be possible. You worked with 3 enchantments until now: Unbreaking, Sharpness, and Fortune. It's a good base, since those are often used by most people.
So which one of them do you want to upgrade? Can't I just learn all of them?
Unfortunately, it would take too much time for you to learn all of them, even with the shortcut. I'm sure he just doesn't want me to learn too much. Just the minimum necessity so I can level up faster. And I can't do anything about it. I tried to look for other enchantments in the library, but there was nothing. I suspect that there are books like those, but on the upper levels, which I don't have access to.
Then I'll learn Unbreaking too.
Okay, here are the pages. Try to memorize them before you start to practice. He handed me 2 pages filled with complex writing. I took them and carefully studied each sentence. It was more complicated than the first levels. I looked at it for another 10 minutes before I finally tried to copy it. It was like I was learning about enchanting all over again. But this time, I had some muscle memory from practicing. After about 30 minutes of writing and erasing, a page was done. The prince started to get bored, so he pointed out my mistakes once I started on the second page. It only took me 20 minutes to finish the second one correctly. With those 2 finished, I opened an empty book and put the pages at the beginning. Then, with a casual throw, the book was floating above the enchanting table, where the magic happened. It was a success. I took the book with pride and put it in my inventory. Congratulations on succeeding in your first Unbreaking 2 book. Here are the first pages for the next ones. We're going to level up this skill in no time. That is true. With 10 more of those enchants, I'll get to my next level in no time. But I was shocked once I looked at my skill tab. Why did I get only 5.000 experience? Isn't it supposed to be 10.000? You're not in the beginner stage anymore. From now on, it will only get harder to level up. The prince had an amused smile on his face. This made me think. Is every skill going to get harder as it goes? I looked at my tab and realized that while I did craft over 100 pieces of armor, my skill was only a little over a quarter full. And the higher I go, the less experience I'll get. How can people get to level 7 in their lifetime? No wonder the prince said it would bankrupt a country if they tried to have more masters without shortcuts. I envy Froggy now. Maybe I should be struck by lightning as well. Let's get back to work. You only need to do 19 more books until the next level, and I won't be able to guide you through the whole journey. With that said, I got back to writing and enchanting. 2 hours later, the prince left, and I continued to enchant, but slower. After 1 more hour, I enchanted another book. In total,
I had 7 books and a headache. I need to take a break. I won't be able to get any work done if I only exhaust myself. With a light stretch, I decided to visit Froggy and see how's he doing. Maybe ask him if Omar acted differently today. Unfortunately, once I got there, Froggy finished his training for the day and went to do some potions. He'll be back in an hour. But what truly shocked me is the fact that 2 guards got injured today. Omar, for some reason, was extra brutal with the training, and when they spared with him, they got injured. It was so bad that they won't be able to work for a few days. Maybe it was written in the message for him to do that. I wouldn't know. As long as me and Froggy are not suspected, I don't care if he gets all the guards in the infirmary. With that new information, I decided to wait for Froggy in his room to ask him if he knew anything. An hour later, the door was open, and a surprised witch entered the room. "I didn't expect to see you so soon. Are they going to keep that promise from the princess?" I guess her word does have some power, but as long as it works in our favor, I don't care. Froggy nodded understandingly.
So what happened to Omar this morning? Oh, you heard about it already? For some reason, Omar was very energetic today. He was even happy, if I dare say so. And it was very hard to get any emotions out of that professional man. Anyway, we started the day with harsher training than usual, even by their standards. And while everyone ran, he came to ask me if I knew how to make an invisible potion, which immediately put me on my guard. I froze when he mentioned that. And what did you say? I said that I know how to make one, but I haven't tried to make one since the ingredients are hard to get. That made me raise an eyebrow. From what I know, you only need a golden carrot and fermented spider eye to make that potion. It's not cheap, but not impossible. From your expression, I can guess you know the recipe, which is impressive in its own right. But you have to remember that the only people that know all the potions are the witches and the nobility in the Stone Kingdom.
It's not some common knowledge. That makes sense. I sometimes forget that my knowledge about the game is pretty vast, but also lacking in this world. How did he react after that? He just nodded his head in understanding and got back to the training. But for some reason, he was especially harsh on 2 guards. They ended up in the infirmary, and that rarely happens in training. I'm glad he isn't too interested in us. I thought after last night he'll start digging tunnels all day. Froggy looked confused at me, so I had to explain to him what happened last night. Once I finished my story, he put his hand on my shoulder. Trader, you have to realize nobody can break or place blocks faster than you. So people don't think to check for long tunnels, especially when you were invisible. At most, he must have thought you broke a few blocks beside his window and got under his floor. That calmed some of my worries that I still had from last night.
From there, we just talked about more normal topics, until Froggy had to leave.
With my mind more relaxed, I went back to work, not forgetting to stop at the kitchen to get some food. The pie started to grow on me. POV, Prince Amun. I was furious. That unworthy head guard Omar managed to badly hurt 2 of the most important guards that I have, the ones that guard the obsidian factory. I spend a fortune buying their loyalty from my father, and it's already starting to hurt my pocket. But it didn't matter. Once I became the Sultan, I could get rid of everyone that I wanted, and if they tried to get in my way, I'd get rid of them like I got rid of that annoying bug, Aisha. She and her group are pretty powerful if they want to. Me and my father knew about its existence, even if it's a secret. As for why isn't my father taking care of them, it's because he doesn't see them as a threat to his position. They don't work for the royalty. They work for the country. And that's stupid.
How can a nation be great without a great leader? They shouldn't waste their resources on the common villagers, and instead help us gain more influence over the other countries. But it didn't matter anymore.
Ever since I locked the head of that group in the obsidian prison, they weren't that much of a threat anymore. I entered my office with hurried steps, but stopped once I saw someone else in the room as well. "I thought the meeting was later tonight," I said with anger in my voice. "Looks like someone is angry that their lapdog got injured today," the man responded with a smirk on his face. He looked like any Nobel I'm the desert. He wasn't too handsome nor too ugly. It was a smiling face that could be lost in a crowd.
My people want to know how's the progress with the plan.
"The plan is going well. You don't have time to worry about it."
Don't play this game with me, Prince. Last time when we trusted your word only, a cat snuck into our base and found out about our dealings. And you know who will suffer more if people find out you have contact with the pillagers.
Indeed, the man in front of me was a pillager. Even if I didn't see his grey skin from under the mask, I could still feel his corrupt core oozing out. But I needed them to get on the throne faster, so I had to endure. The armor is almost done, and I already secured that my men will have access to it after it's done. I found out a man that I'm currently teaching enchantments. Next week I'll have the Curse of Binding enchantment. When the show it's going to start, I'm going to pin the blame on him and his friend the witch. The man nodded his head in understanding.
Isn't he a hero of the country, and also a master in alchemy?
He is indeed, but it's a necessary sacrifice for our future. Plus, I'll still have access to your witches, aren't I?
The man started to laugh loudly. "This is why we get along so well, Prince. Our way of thinking it's too similar not to be friends. I'll go now and tell my superiors about the good news. Keep up the good work, and don't mess this up." Once he said that, he took out a firework and threw it out the window. Several seconds later, an explosion was heard, and he disappeared. Everyone was panicking, but the prince stayed in his place, unbothered by what just happened. "I'm not like any of you suicidal cult monsters. I'm someone who will steer the nation to greatness. And once I'm up there, the first thing I'll do is a crusade against you." The door was forcibly opened, and a panicked guard came in. "Sir, are you okay?"
There was a firework explosion outside.
"Yes, I'm fine. Go back to your work." I didn't even bother to see the man leaving. I just got back to my papers that sat in a chest. One day closer to ruling this nation. Chapter 49. Oath of Secrecy. Writing and correcting the mistakes, followed by putting the pages in a book. That's all I've been doing for the past 4 days. But it was all worth it when I finally saw my Skills tab. Skills. Crafting. Level 4. 33.200 over 100.000. Enchanting. Level 5. 10.130 over 1 million. Brewing. Level 2. 110 over 1,000. Trading. Level 4. 9.500 over 100.000. Well, I've done it. My first skill at level 5. It feels rewarding to see numbers grow. I was still in the enchanting room while reading my tab, even though I enchanted 2 extra books. I don't regret it. Soon enough, I'll have to keep my end of the deal with the prince, and I have an inkling that I won't be allowed to use the enchanting room once he's done with me. Or maybe it's just my paranoia speaking, but it's better to be safe than sorry. I went to the entrance and told the guard there to announce to the prince that I was done. The guard looked confused by my encrypting message, but still delivered it. Around 10 minutes later, I saw the prince coming towards me at a fast pace. "Are you finished?" "Yes, I'm enchanting level 5. A little later than I expected, but I'm glad we're finally here. Come with me." I followed him to a well-lit room with a view of the garden, bookshelves on the walls, and what I assumed was a desk in the middle of the room.
Is this your office? It looks pretty cozy." The prince didn't respond. Instead, he took some red wool from a chest and covered the windows, letting only the artificial lights illuminate the room. Then, in his hands, appeared an empty bucket and a redstone torch.
He walked to a cauldron filled with water, where I'm assuming that is the sink, and scooped water into the bucket. Then he just dropped the red torch in the empty cauldron. Before I could ask what was he doing, I heard the sounds of pistons moving, and 2 blocks from the wall disappeared, showing a tunnel going down.
"What just happened?" Again, the prince didn't respond. Instead, went down the ladder, leaving me alone in his office. After thinking if I should just run now and never look back, I have a sigh and went after him. I didn't have to go down for too long before I was in a small obsidian room. They do like to use a lot of obsidian for their secret chambers. I wonder how many of them are now. The room wasn't too big. It had a few chests on the side, a brewing station in one corner, and the other one, an enchanting table. What surprised me the most was the table in the middle of the room. Or, more exactly, what was on the table.
On the table there was a pillow with a pixelated green sphere on top. It felt like I was seeing a dead eye. It was very creepy looking. Even though it wasn't the first time I'd seen one, it was an ender pearl. "What you're about to see, it's a secret that you'll have to take it to your grave. If you want to leave now, it's your chance." He looked at me with a serious face. But I know this isn't a choice. He could have told me this once I was in his office, not when he opened the secret door. He could have not taught me about enchanting at all, just let me grind my skill alone, but no. Instead, he helped me to level up my skill faster and then forced me to see something that would get me into trouble. He wanted me to do something. "You helped so much, of course. I can keep a secret." He nodded his head. Looks like I gave him the answer he was expecting. "This here is an ender pearl. It's an item from the Enderman monster. They are very rare and hard to kill, since they can teleport once they feel they're in danger." I looked amazed at the item, trying to hide the fact that I knew about the item already. "We are going to take an oath while in contact with the ender pearl." I nodded in understanding, and we both had our hands on the pearl. "I, Prince Amun II, swear to keep what is spoken here a secret, and not to hurt the opposing party." That took me by surprise. Is he going to just leave me be once I do him this favor? Did I judge him too harshly? "I, trader, swear to keep everything here to myself, and do no harm to the prince. With the oath now taken, we are both under its power, and whoever will break it shall be cursed to be an Enderman." He then took the pillow with care to not break the orb, and put it on a chest. Meanwhile, I was shocked about the consequences of breaking the oath. Is that even possible? I don't remember this being a feature of the game. But this is not the game that I know. It's just very similar. So it could be possible to become a monster if I break the oath. "I want you to learn this enchantment and make 4 books. My internal struggle was interrupted by the prince handing me 5 pages all written in red, with the most complex formula that I have ever seen, and it was exactly what I felt it was. Curse of Bidding. Isn't this an illegal book to enchant? Even if you're a royalty, you'll suffer heavy consequences. Yes, I am well aware. That's why we both took an oath of secrecy. And you'll know that neither I nor you will betray each other. Why would you need me to help you with this? Wouldn't it be easier to just do it yourself? This looks like a complicated enchantment. I'm sure you'll be able to do it better." The prince looked uncomfortable with what he was about to say. "Every enchantment has an imprint of the creator, and I choose you, since you never sold an enchantment. So nobody would know it was you, even if they would search for it." "Couldn't you ask someone else then? It feels like I'm going through a lot of risk just for something you want to. Why would you even need such an enchantment?" The prince started to get frustrated the more I asked. He didn't like that I was too curious, but he still answered. Everyone who wants to learn enchanting has to give their first book to the library of the palace on the last floor. We do this so we can catch the supplier for criminal groups, and neither I nor my father can control what's going on there. You, instead, managed to learn enchanting illegally, which means that there's no imprint leading to you. As for why would I do that?
It's because with those enchantments, we can finally catch a criminal with connections to pillages. But he's very good at disguising, so this enchanting will greatly help us identify him. I understand. I'll help you with this challenge. Just promise me that you'll help me if they somehow manage to find me. Of course, I will help you. If we manage to do this, you'll even be a hero to this nation, the prince said with enthusiasm. I didn't choose to help him out of the goodness of my heart. I just didn't have a choice. Even if the consequences of the oath may be true, he can still get me in trouble just by telling the authorities that I illegally learned enchanting. And that would be enough for me to get in trouble. That Nobel Alexander risked a lot by teaching me enchanting. I didn't realize how big of a request I made at that time. But this shows how much he cares about his wife. Let's start practicing this now. I need the enchantment by the beginning of the New Year party. Isn't that in 2 weeks? Yes, that's why we need to start now. So for the next hour, we spend it with me trying to understand the prince's explanation. But the fact that I didn't learn the enchanting language, I only copied what I saw, made it much harder for both of us. After some theory lessons, we finally got to writing, and it was also the time I found out why the writing was red instead of the usual black. It was redstone mixed with ink to my relief, from the way the prince kept saying about this enchantment being connected with the soul of the host. I thought I had to write it in blood. This time it took much longer than when I learned how to enchant at level 2. Not only were there more quantities in pages, but the quality had to be higher as well. After a few hours, I managed to do 2 pages without mistakes, but we decided to end it there for today. I asked if we were going to use the same method as the previous enchants, but he refused because there was a chance of his imprint appearing as well. So I was on my own with this. I was kind of glad that I was finally starting to truly learn about enchantment, even though it was just a very simplified version of it. But soon enough I'll be able to figure out the other enchantments as well. And who knows, maybe I'll be able to make some of my own. We got out of the secret room, and he closed the door, followed by him taking the wool down the windows. The sun was about to set, indicating how long we spent underground and how tired I was. Tomorrow we'll meet in the enchanting room. There's no need to worry about the time, since I'll come to get you once I've some free hours. Try not to wonder too much, and see you tomorrow. With that, I left his office and went to my room. The guards looked at me but didn't do anything. Finally, with the door closed, I was safely in my room. Things are starting to escalate faster and faster recently. I think it would take a week and a half for me to finish all 4 enchanted books. That's pretty close to the New Year's party, and I don't know how the prince is planning to use those cursed books, but I don't want to be anywhere of them when that happens. I should start preparing for escaping already. Maybe I should risk going back to the obsidian factory to steal a diamond pickaxe in case things go bad and I need to break the wall. While I'm there, I should also steal some obsidian in case we won't be able to run fast enough and they'll be caught with us. Then I can make a portal and destroy it before they can enter. It's not like they know how to open it anyway. But that is just the worst case scenario. It's too much of a gamble to go through the Nether. That place, it's too dangerous, and will be more lost than ever. I kept thinking of plans and other ideas while the moon started to rise. Let's see how Froggy is doing. I can bounce off some ideas to him and see what could work. I filled my bed with a pillow and back to the secret tunnels where I went. Not too long after, I was already breaking the block above me. Hello to you as well, trader. Or should I call you zombie, with how much you stay in those tunnels, Froggy said with an amused voice. Glad to see you have so much energy after all that training.
How was your day? Froggy shrouded at the mention of training, but quickly got back to reality. Same as usual. Nothing new, nothing interesting. How's your enchanting lessons going? You're looking at someone that has enchanting level 5. Your leveling speed, it's amazing. I'm jealous of you. Says the guy that is a master at brewing potions because he got struck by lightning. To that, he only smiled and didn't comment anything else.
Well, since you seem to be in a good mood, how about some other amazing news? I looked at him with curious eyes, which he only smiled and took out a few pages from his inventory. I took them from his hands and looked over the writing. The more I read, the bigger the reaction I had. Looks like you finally realized what that is. I deciphered the code's message, and maybe we can use that information to get out. Chapter 50. New Plans. There weren't a lot of pages to read, but enough for me to think a lot about. The summary of the message was about Aisha looking for her brother in the pillager outpost where she last heard from him. It was an easy infiltration until she got too close to an evoker and got found out. But not before finding out that Prince Amun was working together with the pillagers. Once she was caught, the prince decided not to kill her as he did with her brother. Instead, he sent her to mine obsidian for the rest of her life. It's been 2 years since then, and in that time she managed to make herself pretty influential with the prisoners and become their leader. They only needed an opportunity to escape. That's where I came into the picture. An invisible man managed to sneak into the factory, and, the most important part, managed to get out unnoticed. She did say that if he finds me, I should be recruited or forced to help at least. But since neither I nor Froggy have been contacted by the head guard, I can only guess he gave up. As for how did she make sure the message was sent? Well, Omar had to beat up some guards bad enough that they wouldn't be able to guard the factory that night, which would be the sign she would be looking for, and prepare the prisoners for it. On the pages was also the plan for escaping. It wasn't too complicated. He only needed to break them out when the New Year's party was at its busiest. How was he supposed to do that? I have no idea, but I can only guess he has a good method if it wasn't even worth mentioning. Well, this is some interesting information we got here. True. Do you think it would affect our escape plans? I think it could help us, honestly. I mean, what is a better distraction than one of your most important factories going on a run? Actually, I think this is the best thing that could happen to us. Everyone would be too busy to catch the prisoners that know how to break obsidian over 2 half-important people. Both of us gave a sigh of relief. Finally, we had a solid plan to escape. We could use the tunnels to get as close as possible to the gates, and with an invisibility potion, we could easily pass the guards that would be too busy looking for the prisoners. The only thing that makes me hesitate, it's the unknown veritable, such as the prince. He told me that he wanted the cursed books to catch a pillager, but from this message, I understand that the prince works with the pillagers. So then, who is the true target of those curses? I could ask Froggy's opinion, but I live in a world where a bolt of lightning hits a villager, it becomes a witch. I don't want to test the power of an oath. I'll try to figure out what's the plan while I'm with the prince enchanting. So for the next few hours, we just talked about our day, and then went to rest for the next day. What's so hard to understand about doing a simple oval? Is that shape too complex for your mind? The prince was yelling at my ear while correcting my mistake, showing me the proper way to write the letter. I feel like I'm back with my parents doing homework. Not the best of times. My initial plan was to play dumb with learning the new enchantment and try to drag this as long as possible. The good news is that this level of enchantment is more complicated, more precise, and with a different font to use. The bad news is that I didn't need to fake it. I'm actually struggling to learn the new font for this enchantment. Does it really need to be precise? I know the enchanting table is picky about small mistakes, but it didn't have a problem with the others. There are 2 types of enchantments, the one created by the system and the one created by humans. You can make small mistakes with the one made by the system, but the one made by humans needs to be precise. Wait, you can actually make your own enchantments? Yes, but most of those were made in the time before the Great War. For some reason, we can't make complicated new ones like the Vein Miner enchantment. Only some simple ones, like the Glow enchantment. I knew about other enchantments besides the original ones, but I didn't expect some of them to be so useful. It's too bad that they're very hidden on the higher floors of the library.
How do you know which one is made by the system and which is man-made?
The ones made by the system can also be obtained with the Trading tab. That made sense, actually. But now I also want to learn how to make my own enchantment. But that's a very far goal to achieve. I still don't fully understand the language of enchantments, and the fact that I'm skipping to the higher tiers doesn't help me at all. So, for the next few hours, we kept rewriting and practicing, until finally, the prince had to leave for his work, which left me alone in the enchanting room. Finally, I can have some peace and quiet now. Okay, I have to change things up. I don't think I can keep doing this for 2 more weeks. Is there any way to cheat the system? I sat down and rubbed my head to hopefully calm down the headache. Is there a way to print it? I saw some videos in my world where they cut some words into wood and filled the letters with ink, and that's some primitive printing machine. But can this be even replicated here? I know that the villagers can craft stuff without using the crafting system. I saw a chair just 1 block tall. It was a shocking discovery the first time I saw it. And when I asked around, they told me to use the tools on the crafting table, but not for crafting. Instead for sculpting a block. That was one of the first things I searched in the library once I had access to it, and it was an interesting subject to study. The only downside of people doing this is that it's not recognized by the system, since it wasn't made by it. So you can put the item in your inventory, but you can't stack it with other similar objects. And for some weird reason, once a block is sculpted, gravity has an effect on them. That's why it's not used to make important stuff, since they're not unmovable like a normal block.
But let's try it anyway. This way I can relax my mind for a while.
With that said, I take out a crafting table from my inventory and look at my 3 tools. Saw, hammer, scissors. I then put 2 plank blocks on top of each other right beside the crafting block. Since this is a wooden block, I'll use a saw for my experiment. With the saw in my hand, I cut around 1/7 of the block. It was a slow process, and also weird, since I didn't see the breaking animation of the wooden block. But finally, the plank fell off onto the crafting table. It really works! I can also pick up the remaining block like an Enderman. It's a weird sensation. I put it in my inventory, where a text informed me that I have a chopped plank block. But what I needed for this experiment was the small slab, and for this, I needed to use the scissors. I really don't have a lot of tools to use. I think the system doesn't want us to make our own items, only the ones made by itself.
Wait, is the system sentient?
I waited for a response, but nothing came. Yeah, that fingers. Otherwise I would have been connected when I first got into this world. The scissors were uncomfortable to use. It was hard to scratch a curved line, so I had to be careful. But the fact that I had a paper to guide me helped me greatly. After half an hour of scratching, I finally finished 1 word. Finally, it's done. Now let's see if it works. I wouldn't use the redstone ink for this, since it's just a prototype, so instead I use my feather to smudge all over the words. Then, with a flip of my hand, the excess ink was erased. This is so convenient. Next, I put a blank paper over the scratched word and pressed hard, then quickly turned the paper to see the results. But to my disappointment, there were only a few ink marks on the paper, but nothing that resembled a letter, let alone a word. Then I face-palmed. Of course, it wouldn't work. The word is supposed to be out, not dug in the wood.
This complicates the process more than it should.
Even though it wasn't a success,
I still wanted to try. First, I cut a smaller cube. I only want to do a ladder this time. After I marked with ink the shape that I wanted, I slowly chipped away the wood. It took me about an hour, but it was finally done. It was slower than actually writing it, but this is more fun and relaxing, even if it's harder. Time for the real test. I put some ink over the letter and then stamped it on the paper. It works! It actually works! This is revolutionary for this world. It would make enchanting so easy. If the enchanting table accepted this. But I didn't let that thought bring me down. I made some progress, and it could help me level up enchanting much faster if it works. But it's too much of a risk to start it now. I sat down thinking of a solution to this particular problem until I finally got it.
I don't need to make the letters myself. I can ask someone else to do it for me. There's usually a Fletcher in the crafting room. I could ask him to do all the hard work and I'll pay him later. I'm sure he can do a better job than me, anyway. But first, I needed to write all the letters individually, and they needed to be perfect. Looks like I'm back to writing. It didn't take me long this time, since I already have some experience, and it's easier to write the letters individually than in a whole sentence. I didn't want to waste time, so I went directly to the crafting room, where the Fletcher villager looked bored out the window, until he heard me coming. It's been a while since I saw you. Getting back to grind the crafting skill? Not necessarily, my friend. I'm actually looking for you. Do you know how to sculpt in wood, by any chance? I got this job because I can do odd jobs with the crafting table tools. Awesome!
Can you do something similar to this, but with all of those letters, about 30 for each?
And can you also make a square about the same size as a page? I showed him the letter that I chipped, the page with the rest of the letters, and a blank page to scale the board where the letters would stand. That's a big order you have there, but it can be done. While Fletcher looked a little surprised by the sudden request, it looked like it wasn't that shocking for him. This makes me wonder what kind of orders he usually gets to this point. Of course, I'll pay for taking your time. Then I took out 2 golden apples and put them on the table. That finally got a reaction out of him. He was shocked, and he didn't believe what he was seeing in front of him. Are you sure about that? Yes, of course. I mean, I'm taking up so much of your precious time at work, so I need to compensate you for that.
I hope this is enough.
Yes, it's more than enough. The villager quickly rebounded like I was about to take back the apples. How long do you think it would take to finish all? In 3 days I should finish your puzzle. Don't worry. I'm an expert at this, the man said with confidence. I was shocked when I heard the time. I expected a week at minimum, but I guess experienced people work faster. Thank you, sir. I'll be back in 3 days then. With that, I got out of the room. I still had to enchant normally in case it didn't work. Let's hope I didn't waste this time. Chapter 51. 3 days later. 3 days have passed since I made that commission. In that time, I finally managed to enchant 1 cursed book, which was a good feeling, as was a bad one. Good because this means that I can actually do it, and I'm not that dumb. Bad because it's going to be used on someone, with bad intentions.
But that wasn't the reason that I'm happy today, even though the prince started to grumble less since I succeeded in the enchantment.
No, the reason I'm so excited is because the order should be ready. So, after the prince left to do his actual job, I went straight to the crafting workshop. In there, Fletcher was quietly sitting at a desk while reading a book. I'm guessing you come for your order. It was an interesting challenge to work so many details on a surface so small, but I think the job is well done. He then lifted a box beside him that I didn't even see and put it on the desk. Inside, I could see small wooden tablets with a letter on top of each other. There were a lot of them. The whole enchanting language had 20 characters, and I requested 30 of each letter, so that in the box there were 600 small wooden tablets. That was actually a lot once I put it in perspective. And he managed to do that in just 3 days. This guy must be a machine with how much he worked.
I took a letter from the pile and looked closely at it.
Once again, I was taken by surprise. The details of the lines were closer to what I wrote on the paper than what I made chipped on the wood. Not only that, but everything was flat, which means the letters will have the right thickness without me having to fill anything after the print. Thank you. This is beyond what I expected. It's perfect for what I need. I took another 2 golden apples from my inventory and placed them on the table. The villager was taken by surprise by the sudden tip, but took the apples without saying anything. I'm glad it's to your liking. I hope it's a fun puzzle, he said with a smile. A puzzle? I guess you could see it like that if you don't know the true purpose of it. It's also a good cover story. Oh, I almost forgot the wooden plank. Here it is. Unfortunately, I couldn't do an even surface with only 1 piece, so I had to cut it in half.
Hope it won't ruin it too much.
From his inventory, he took out 2 planks of wood that put together had the space of a page where the letters would be placed. It's okay, thank you again. Can I take the box with me? Since there were over 600 pieces of wood in the box, I couldn't fit them in my inventory, especially since the system won't recognize them as an item made by him, which won't stack. The villager nodded in affirmation, so I put the 2 planks on top of the pile and went back to the enchanting room, where the guard by the door looked weird at me but didn't say anything. Inside the lantern-illuminated room, I put the box on top of the desk where I flipped it, letting everything fall all over it. Let's see if this will actually work. And funnily enough, it's actually going to be a puzzle with how I piece the letters. I flipped all the pieces with the curving up and took out a piece of paper with the enchantment.
Everything was written correctly, but the font was harder to replicate, which is why I hoped this one would work.
After 10 minutes of work, 1 page was ready. Now, time to see if it would print. I put red ink all over the letters, then took out a blank paper and carefully placed it on top of it, trying not to accidentally smudge anything. I then took out an iron pressure plate from my inventory, placed it over the paper, and pressed hard. Quickly after that, I took it off and carefully peeled the page. It actually works. This might actually help me with enchantments. I only need to make 4 more pages. The rest of the pages took about an hour to finish. Between the rearranging and cleaning of the ladder, it took more time than I expected, but less time if I've actually written it by myself. With 5 pages in my hand, I take out an empty book and place them at the beginning. Then I feed the enchanting table some lapis and throw the book while holding my breath.
Then slowly, the book started to float, followed by being surrounded by a holographic letter and becoming a cursed book.
It worked! It actually worked! I'm a genius!
Skills. Crafting level 4, 33.200 over 100.000. Enchanting, level 5, 30.130 over 1 million. Brewing, level 2, 110 over 1 million. Trading, level 4, 9.500 over 100,000.
And I got the experience as well. Time to use this cheat system until there are no more lapis. For the rest of the day, I kept enchanting books like there was no tomorrow. I could only do around 20 books an hour before I had to use the grindstone, since there were no more empty books left for me to use. 6 hours later, I enchanted 120 cursed books, and then erased the progress through the grindstone. I didn't want the prince to find out about this method of enchanting. No reason to give him more power. With all that work done, I decided to finish everything for today.
So I went to the kitchen to get some food and search for Froggy to see what's he doing. To my surprise, he was actually in his room, relaxing on the bed. Did a teacher get sick? Or how are you finished so early for today?
Froggy didn't seem surprised by my sudden arrival. He only glanced at me with one eye before getting back into his comfortable position. Hello to you as well, trader. Finally got a break from lessons with the prince. Yep, I managed to do a proper enchantment this time. I think he'll go more easy on me now that we have some success. I still can't figure out why he would need your help to do an enchanted book. He's a master at that skill. Unfortunately, I can't tell you much. But the reason he tells me, it's something about the mark left on the book. But with all enchanted items, I haven't seen a mark that I can call my own. And the prince didn't want to go into too much detail about finding the mark either. Anyway, how are you finished so early? Well, since the party is getting closer and closer, everyone is very busy, and nobody wants to waste time on me that much. And the best part about this is that I don't even do the morning exercises, so that means I can sleep however much I want. But isn't the head guard a strict person when it comes to consistency? Did something happen with the head guard? Not really. I think he's actually the busiest person of them all, since he has to break open the people from the factory. And he does that out in the open like that? I mean, only we know what he's actually working towards. The others think that he's preparing for the party as well. That was an interesting perspective to know. But this could help me with spying, perhaps. Since everyone would be too busy preparing the rooms, they wouldn't notice a few valuable things disappearing. With a sly smile, I let the day pass while I talked with Froggy. It was a very productive day. POV. Enderwoman. Another day has passed without me finding my human. Since one of the useless ones came into the world, he suddenly disappeared while I was looking away. That frustrated me more, since he was the one most likely to find my human. While exploring the surrounding area and asking the other Endermans if they had seen a frame made from unmovable blocks, I found nothing. I gave up and decided to get back into the hot dimensions to look for more clues at the skeleton fortress. As I teleported back to the portal, I found that one of the residents of the other dimension was looking for a friend of my human. That's a good lead to where I will go next. They took the horses to move faster, but it was nothing in comparison to the teleportation of my people. I can't believe we were once the same as them. The following days were pretty boring, with the exception of one night when I had to intervene because of a stupid creeper. Finally, once we arrived at a city full of people, they stopped being in a rush. Fortunately, they didn't go inside, since it would be hard for me to hide with all those people on the streets. Instead, they went into one of the biggest structures that I've seen built by humans. It was even bigger than the skeleton fortress in the hot dimension. Even though it was full of people, I could still be stealthy in here by teleporting onto the roof, which was never checked. I looked through some windows and finally found the friend of my human. I only needed to follow him until he found a lead to my human. I feel it in my ender pearl. He's alive and somewhere in this world. But I don't have a network of information like those humans do, so I'll have to use them to get what I want. That night, I got the answer that I expected. My human was alive but captive in the desert. How dare they take what's mine? I should move that desert block by block if they've done something to him. They don't know what we were once capable of. But no. Father told us to forget the old life and embrace the new one. I decided to wait. I didn't know the place where my human was held captive, and the desert was a vast biome with not a lot of my people to ask for directions. Unfortunately, that would be in a few weeks, but I can be patient. Once an Enderman finds his block, only time can separate them. A few weeks went by, and finally, a party with blue armored people guarding it left the big structure. They had a light glow from time to time over their armor, which meant that their annoying armored just became more hateful. I never like those people. They tend to exaggerate too much at my pranks. But I didn't have to fight them. I only needed to follow them from the shadows. While we were still in the forest, I could easily keep up with them.
But once we got to the desert, I had to keep my distance from them since my dark skin was easy to spot on the empty dunes of sand.
After a few days in the hot sun, we finally arrived at the biggest city I've seen in this dry desert. My enderpearl started to beat loudly. I could feel him. I could feel his presence in the biggest building in the center of the city. I didn't even bother to wait for the group to arrive. I teleported from roof to roof until one wall blocked my way, but it barely stopped me from getting where I wanted. A few people saw me and started to shout in panic, but I ignored them. The building started to get taller and more colorful, but I didn't stay too much to admire them, until again I was blocked by a different wall. I tried to teleport past it like the other one, but for some reason, it didn't work. This made me suspicious. The only thing that could stop my teleporting was the void, or the unmovable block. And this wall didn't look like either of them. I wanted to take out some blocks to see what was blocking me, but I had to stop. The sound of the horn was crying loudly in the sky.
Looks like my reckless teleportation got some unwanted attention.
But there's no need to worry. They won't catch me. And soon, I'll get my human back. And no amount of army could stop me. Chapter 52. Time for the Party. Part 1. It's been 11 days since I made the printing discovery. Those were some busy days for me. I printed around 8 hours every day in the enchanting room, and over 1,000 books later, I managed to level up my enchanting skill once again. I think I'm the first person in history to run through so many levels in one skill. Maybe I'll find a way to cheat the other skills as well, and be a master of all trades. Unfortunately, while I did have a higher level in my enchanting skill, I couldn't advance further. I didn't have a level 3 book that I could copy, nor did I have enough lapis to grind through the cursed book.
Speaking about lapis, the prince is getting more suspicious of me, since the ore is disappearing at an unnatural rate. But the fact that he needs those cursed books in a limited time makes him look the other way. While enchanting was fun when I was alone, I also snuck around the busy palace to see if I could take some souvenirs with me once I was gone. And I was a little disappointed. One of the more interesting rooms I found was the armory. There were stands with iron and even diamond armor beside the walls. I suspect the diamond ones will be taken at the party tonight, so I can't take those, but I'm sure 2 iron-armored sets will not be missed. Another interesting, but harder to get in the room, was the precious materials room. In there, I found all the materials for brewing that Froggy used. And for a sultan who liked to flex his wealth, he has a surprisingly small amount of ingredients. I think I had more ingredients from the skeleton fortress than what they have here. There were also a few chests with different kinds of ores that would have been helpful when I wanted to craft a pickaxe. I didn't take any items from those places, at least not yet. I'll wait until night when everyone will be in the ballroom and nobody to guard the rooms. Even with all the work I went through, I still decided to go through my tunnels and cover up any useless ones. There's no reason to risk the whole tunnel system being found by accident. At night, I and Froggy did some drills in the tunnels, while I showed him every entrance to the system. He was pretty shocked by how much I managed to dig while also working on the surface, and when I told him that it used to be bigger than this, but covered them up, he refused to believe me. At times like this, I miss Bobby and his reactions. Even though he started as a common villager, the fact that he went to the academy and studied for a few years made him truly realize how unusual things were with me.
Froggy is a smart guy as well, but he lived half of his life in a small town that was destroyed, and the other half in isolation. Even when he got an education here at the palace, it was filtered and forced, and that's not the best way to memorize information. But it didn't matter. We were going through plans, trying to find the best ones we could possibly think of. I even found the stools for the horses. We thought of the idea of making us and the horses invisible and rushed through the gate. But in the end, we threw that idea out. The horses would make too much noise when they moved, without taking into consideration how they would react when they became invisible. We want to take some horses, but we'll buy them from the city, or, worst case scenario, steal them. I wouldn't feel good, but with such a high risk for this escape, there's no time to second guess.
Today was the day of action. We were nervous, as a normal person would be in this situation, so we tried to distract ourselves with any way we could. Froggy over-prepared with potion brewing, and surprisingly, even went outside to train with the sword. As for me, I went back into the enchanting room and continued to make cursed books. After all, I won't have access to so many resources after I leave. Unfortunately, I won't be able to take the printing tablet with me. The system doesn't accept it as a stackable item, and I don't have enough space in my inventory to take it. So I'll most likely burn it once I'm done with it. It feels like a waste to destroy such a good product, but it did its job the best, and I'm very thankful for it. For the next few hours, I kept grinding at my enchanting skill, when suddenly I heard a loud horn from the outside. I was confused. Are we being attacked? Or did some guests arrive earlier, and this is how they announced them? I opened the door and saw the guard very tense looking around carefully. That is one of the options out the window. What's that horn signaling? I don't know specifically, sir, but it signals that something is approaching the palace that could be dangerous. So we're not being invaded right now? Oh no, there would be a lot more noise if we were attacked. One horn means to be on the lookout for one enemy that can be dealt once found. I was impressed with their system of warning and its effectiveness. This method was probably used in my world as well, before long-distance communication was invented. I went back into the obsidian room and looked at my setup on the table. The noise outside will make the guards patrol more often, which is not a fun thing to happen. I think I've had enough enchanting for today.
Better clean things up before they arrive at this room to inspect it. With a sigh and heavy heart, I put everything back into the box and brought it in the corner of the room. Then with a flint and steel, I made some fire. Since it was on an obsidian block, it wouldn't spread anywhere, and it would have a short lifespan. That was until I threw the wooden box into the flame. The wood started to get darker and darker while getting consumed by a growing flame. Thank you for your help. Unfortunately, this is the only way I can let you go. I then made a small praying gesture and waited for the fire to die out. It took a while, since wood is still a source of fuel. But once I was sure all the wood was gone, I placed a block over the fire to extinguish it immediately. This world never ceases to amaze me. Right as I was about to leave, some guards wearing diamond armor barged into the room and looked at me. They didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. We just looked at each other in silence. Then, without saying anything, they looked all over the room before leaving in silence, with me still confused about what happened. They sure move fast, I mumbled to myself as I exited the room. The hallways were full of guards and servants that went in and out of different rooms. This made me feel tense as everyone else, so I decided to see what Froggy was doing. I checked the brewing room, but he wasn't there. Next, I went to the garden and saw him swing the wooden sword like he was, though. Looks like the tension is eating you up. Are you okay? Froggy stops and finally sees me. Yeah, I have a lot of energy that I need to get it out, and training is the best solution that came to mind. That seems fair. Do you know what the guards are looking for? They already searched this area, and from what they told me, it was an Enderman that sounded the alarm. An Enderman? What is a monster like that doing in the middle of the city? I thought they didn't like populated areas. Yeah, that's why everyone is confused and looking for the monster. They don't want to scare the guests somehow. We stayed like this for a few more hours. We kept talking or swinging swords until one of the servants came to us with some clothes for us to wear to the party. I looked at mine with awe. It was a green medieval suit with golden ornaments all over it,
The shirt was plain white, and the pants were as complicated as the top part. I didn't know you can craft something like this. Froggy was as surprised as me with the complicated suit he got himself. It was a long purple robe that had the design of a potion effect, a hat that looked similar to his old witch hat, but this one more elegant and stylish. I tried to put the clothes on me, and that's when I realized how they managed to do this.
My armor slots didn't register those clothes as armor, which means that it was made without the help of the system. I don't even know how can they make so many details in a world that are encouraged to use the system every day. Do they melt metals on their own? Do they build a furnace system different than the actual furnace? So many questions that I don't have the answer to. Maybe I'll look for some of them next time I'll get a chance to use a royal library. But since I can't use the inventory to get the clothes on, I have to use the old-fashioned way to do it. It wasn't a comfortable experience, especially when every part of my body had edges. But it was done. I brought out my inventory to see if there were any changes in the armor slots, but it was as empty as I expected it to be. Does that mean that I can make myself into an onion of clothes and equip the armor to have more defense, the usual? Maybe a test for later.
Froggy looked satisfied with his outfit. He looked like an elegant witch, if that even was possible.
I think we should go to the party before we start the plan. Once the other nobles will see us, they'll be satisfied enough not to look when we disappear.
Froggy nodded his head in understanding and headed to the big ballroom, while I went to the tunnels and started to loot where I could. From the armory, I took an iron sword. From the kitchen, I took some cooked food. But the most precious items I got from the precious materials room. Gold, emeralds, even some diamonds were going into my inventory without any regrets. It was a quick and stealthy job, so in about half an hour I had everything that I needed, as I suspected the guards were just patrolling, not stationary at one door. With a calm demeanor, I walked towards the party. Nobody was suspicious about my arrival, and no alarms were raised. I arrived at the room, and I was surprised. I saw the room beforehand, but it gave a different atmosphere when dozens of fancy people were occupying the space. Froggy was already taken by some nobles, and I could see how uncomfortable he felt by his face. But he was trained to deal with nobles, so he wasn't that helpless, just overwhelmed. I'm probably in more trouble than he is, since I don't know their culture, and who knows if I'll insult someone by saying something wrong. That's why my plan was to stay as close as possible to the walls, where tables filled with food and drinks occupied the space. It was interesting to see how they managed to design the cubic-shaped food in such a way that I would consider it art more than food. I filled my plate with what caught my eye and ate while observing the party. From time to time, I hear someone shouting whenever a noble comes through. It was interesting to see everyone's different styles and funny names. Suddenly, I hear a name that interests me. From the Stone Kingdom, Princess Elizabeth Mending and her court.
This was the first group that came from another kingdom, and everyone looked at the door. I was also curious to see one of the royal family besides the sultans. She entered with a powerful presence, blonde, long hair, and a fiery red dress. She was followed by her guards in diamond armor, each fully enchanted. I'm sure they don't have the best enchantments like the sultans, but their presence told a message not to be taken lightly. The team wasn't big, so I could see that someone in the group didn't have any armor, just some fancy suit. But who was in that suit took me by surprise. Bobby? What are you doing here? Chapter 53. Time for the Party, Part 2. Why is Bobby here? Isn't he supposed to be back to his village? Did he somehow manage to get in trouble with the royal family in the other country? No. He seems interested to be here, which means he somehow managed to convince the princess to bring him. Do I only make friends that get themselves into trouble like me? Or do they get into trouble because I'm a bad influence on them?
But I digress. What I wanted to express before losing my train of thought is that I'm happy to see my friend here and doing well. I walked towards his group, knowing that I couldn't suddenly barge into the prince's group without getting some unwanted attention. But like everyone here, eventually they have to split up and talk with the other people. That is my chance to strike. As I was slowly walking around the group, waiting for them to split up, or Bobby to see me, I was tapped on my shoulder by someone. "Excuse me, hero. I'm happy to see you doing well in here. How was the palace experience for you?" I turned around to see someone that made me angry and surprised to see. "Alexander, I didn't expect to see you here at the party. Is your wife here as well?" The man where all this started, the one house where I cured a poor soul from her undead life, and I was rewarded with imprisonment in the palace. Of course, it isn't his fault. He did pay me for my services, and he even risked getting into trouble by illegally teaching me how to enchant. But logic doesn't usually work the same way emotions do, and I didn't realize that I hadn't gone over the betrayal that I went through, and I could feel it in my response. "Yes, she is. She is back to her old self like nothing ever happened. She was furious when she heard you were taken by force by the palace. We managed to pull some strings, and I think we can force the royal family to send you on the field to get some experience. Once outside, it would be easier for us to help you disappear in an accident." I wasn't expecting this response from him.
Alexander is not a man of words only. With this action, he shows me that he's sorry for the betrayal and works for a way where it would free us, which I respect and lessens my anger at him. It was something out of his control. He couldn't predict the Sultan would react like this, so he was in the position of choosing his family over 2 people. And how long will we have to wait?
It would still take 1 more month. That is awesome to hear. Unfortunately, we don't have that much time. The prince has a dangerous plan that he plans to use tonight, and probably blame it on me. And even if he doesn't do anything, the prisoners that are about to escape will make too much of a mess, where the Sultan will play nice with the other nobles. Of course, I couldn't tell him anything about this, so I just nodded in understanding, and we went on our ways. Finally, the princess group split up, and I could talk with my first friend in this world. As I was sneaking closer to him, I thought, how should I greet? A normal, "Hey," wouldn't cut it after all. I put my hand on his shoulders, forcing him not to turn his head and see me, and whispered, "I have a message from your friend. He greets you from the afterlife and tells you to live your life in peace." He froze, then forcefully turned to see who was talking, and we could finally see each other face to face after months. His eyes were wide. He didn't speak. Instead, he punched me in the gut. Ugh! He then lifted me back up and gave me a quick bear hug before looking relieved at me. "I knew you were alive, but I feel much better seeing you in person than only knowing." I was still panting from the punch. Was he always this strong? "You knew that I was alive? How?" "Well, that's the reason I'm here. I heard there's a weird-looking guy in the desert who managed to cure a zombified person. Something that only in theory thought possible. And I happen to know a guy that has a lot of unknown knowledge. Looks weird, and nobody knows where he comes from. Looks like I started to get popular internationally, not only locally." "So how did you manage to get into this situation, my friend? I couldn't believe the first time I heard about you, how far away you were from me." "Well, you see, the difference between the 2 dimensions is..." I talked with him while we went to a quieter corner. I talked about the withered skeleton king, how I managed to trick him, and how I met Froggy, whom Bobby was very envious of his skill. I told him about the cure, how the princess kidnapped us, and how I've been looking for a way to escape for the past few months. And today is the day of action. Me and Froggy will go invisible through the gates, while everyone will be too confused with what's about to happen. Going invisible for an escape. Where have I ever heard about a similar position before? And what's the distraction going to be? Bobby looked at me with narrowed eyes, while pointing out how similar this situation is to our last encounter. It's different. This time I have a foolproof plan. And unfortunately, I can't tell you the distraction because I don't know how it would happen. Only that it would happen.
Maybe I can convince Princess Elizabeth to take you and your friend with us. I'm sure she'll be more than happy to have a master brewer on her side. It would be a little risky, but I think it's possible. Bobby tried to help me with another option to get out of there, which I greatly appreciated. Unfortunately, that wouldn't work. I'm 80% sure that the prince is going to do something dangerous tonight and blame it all on me. And even if he wouldn't do anything, the Sultan still wants us to accompany the hero on his journey to defeat the unknown enemy. Prince Amun II is going to do something dangerous tonight? Only for you to take the fall?
How you even managed to get into this situation never ceases to amaze me. Is there something I can help with?
Not right now, but once we get out, I was planning on getting back to the village and staying low. You can help us by slowing down the search party. I still don't fully approve of your plan. There's too much risk. But I don't have enough power to help you right now, so I'll have to listen to you. While still hesitant, he accepted to help the plan in his way. We spent the rest of the time catching up. I found out how he got in contact with the princess. I was surprised by how well he did at the academy that he caught the attention of the princess. Unfortunately, he still got punished unjustly. He also told me that Undying Flame visited him at the palace just to apologize, which I didn't know was possible until he told me the secret of her still being alive is constantly chugging regenerating potions. Maybe I should bring some materials and let them craft my stuff.
We joked around until I heard the names that announced the start of the party.
From the Golden Desert, the most prosperous country enters Prince Enchanter Amun II and Princess Enchanter Cleopatra. The room was silenced for the second time tonight. The two royal siblings walked towards the podium, putting pressure deemed for a ruler. Once they arrived there, the princess stood on the side while the prince spoke from the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad you all managed to arrive tonight. We've all gathered here to celebrate the passing of another blessed year. But the prophet has foreseen a dark time in the coming years. Monsters attacking cities day and night without anyone burning, all led by a leader. But fear not, a hero shall arrive, sent by the system itself. And we, the Sandstone Kindome, will be the one to help the hero on its journey. Murmurs started all over the room, but once someone started to clap, a wave of clapping and cheering followed.
The prince, satisfied, continued. As you may have heard, we found a cure for the zombification disease, and the creator of that method, the hero of this world, is here with us, willing to fight against the otherworldly hero. Let's congratulate him for this noble decision. He started to clap, and everyone followed him, while looking at poor Froggy. He didn't know in what hole to jump and die faster. Several problems with his announcement. He didn't mention me for some reason. He also didn't mention that Froggy is a master brewer, and the most important of them all, Froggy didn't choose to help the hero. He was forced into it. But it doesn't matter. The presentation is done, and Froggy will die a few times while surrounded by nobles eager to befriend him. We will run to the tunnels before the Sultan appears, and most likely when the whole mess will start. Music started to play. No instruments or people were singing, and the noise came from the walls, where the jukebox was most likely hidden. Not all of them played the same music, but while you were getting further away from one corner, the music faded out, and getting closer to another corner, you could hear a different music playing. So the whole room was split into 4 dance floors. If you didn't fancy one type of music, you only had to walk a few blocks in the opposite direction, where a different genre of music playing, with different dances.
And if you didn't like music at all, you could go in the middle where the noise was just chatter. I enjoyed some of the dances. Some were done by the servants, while others by young nobles trying to impress their peers. Finally, Froggy was left alone, and with one tired look at me, I gave the signal. Both of us went in a different direction. I passed by Bobby and patted him on the shoulder without stopping. He looked confused at me before making a face of understanding and went to talk with some of the guards.
I was out in the garden. The moon was high in the sky, and the trees were illuminated by lanterns. I got closer to a tree and checked everywhere in case someone was looking at me. Nobody was. I broke the dirt block and fell into a tight tunnel. I quickly covered the hole. Time for some action. I chugged a potion of invisibility and speed and ran towards the gate without caring about the flickering torches. After a few turns here and there, I arrived at the small room under the gate. I looked around, and nothing out of the ordinary was present. I must be the first. From my inventory, I took 2 torches and held them in my hands. I waited for a few moments before I heard quick steps coming towards me, but nobody I could see making them. You got here first. That's good. What next? Now we wait and see how the party will get wild. We got to the surface. Since we were invisible, we could stay in the open as long as we didn't make too much noise.
But just to be sure, we hid behind one of the statues that was close enough to hear the guards, but far enough so our particles won't be seen. We waited and waited for what I could assume was half an hour, and then it happened. The sounds of a powerful horn were blown, and the guards started to panic and discuss if they should stay or join to help. While they were confused about what to do, we silently opened the gate and ran through the empty streets. We were under the speed effect, so it was a weird feeling to see the noble houses go so fast beside us. As we arrived at the second wall, we jumped into one of the nobles' lawns and searched for some horses. I mean, every noble has horses, right? It was too late, so all the shops were closed, and once we found the horses, I dropped a diamond, drank some milk to get rid of the potion effect, and went towards the gate.
Luckily, the walls were open 24/7, and at least if you wanted to leave, the guards didn't even bother to check on us. Just let us pass through. We were nobles, and if we wanted to leave in the middle of the night, they didn't want to be the ones that needed to be silenced. With great speed, we got to the last wall. The guard seemed to want to stop us, but I threw him a gold ingot, and they let us pass through. We were in the desert. We were finally free. We both started to laugh like madmen, but still rode toward the Stone Kingdom.
We're free, Froggy. How do you feel? It feels like a dream, honestly. I can't believe we pulled it off. I wonder what happened at the party.
Who knows? We'll find out once it's going to spread like wildfire. Now we need to get into hiding for a while. And worst case scenario, we go to the capital and ask my friend Bob for help.
Is he the one you talked to so much at the party?
That's him. I'm still surprised how he managed to get here. We rode in silence for the rest of the journey, when suddenly the pits of my stomach started to hurt, and I blacked out for a short while. When I could finally see again, I was back at the party, surrounded by scared nobles, angry guards, and the prince shouting, "He's the one that killed the Sultan!" Chapter 54. The Sultan's Death. Pav. Bobby. We arrived at the capital. In front of me was a big city surrounded by huge walls. It wasn't just one. There were 3 walls in total, each bigger than the last one. And in the middle of all this, there was a unique-looking castle. It did have towers like the ones from home, but instead of brick, stone, or other gray blocks, they were made with a pale yellow stone and curved roof like an apple. We arrived at the first gate. There were about 10 people in the group. Besides me and the princess, everyone else was a guard. And since we are a nation that trades in raw resources, Every one of them is covered in diamond armor. The guards at the gate didn't even want to check us. We looked too intimidating for what they were paid. The princess or the guards didn't seem surprised, so we continued walking on the busy street. People were shouting their wares or trading offers, and while the street was full of movement, nobody dared to approach our horses. They just looked at us from a distance and pointed at us from time to time. Suddenly, the sound of a horn was loud in the air. Everyone looked confused and got back into their houses, with some braver ones continuing their day. A few minutes later, we arrived at the second gate. This time, the guards did stop us. At least, a guard did. The others were looking in panic towards the castle.
They wanted to go and look for something, but they couldn't leave their post, not when this was the gate to the Nobel's territory.
Who are you, and what's the occasion of the visit? We are the convoy from the Stone Kingdom, and we came for the Sultan's party.
You may pass, but be careful. There's a rough Enderman that just went by a few minutes ago. A rogue Enderman? Why would such an intelligent monster go in a populated area? Yes, they like to play pranks on us, but don't like to risk their life for them. It was a weird thing to happen, but it was also unusual how easily they let us pass through. I mean, isn't this an emergency?
They know they can't stop us even if they wanted to.
I looked confused at the princess. From your expression, I could guess your confusion about why we passed through so easily.
I nodded my head in approval.
Well, there's a unique thing to happen, that a monster managed to get this far into the city. Their job is to keep the common people out of the noble area, and we look nothing like common people. They would have probably tried to hold us with the excuse for protection, but we're better equipped than them, so they could only let us through. I nodded my head at the new insight, and we kept walking, at a slow pace, towards an inn. Guards were running through the streets from time to time, but nobody bothered to check on us. Finally, we arrived at a big building, with greenery at the front and wooden blocks mixed with brickstone as the walls. With how fancy it looked, I wouldn't even dare to look at it for too long, for fear of getting into trouble. We entered the lobby, where one of the guards talked with the receptionist.
They spoke too low for me to hear how much it costs, but it's better this way. I want to sleep comfortably at night without the worry of accidentally breaking something expensive. We got 6 rooms, 1 for me, 1 for the princess, and the rest for the guards, split into 2. My room was small, but good-looking. I had a golden bed, a cauldron filled with water to wash my hands, a double chest to store my items, a 1-block-tall painting on the wall, and even a view of the palace. It was a long week, and I was tired from sleeping out in the open, not knowing when I'd be attacked by monsters. So I sat on the comfortable bed and fell asleep. Knock, knock. What? Who is it? Sir, you've slept for 3 hours. It's time to leave for the party. 3 hours? I quickly got into my clothes and went outside where everyone was ready and good to go. Now that everyone is here, let's get going. We went on foot from here. It wasn't too far, but we still got stopped by the guards.
This time they had diamond armor on them, and didn't look intimidated by our group.
The princess gave a book to one of the guards, and after a quick check, we were good to go. The road was beautifully done. Right beside it there were huge statues of horses and their riders, and beyond the statues, there were fountains of life and greenery. We didn't stop to appreciate the view. Instead, we entered the huge gate, and a man beside it started to shout all of a sudden.
From the Stone Kingdom, Princess Elizabeth Mending and her court.
Everyone looked at us, which made me nervous.
Don't worry, Bobby. You practiced for this, and you've survived through the academy. This party is nothing for you.
She was right. I was just intimidated by the fact that those nobles actually had the power to act on what they said, not like the students at the academy.
But I have to remember, I'm not just a commoner anymore. I represent the princess of my kingdom, so I have to act like one.
With a newfound strength, I straightened my back and went to talk with some nobles.
They weren't that different from the ones at home, so I could keep up with them with no problem, until suddenly someone pressed his hands on my shoulders. I tried to look back to see who it was, but whoever did this didn't want to be seen. He then said something that made my stomach drop. "I have a message from your friend. He greets you from the afterlife and tells you to live your life in peace." I forcefully turned around to give a piece of my mind to this rude man until I saw his face and I froze. A tall man with brown hair and eyes, no nose, and a green expensive suit looked at me with a cheeky smile. It was Traitor, the man that I thought dead in another dimension. He was here, in front of me, as healthy as he could be. I felt a rush of emotions going through me. I wanted to ask him if he was okay, how he was still alive, and why did he do that? So I punched him in the stomach.
I was surprised by my choice. Maybe unconsciously I wanted to punch him for worrying me so much, and since my brain was too preoccupied with how to respond, my body took over. He was fine at the end. We talked about how I got here, and he talked about how he fought a sentient monster, managed to trick him, and befriended a fete which only heard in legends. But that wasn't the most shocking thing. He somehow knew the cure for an infected person, one of the two most dangerous diseases in the world, and just did it for the price of one mount. I don't know if I should strangle him for giving it for such a low price, or thank him for actually giving it and not keeping it to himself. That got the attention of the Sultan, and they became guests of honor. Or more exactly, the witch became someone important. He was just there to ride along and keep Froggy in line. Unsurprisingly, they wanted to escape. Surprisingly, they managed to keep Traitor in here for so long.
I've seen what he was capable of doing. Hundreds of blocks in tunnels just in a few days. But everything made sense when he told me that we were in an obsidian box, only decorated nicely. And they want to escape tonight, when everyone will be too busy with the mess that is about to happen. I tried to offer him some help of my own. I'm sure the princess will be more than happy to take the only master brewer from this country to ourselves. Recently, they tried to test our borders and people. There's a high chance a war will come soon if nothing changes. Unfortunately, they had to do it tonight because somehow, unsurprisingly, he was involved with the mess, and the prince would blame it on him. I wanted to ask more, but he said he couldn't tell too much, so I didn't ask. Bet kept an eye for the prince that hasn't arrived yet. We talked some more until the royal children came and made an announcement. Traitor left to prepare, and I went back to talking with the nobles.
A few minutes later, I was tapped on my shoulder, and when I turned to see who wanted my attention, I understood that the plan was in action. "Excuse me, is there a place more private around here? My social battery has run out, and I want to rest somewhere." I talked with the guard, who had a view of the garden where Traitor went. He was polite enough to point me to a more isolated room, and I stayed there for a few minutes, trying to process everything that I've been through today. I didn't stay too long and went back to the party, and it was at the right time when the music stopped. A few of the lanterns were broken, leaving light only at the podium where everyone was looking. Slowly, step by step, the Sultan climbed onto the podium. He wore all white, with different precious stones to give some color. Even his cape was not simple. It had the symbol of the Sultan embedded in golden strings. "My people and guests of honor, I want to thank you again for coming tonight. I want to announce with this occasion that we, the Sandstone Kingdom, will help the upcoming hero. We will defeat the evil." He raised his hands, and out of nowhere, a golden armor appeared on him. It wasn't one made by the system. It had diamonds and emeralds on it, which made me wonder how he equipped it so fast. Suddenly, out of nowhere, 6 arrows were shot at him. The Sultan didn't even flinch. But somehow, he still died. Or so I thought. A tower of light rose from him in the form of a person with wings.
I heard something breaking, and the light returned to his eyes. But why didn't he move? He was just attacked, and he was still with his hands up. Probably the assassins got spoked by their failure to kill him, even with the surprise element. But once again, I was taken by surprise when black potions were thrown at the standing Sultan.
I felt great danger coming from them, even if I was so many blocks away. I don't want to know how they felt once they splashed on you. 1 potion, 2 potions, 3 potions. Each as powerful as the last one, but surprisingly the Sultan kept regenerating and slowly started to move. Like a signal, the assassins threw more potions at him, and nobody saw who threw them. The guards started to panic, looking for the source, but the criminals were most likely invisible, so they wouldn't be found out anytime soon. After a few potions, the regeneration couldn't keep up with the acidic potion, and the skin started to melt, until the almighty Sultan died a second time, and the last time. We all were in shock. Even I, who knew something would happen, did not expect this. At the drop of a bucket, everyone started to panic. The guards were still looking for the assassins, but with how everyone was running towards the exit, they had no chance. Horns were blown, making a loud noise.
"Everyone, shut up!" the prince shouted, and everyone stopped, with all eyes on him. "The killers are still with us, so nobody dare leave this place. Guards, block the doors." Everyone started to move, like a well-working piston. Some tried to sneak past them, but they were thrown right back into the room, without caring about their status. I didn't want to be involved in this, so I went towards my princess, who was surrounded by the guards, looking intensely at everyone.
Bobby, come here quickly. Who knows what's about to happen?
I didn't object, and went in the well-protected circle. "You don't seem too surprised by what happened," the princess commented after one look at me. My friend told me that the prince had plans to capture someone tonight, but I didn't expect the Sultan to be the one. I whispered to her, and her eyes went wide and looked at the prince with suspicion.
The 2 royal siblings were examining the body, or what was left of it. The potions had an acidic effect on the body, so there wasn't a lot to work with. One of the men took the armor from the Sultan, and his eyes went wide and told something to the prince. Afterward, he went in a hurry somewhere else.
Everyone listen! We found out the armor of the Sultan was cursed. We will find the one who enchanted this and bring him to justice.
Maybe this is the way Traitor expected to be betrayed. Good thing he left a while ago, and won't be able to catch him. With that, he took out an enchanted compass and placed it on the golden armor. Soon, a light came from the compass, and a floating sign appeared. The prince looked surprised, but didn't say anything. He just made a sign to one of the servants, who quickly moved. After a few minutes, the man that first saw the armor arrived with a thick book in his hands.
Quickly they went through every page and looked at the floating sign from time to time, only to shake their heads.
"There's nobody in our library with that signature." Murmurs started to wash all over the crowd. Is this the end? Will they all be interrogated one by one now? While everyone was preoccupied with the new information, a servant went to the prince and passed him an enchanted book. The prince took the compass from the armor and put it on the book, making appear the same signature as the armor. "It's as I feared. This enchantment was done by Traitor. I did wonder why he wanted to level up as soon as possible on his enchantment skill." The crowd once again started to murmur. Who was this Traitor guy? Why did the prince help him? Where is he? "Traitor, get out here and face the consequences." Everyone looked around to see the man who connected all of this, but of course, nobody came.
"Search for every room in the palace. Don't let anyone leave this place."
The guards did as they were told, and searched every room in this place. But the place was huge, and nobody found him, even after 2 hours of searching. It got so bad that, frustrated, the prince went on a search as well. With no results, we could only assume that he escaped. The prince got back, but in his hands there was a pillow with an ender pearl on it. What was his plan? Since that killer is not here, I will bring him here by force. This is the ender pearl we made an oath on. I promised to teach him enchantments as long as he worked with justice. But since he broke the oath, he shall be summoned. With that said, the prince took out his diamond sword and sliced the pearl. And to my horror, Traitor appeared out of nowhere, confused and in pain, in front of all of us. Things are about to get more complicated. Chapter 55.
End of Volume 2. In a huge room used for celebratory events, where there was laughter, food, and drinks, or it was supposed to be. Now, in the middle of the room stood a mob of people, looking angry at one person.
He's the one that killed the Sultan! I turned around in confusion to see the prince swinging a sword at me. Out of instinct, I took out my diamond sword from my inventory and blocked him. He looked surprised at my sword. It was the sword of the strongest mob that I fought, after all, and the enchantments were good. I took out a speed potion and drank it. With this, I should be able to react more quickly, since I don't know how to swing a sword. Wait, aren't we supposed to interrogate him or give him a trial? A voice yelled from the crowd. It was Bobby. What trial?
He has an iron armor that was probably stolen. The signature of the enchantment led to him. And didn't you see him just now drinking a potion? He has connections with the assassins. With that, he took another swing at me, which I easily blocked. Unfortunately, the guards didn't want to have a duel, so they ready their weapons. Wait, I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you're referring to the cursed book you made me do in exchange for teaching me enchantments. How dare you spout such lies? Why would I want to kill my father? He swung at me with force again, but the potions did their job, and I could react to all of his strikes. Fortunately, the guards seemed confused about what to do, so they stopped advancing. I don't know, man. But how would I even get access to a cursed book? Only someone as important as you would have such an item. I kept deflecting his sword, but he seemed to get the upper hand the more we fought. I need to come up with a plan and get out of here.
How did I even get back here?
You got envious of the hero, so you made a deal with the Witch Clan to have more power.
Envious of Froggy attention? We were both forced to come here. Why would I be envious for being more of a prisoner? Also, I don't know any clan of witches. A slash reached my arm, leaving a small wound that would regenerate in no time. But the prince was gaining ground, and I was losing it. Speed could only help so much in front of skill. I had to come up with a plan now. As I was thinking, an explosion came from my left. We both stopped and looked towards the noise like everyone else. And the one who made that explosion stood beside a crater. It wasn't just one person. There were a dozen, all looking tired but ready to fight. They were prisoners from the obsidian factory. But I only recognized 3 people from there. Omar, the head guard who trained Froggy, stood in diamond armor, looking with dangerous eyes at everyone.
Aisha, the only person that saw through my invisibility, stood there with an iron armor and flint and steel in her hand. She was probably the one that ignited the TNT, and Princess Cleopatra, surprisingly, was there confused, but with determined eyes. Since the ruler of this kingdom died, we need to have a new leader. We, the knights of the people, chose Princess Cleopatra the Enchanter to be our new ruler. Cleopatra looked confused at the sudden news. Looks like she didn't know about their plan. She can't be the ruler. I'm next in line to the throne, the prince shouted back with anger. But from my point of view, I could see fear as well. The plan got off the rails, and he was losing control.
We don't want a ruler that works with the pillagers. I've been thrown in prison because I found out about your deals with them." Everyone gasped in surprise. It was taboo to talk with the pillagers, never mind working with them. "Baseless accusations."
Do you have proof of such a heavy claim?
The prince bit back with fury, but this time I could feel that he was confident. And I can see why. Even though Aisha found out about their deal, she didn't have fiscal proof, and what she knew was years outdated, and they made sure to patch any leaks. Some proof against the prince. Do I know some? I started to think. About anything that caught my eye while sneaking around, or when I was with the prince. And there was something. A secret room in his office. "You can find proof in his secret—" Suddenly I heard a splash on my armor, and my skin started to melt, ignoring what protection I had on me. Splash! Another potion hit me again. Pain flew through every nerve I had. I needed to run. I was in danger. I turned around to see the attacker, only to see a floating sword coming towards my head. In a panic, I swung my sword as well, and I felt something. But the enemy's sword reached its target as well.
Light started to fade from my eyes, and the last thing I saw was a shocked villager with gray skin, holding his neck while falling.
You died. POV. Enderwoman.
A few hours passed, and they weren't pleasant being constantly on the run. But those foolish humans are too young to catch me. I only need to teleport on one of the roofs and wait them out. I can feel my human on the other side of the wall. I can be patient for a few more hours. I only need an opportunity to pass the huge wall. But I think I can only do it through the gate. Or, worst case scenario, I'll go on the walls. But there are too many armored people there to risk it, especially now when they're on high alert. A few hours passed, and with no luck on their side, they gave up, which finally let me get out of my hiding spot. I watched the gate as people passed from time to time, and when I saw the guards preoccupied with a certain group, I teleported past them without anyone noticing.
The view was beautiful, with all kinds of blocks all over the place. I'm sure this would be a place where a lot of my people would find their soul block. But I wasn't interested in them. I was interested in only finding my human. I don't know if this is normal. I will have to ask the father once I get the chance. I felt an ick coming from my pearl. It was coming from the huge building, so I got closer to it, keeping it out of the human's view. Finally, inside I teleported to one of the empty balconies and watched over all the humans that gathered in the huge room. And there he was, in a beautiful green costume, my human, enjoying himself with some food. I felt like a part of me came to peace. I could see him in front of me once again. I'm curious how he'll entrain me now. What kind of fascinating stuff will he show me? The music was all in the air. I looked at one of the blocks that made the noise and saw a jukebox. I remember one of my people bounding with one of those blocks that he found in an abandoned temple. He chose to spend the rest of his life finding all the discs, which is a stupid goal. Why would you want to go through so much trouble just for something that's not part of your block? He did get some envious looks from others, though, which didn't make him too popular. My human met his friend for the first time since they split in the hot dimension. They were happy to see each other, but for some reason, I didn't feel good when he smiled at that stupid human. I don't want to share my human with anyone. Maybe I should get rid of him. But today I'm in a good mood, so I'll let that slide. Everyone suffered those months and needs to have a break. Time passes, and I amuse myself with stupid stuff the humans do. Some of them are dancing on the floor, others are eating, and the most fun ones are fighting and ready to throw punches. But something happened, because my human exited the building and went towards the garden. It was night outside, which helped me greatly to blend with the darkness and get closer to my target without being noticed.
He looked around for any signs of people following him, before breaking one of the blocks beside the tree with his unnatural speed. Then he jumped down a hole and blocked the entrance. I don't like to teleport in enclosed spaces if I don't know how large they're going to be, but my human hides something special if he's so secretly about, so I take the risk. And it was as I thought. Only a 2-block tall tunnel with flickering torches. I had to crouch so I could stay in the tunnel, and surprisingly, the floor was all made with the unmovable block. Maybe this is why I couldn't teleport past the wall.
I couldn't move on my own with those tiny tunnels, so I had to teleport from place to place. Annoyingly, I couldn't see the human, but I could still feel him somewhere close by. And those tunnels were long, and each led to a different place. I tried to follow one, but it was a dead end. I teleported back to the surface and was surprised to see a room with lots of chests. Maybe those tunnels aren't so useless after all. With this, I can sneak more freely around this place. I explored some of the rooms that were connected with the tunnels and had fun with pranking people by placing blocks in front of the door. Some of the guards looked very annoyed. Suddenly, I heard a horn. It was similar to the one when they found me, but this one was more powerful. This can't be a good sign. I teleported towards my human, but I still couldn't see him. I could feel that he just passed the confused guards at the gates, but nothing in sight.
After looking around confused on the streets, I finally saw some floating particles that moved at great speeds towards the second wall. I hate potions. It's because of those I lost my human last time. Luckily, I could see him again once he wanted to hop on a horse. With a fast horse and iron armor, the guards didn't even bother to stop them, and soon they were galloping on the dunes. They both started to laugh, shouting that they're finally free. Even I could hear them, and I kept my distance so I wouldn't be seen. I'm happy that my human is happy. It feels fulfilling. Is this how the others feel with their block? We got further and further away from the big city, until suddenly he disappeared. I felt him through space, like we use it to teleport. I was angry. He used something precious from my people. I hated it when they did that. But I followed the trail with growing worry. He was too happy to be finally free, and the trail that was slowly disappearing led back to the city. Something happened, and it wasn't in his plan. Then something happened that shook me to my core. Something cracked in me. I couldn't feel him anymore. Why did this happen to me? I just found him, and now he's gone again? Am I too selfish? Am I not fast enough? Am I too weak? No! I refuse to believe this. If someone took him from me, I can take it back. If someone wants to take him from me, I'll destroy them. I felt a change all over my body. I felt my muscles crack, making me taller, and my hands started to get heavier and more dangerous. But the biggest change of them all was a pain coming from my forehead. I screamed and scratched, trying to stop the growing pain, until suddenly it stopped. A new eye opened its lids for the first time, and I could see it. I could see him. Wait for me, human.